Well, good morning, everybody. Happy Easter Sunday. It is Easter Sunday today around the world, I'm assuming. And we are here. Welcome at the 2025 Malibu National Waterski Titles in, thank you, Quinny, in Port Macquarie, New South Wales, Australia. If you're coming and joining us again, this is day 4 we're getting started into. Once again, we've got that little easy early start first thing in the morning. Morning, Troy. How you doing? A few of our judges and assistant chief judges roaming past, looking official this morning. Once again, beautiful conditions out here for our 4th day of skiing. So, yeah, just a little recap. This is the Australian National Waterski Titles that we're covering for you guys out in live stream land. And last weekend, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, we had the overs part of the event. So all the over 35s, over 45s, 55s, and on it went. We had a great little event and got some results there. And this weekend, we are concentrating on the juniors and the opens. Some great skiing yesterday. We had some open skiers running. I reckon I should be able to start looking through a few little lists here and even see some scores. I can see some scores. So this morning, what we've got in store for us, it's unfortunately the under 14 boys have copped the raw end of the deal, and they're going to be on the water at 6:30 this morning. Only going to be a few minutes away, I think, because I can see them dropping some judges in place, getting ready to go. Under 14 boys slalom on Lake 1 here, and then we go straight into the Radar Open Women's Final. All right, and then after that, straight into the Open Men's Final. So the women and the men. Sunday morning is crunch time for them, so it's going to be really interesting to see how that goes. I don't think conditions are going to play a part at all again today because it's looking beautiful and sunny. I'm sure that sun's just about to come up over the top there. A little bit of mist on the water, I think, just from the coolish or warmish water probably in compared to the coolish air. But as soon as that sun came out yesterday, it really warmed us up pretty quick, so I think we're in for a carbon copy of that. So, under 14 boys, Open Women's Slalom Final, Open Men's Slalom Final. All of these are finals, to tell you the truth, I suppose. This is the 4th day. This is Sunday. As I look through all of these start lists here, we've got the Under 17 Boys Slalom Final too. It's just game on today. It's going to be exciting because we're going to find out who is the champion in all of these divisions. Under 12 girls, Under 10 boys, Under 17 boys, and the punches keep rolling on. Under 12 boys as well. Yeah, that says under 12 boys slalom. That's under 12 girls. Anyway, here we are, 6:30 in the morning. Don't see much action over in the campers area either, just yet, but that's probably fair enough. Not sure who was behind our music in the main marquee there this morning, but they pumped the music up just a little bit, just to give us a bit of drive to get going this morning. Gus is roaming around a little golf cart. What are you up to, Gus? In the golf cart? You're going for a burn in the golf cart. All right, good luck. Good luck to you. It's usually kind of a bad sign because he's doing something techie down the other end that holds us up. Yes, Gus from Axial Production Services is the man behind this live stream that's going out to all you guys. I do actually see a big strapping Malibu heading down the course at the moment. It's actually got its running lights on. I can see that that starboard light there going down the side. Boy, they even get navigation lights in those boats. It gets fancy. Alrighty, so we are in Port Macquarie in New South Wales. So anyone out in the live stream that's sort of wondering where we are, we're on the east coast of Australia, New South Wales. It's probably a little bit down from halfway on the countryside there, and some of the obvious spots are the Gold Coast and Sydney, being one of the big cities in New South Wales, obviously, and we're about 4 hours north of there. So there's a lovely little beach area, lots of little beachy towns along this part of the world, and that's where Jason Stone, the creator of this lake, has decided to put his little spot this morning. Hello, a few more people roaming past, a few more important judges with official shirts on and everything. Yeah, so we're at Port Macquarie. Loads to do around Port Macquarie and Hastings Council are actually sponsoring this event, so they're loving having people around playing the game here, and they're letting us know that there's lots of stuff that you can do in this area as well. And I just happen to know the beaches are beautiful, so I bring my little surfboard along and catch a couple of waves up and down, only if they're small. I can only manage the small stuff these days. Don't muck around with the big stuff anymore. All right. Well, we've got a Malibu at the other end of the lake, so I'm assuming they're having a little bit of a play with shore path, making sure that's all sorted out. Some little troubles with cell service here, or mobile tower service. More to do with the amount of people here. I think it's the coverage is okay. We just feel that the bandwidth through the local tower is a bit ordinary, and then when you get a lot of people on it, it causes trouble. Anyway, we're sorting all that out, and we're carrying on regardless. Let's go through some of the scores, because all right, don't know whether you can hear that in the background. Got a couple of little issues. They're going to do some adjustments on the cameras. Let's have a look through these open men's scores from yesterday. So our top seed with a score of 2 at 10-2, Lucas Coronel from Queensland. It's getting a bit louder now. And with a score of 1.5 at 10-5, we've got Joel Howley from Queensland. So they are our top two seeds, Lucas Cornell and Joel Howley. Then from Victoria, we've got Nicholas Adams with 4.5 at 10-7. Shame he couldn't quite get through that one. Patrick Crisp with 1 at 10-7. And those were the only lads to get through that 11-metre line. And there's a bunch of other people that are deep 11, deep 12. I may as well go through them. We've got plenty of time here. We've got Archie Davis with 4.5 at 11, Corey Saddington with 4 at 11, Jack Christie 3 at 11, Joel O'Toole with 2 at 11, Callum Ashcroft with 2 at 11, Joel Wing with 4.5 at 12, Jacob Saddington with 3 at 12, Alexi Werner with 2 at 12, Trent Nelson Cranfield, he went in early, I know he was disappointed, 1.5 at 12, and Lockie Butland with 1.5 at 12. Yeah. And in the women's division, I think we've got a standout leader there with Sadie Ferguson from Queensland, and she has got 4 at 11. Couldn't quite squeak through that pass. She's our top seed. And then from Victoria, we've got Lane Moroney with 3 at 12. Ruby DeSalvo with 4 at 13. Courtney Williams with 3.5 at 13. Jada Sweetie, 2 at 13. And Erica Hayes, she went in early as well. Pretty sure she'll be disappointed with that 1.5 at 14 metres. All right. It's all happening. I think we're about to get underway. I think this event is about to get underway. Under 14 boys. What have we got? We've got a clear leader. A very clear leader in the under 14 boys. No surprise. Taj Reeves from Queensland. He is a bit of a giant in the under 14s. He started young, and he surprises me because I always think he's older than he is. And he's only just gone into under 14 boys. He's not big, so I don't think he's older because he's big, because he's not very big. He just seems like he's got a lot of experience, and that's why I sometimes think he's older than he is. Anyway, those guys running 55k. He scored 2.5 at 12 metres at 55k, which is excellent. Hello, Susan. Yes, I'm talking to myself, basically. This is exactly what I did yesterday as well. I come here and talk to myself, but Gus likes me to talk to myself to get our live stream viewers a little bit underway. Under 14 boys is the first event, and I'm just going through the names now. Taj Reeves from Queensland is a standout. He's actually, I think he's 8 or 9 balls ahead of the next place getter, which is Campbell Sutton from New South Wales, Archie Downing from Western Australia, Oscar Cowan from ACT, Oscar Cronin from New South Wales, Zach Coburn from New South Wales, Samuel Keys-Bevan from Queensland, Hamish Butler from Western Australia, Blake Robinson from South Australia, Harry Kilby from Victoria, and Jackson Pigden from New South Wales. So can you repeat those names to me, Susan, now? Yes. Canteen duties. What special things have you got? Cup of tea would be lovely. Cup of tea with a little bit of sugar. Yeah, that'd be lovely. Thank you. I'm hearing a story that we have got Jackson Pigden from New South Wales, under 14 boy, half at 49 in his opening round. Not sure whether that was an opener situation. I don't think it was, because it actually says that it's a 43k start speed. So, like for this division, so it would have been a 43 if he blew his opener. I don't think he has. Gus is racing back to his little hut there that he's got all darkened up, got all the windows darkened up so he can play the games. Here we go. We have got a skier on the water, Jackson Pigden from New South Wales, our first skier on Sunday, our fourth day of competition, our last full day of competition. And Jackson is looking pretty good so far, heading over towards 4-ball. Oh, a little funny at 4-ball, but he didn't let go of the handle. He's good. Happy days. Over to 6-ball and out those exit gates. Nice job, opening pass. Every day we've sort of joked a bit about that opening pass of the day. All right, we have got Gardy Pollock in the boat this morning. Good on you, Gardy. And Steve Bickerton in the judge's seat, in the main judge's seat, the boat judge's seat. But we've got judges all over the place. We've got judges with cameras, judges sitting in towers, probably judges sleeping. Anyway, that bodes well for the start of the day. Jackson Pigden, 46. So that was 43k, and he is going to be coming back at 46k. Is Jackson. He's going to need to do a lot to push himself onto the podium. I don't think he's probably got any delusions there that he'll end up on the podium, but it'll be lovely if he can get through a couple of passes. Maybe head up towards a PB would be excellent. Alrighty, Jackson Pigden from New South Wales coming back here, under 14 boys, slalom final. This is the final. It's all finals today. This is where all heavy duty stuff is going on. Through the mist there, Jackson has turned 1-ball beautifully, heading over to 3 now, looking on time. He's turned that beautifully as well. Obviously a left foot forward skier, and he loves to make up some ground on that 135 side, and good on him. He's doing a great job of it. He did that easy. So first rounder, he must have gone in a little early, I reckon, on first round, because that 46k pass was a walk in the park for him. So he might be able to drag himself off the bottom of the pack, put a little bit of pressure on the rest of the field. It is a combined score for the under 14 boys though, so the scores will be added together for this one. Alrighty, I've got my live chat going here on my YouTube app. So if anyone wants from Livestream Land, wants to say g'day to me this morning, have a shout out to anyone. I'm going to try and do my best to keep monitoring it today. We got Jackson Pigden on the water from New South Wales coming back 49k. Only got half a ball first time he skied this pass, but he's going to get better than that this time around because he's around 2-ball heading to 3. I think he's early enough for 3 to be on track to run this pass. Over to 4. Don't want to put the mocker on him. Looks good so far. Is he going to turn 5? I think he is. He's heading for home. All righty. Nice pass. That's his third pass. He's got through it. All righty. Jackson. Full completed pass, 49k for him this morning. This is the final. He means business in the final. It's business time. So returning 52. So he's got one more speed that he's got to do before he can chop the line. Just watching it get a little more difficult as he went down the line there. Is 52 his bogey pass? I would suggest it probably is, because it is going to be his fourth pass. But if he could get through 52... Oh, no, it's under 14 boys. He's got to get to 55 before he chops the line. I'm dreaming it up here. Jackson Pigden from New South Wales coming back. This is going to be 52k. What's he got in store for us? Through the mist. He's turned one ball pretty well. Oh, a little rattled into two. And that's going to be all she wrote. I think just got kicked a little bit at the wakes. Rattled him into two ball. But that's pretty good going. I'm pretty sure he'll be happy with that. That's the fourth pass he was running there. Nice job, Jackson. Alrighty, I need to keep an eye on the monitor this morning. So we've got people roaming around the start dock there, building their nerves up for this final. Yep.
On the water is Harry Kilby, start speed 46, 18 metres red. Yeah, Harry Kilby, start speed 46.
Alrighty, next skier on the water we have got Harry Kilby from Victoria, under 14 boys, final round. Skied 1.5 at 52 in his first round of the event, which is going to be added to this score to give us a final total. And he is starting at 46k, 18 metre line. I can hear that boat coming. Here we go. Let's see how Harry's going to do. A little narrow into one ball, I think, but this is only his opening pass. Pretty good. He's come out at two okay. Sun's starting to come up over three ball. Looks pretty good, as did he heading around, and he's going to turn five. Pretty sure he's going to get home. No problems. An opening pass for Harry Kilby from Victoria. He'll be excited about that. So he's run 46 and he's going to be coming back 49k. I think there was a little rumour there, but maybe he had a little issue with his entry gate. Oh, yes. Alrighty, we are hearing back. No problems with that pass. All good as gold at 46k. It's going to be coming back at 49k. Harry Kilby on the water from Victoria, coming back under 14 boys. Heading over to one ball. What's that one ball going to be like? Look pretty good from here. So he's made a start on this pass. He's around 2 as well, so he's heading down the line. 3 balls, not bad. It's going to about to turn 4. Heading over to 5. No problems at all. Over to 6 ball and out the gates. Nice pass for Harry Kilby. That is completed past 49k. And he's going to be coming back at 52. So current lead, we may as well call it all the way through. I think current lead 2 at 52. Although we do have to add it together. So we're going to have to take our shoes off to be able to count all those balls as we get closer to the top. We've got a bunch of close scores there. We've got Campbell Sutton from New South Wales and Archie Dowding from Western Australia, both 5 at 14 metres. They're vying for the second place. And then we've got Oscar Cowan from ACT, who's got 1 at 14, or 1.5 at 14 metres. So those are the more likely people to snatch those that silver and bronze. I'm not saying 100% that Taj is going to get it, but he's got a fair bit of clear air in front of him. But there's going to be a little bit of vying for the silver and the bronze in this division. So we're definitely going to keep our eyes on that. All right, Harry Kilby from Victoria still in this game. This is going to be 52k. What has he got for us coming back here? He's turned 1 ball pretty good. That boat's definitely moving faster, so he's working harder. Heading over to 3. He has turned 3. He's really tight turn at 3. He's tried to unwind him a bit. I think he's in trouble at 4. Not sure he's going to get to 5. Yeah, and he didn't quite get to it. So at 3 ball, they turned tight. Took a little bit of a hit. You could see it sort of jerk that handle away from his body a little bit. He still managed to squeeze himself around 4 ball, but too narrow and too fast to make a play on it. So that's all she wrote for Harry Kilby from Victoria. Still pretty good though, 4 at 52, and that pushes him into the current lead in this under 14 boys slalom division. Oh, to make a nice photo there right now. The sun's coming up right over 3 ball in line with me. But when you look at it, it does blind you a little bit. Beautiful morning for our last full day of this competition. So this is the 4th day of our junior divisions and open divisions in the 2025 Malibu National Waterski titles. We had a bunch more days prior to that with the Overs event, so I'm starting to feel a bit of deja vu day after day, but this is the last full day. We'll have a little bit more tomorrow morning to go, and then as we usually do, it'll finish up probably before lunch on Monday, and we'll all go home and get dolled up. The girls will need the rest of the day to get dolled up for the presentation night. The boys will need 20 minutes to whack their pants on, have a shave. But there is so much good stuff happening today with open finals and loads of finals in the slalom this morning. So there's all sorts of slalom action going on. Then half assuming there's got to be a little bit of trick somewhere along the line. Open women's and open men's trick. That's going to be exciting as well. 7 competitors in the open men's trick and 5 competitors in the open women's trick. Exciting stuff. All right, next gear on the water from South Australia, we have got Blake Robinson in the under 14 boys slalom final at this titles here. He scored 3 at 55 18 metres, which is top speed for him in round 1. Let's see what he's got for us for round 2. Didn't quite catch that start speed, but I would suggest maybe 49 just by the feel of it, and I'll let us know at the end of the pass. Let's get him through this opening pass. He's turned 4 ball pretty well, heading to 5. Turn 5, no problem, so he's going to get home on his opener. That's what we want for everybody on their first pass. Just get to the other end for us. All right, that was big Gary Pollock behind the wheel. And we have got Blake Robinson from South Australia on the water. I think that might have been 46 by the sounds of it. Start speed of 46, and he's going to be coming back now at 49k. So must have skied really well to get up to 55 in that first round. Good on him. This is the final round for these guys. And any of them really can make a bit of a play for a little bit of silverware. Would be nice. Seeing a little bit of action from the other side of the lake. A few of the campers starting to surface. Yeah, just let everybody know, anyone who's surfacing as the first member of their crew, there is hot coffee, bacon and egg rolls and all sorts of stuff on the go over at our canteen over here. So if you need coffee pronto, just waddle your way over to this side of the fence and grab yourself a coffee from our canteen. I think very reasonably priced too. All right, we have got Blake Robinson coming back here. This is going to be 49k, his second pass. He's around 2 ball pretty nicely. Over to 3. He is around 3, on track, I think. Over to 5, on track. No problems for Blake in his second pass. So pretty standard fare, those 2 opening passes for Blake Robinson from South Australia. All right. It's been confirmed. All's legit. Everybody's happy. All done, all silent. And we're going to be coming back at 52k. All right. Where are people going to start to make a play here? I suppose deep 14. We've got 2 guys at deep 14. So realistically, that's where we need to be, I suppose. We need a little bit of deep 14 action to give these guys a push. Who knows how they're potentially going to ski in the second round. And, you know, there's a couple of scores at 16 there from Oscar Cronin and Zach Coburn. 1.5 at 16. They might be just in touch, you know, depending on whether they maybe skied poorly or well in that opening round. But I kind of feel like we need somewhere in 14 in order to push the boundaries in this under-14 boys division. We've got Blake Robinson on the water at the moment. He's come back 52k. What's Blake got for us at 52k? Ran it in round 1. He's turned 1 ball pretty nicely. Over to 2. Come out of 2, not too bad. Maybe drifting down course a smidge, but everything's legit. Everything's fine. Over to 4. A little late at 4. Actually, he's going to need something big at 5, I think. I'm not sure he's going to get it. Is he going to get it? He might have. Oh, just didn't. So you could kind of see him drifting down course there. Needed a big turn at 5. He came out of 5. And I thought maybe he was going to manage it. But obviously, I'm looking back for the replay here. Not sure if we've got any replay action happening. But didn't quite get around 6 balls. So the score is coming back from the boat. That is 5 at 52k. I think Gary Pollock's looking a bit chilly in that boat there. I think he's leaning forward trying to rug himself up a little bit. Anyway, nice skiing from Blake Robinson. Not far behind where you skied in the first round, so that's pretty good. 2 reliable rounds for him. I can see a yellow bib on the dock now, and yellow bib means Western Australia. Hamish Butler. It's going to be Dion Butler's son. We know we saw Dion hanging around. I think he's hanging around in the over 21s, throwing his hat in the ring. Wonder if they're here. Maybe they're on Monday as well. Over 21s. Or maybe he's already skied his second round. I didn't think so. But he was the top seed in there. Anyway, he's got a little tribe here because I've seen a few Butler names from Western Australia floating around these start lists. So he's having a ski, and there's a bunch of the kids having a ski. And this is going to be Hamish in the under-14 boys. What did Hamish get in the first round? He got 4 at 55.18. And here it starts. Alrighty, he is starting at 43 Ks. So if he's starting at 43, he must have had a blinder in his first round, because he's ended up with a score of 4 at 55, which is only 2 balls away from chopping the line to 16. Got Marty Wright coming to join me, have I? Good on you, Marty. Hello.
Got a few minutes, Coops, before I go over to Lake 2. I've got a little bit of trick skiing happening over there, but I thought I'd come and say hello this morning.
You can't stay. Don't come and not be able to stay.
Sure, someone will come up and take my place. But look, who have we got on the water here, Coops?
We have got Hamish Butler on the water from Western Australia. You can see that yellow bib. You never confuse that yellow bib for the Western Australians. And he's getting through his opening pass pretty good so far. Turning 5 ball. This is 43K. I was just saying he must have had a blinder in round 1, because starts at 43 and he got a score of 4 at 55 in in his round 1. So how many is that? 43, 46, 52. Yeah,
49.
Yeah, so it's 5th pass he's got to.
Yeah, it's always nice to have that 5 pass one. I don't think I've ever done that, Coops, but
yeah, I know, I haven't done it.
just sort of come up and, sort of dubbing this Super Sunday. Super Slalom Sunday, Coops. What do you think, mate?
It certainly looks a bit Super Slalom Sunday. So you've got to go over. Who's skiing over there? Is it Emma?
Emma's skiing over there this morning. We've got a few on the things, but that's her last event this weekend. So I don't want to rub out first off on the water.
I don't want to rub it in, but I think there's going to be a whole lot of open slalom final happening. Maybe you're going to miss it. Well, you can just turn the webcast on and watch us from there.
That's the plan.
I keep forgetting about that. That'll be more viewers. You go over there, turn it on over there. Actually, the mobile coverage over there is good as well.
I think I might be back for the open finals. I'm hoping there. I should be back about 9 o'clock. So at least I might see the end of the men's final, which is going to be pretty exciting today, isn't it?
Oh man, it's going to be really exciting. All right, we have got Hamish Butler on the water from Western Australia coming back in second pass, 46K. We're half thinking he's going to make this look pretty standard fare. Had a funny one ball, mind you, just there, but he's turned 2 pretty well. And this is well within his grasp because he's run 52K, so he can run 46. Oh, come on. Don't make a liar out of me. He's dragged himself back. He's heading over to 6. He caused himself some trouble, but he got out of it. Oof. Caused himself some real trouble there, but didn't crash. I wouldn't mind seeing that. Wouldn't mind seeing that again. We do have a little bit of replay action. This will be cool to watch, Marty. So I'm not sure where it went. I think it might have been 3 ball, was it, where it went wrong. So started out fine. As soon as I said everything was going to be fine, it turned to trouble. Or was it 4 ball? So he looks good there into 3. He's turned 3 ball okay. He's heading over to 4. Yeah, it was 4 that it's been a problem. Oh yeah, and he nearly gone out the front there. But he's dragged it back. And then back on track over to 6. Nice job. Nice job to get out of jail for Hamish Butler from Western Australia.
Well, I think that may be why he's staying a little bit, those slower speeds. Give him a bit of a chance to get back on if he does hop off a little bit there, Coops. But it's great to see these young fellas coming through.
All right, Hamish Butler coming back. Western Australia, this is going to be 49K, 46. Yep, 43, 46. This is 49. No mucking around. Straight back into the course. He is around 2 ball pretty nicely. Over to 3. Around 4 ball, heading to 5. This one's a better looking pass than his previous pass. Actually, nice out of 5 ball. Easy as you please. So he's going to be coming back 52K. Current leader, 5 at 52, not adjusted. So actually from his perspective, Blake has just got 1 ball on him, so I could call it 4 at 52 as the lead score.
Really nice that pass there, Coops. I think that's a little bit of extra speed might have helped them out there. But I'm going to take off, guys. Leave you with Coops, and we'll see you later on in the day.
All right, good on you, Marty. Good luck over there. Give Em my best for a bit of tricking. It's final for her, is it? I think it's all finals today. Yep, all finals today. So good luck to everyone.
Okay, mate, here we go.
Yep. Morning, how you doing?
Not too bad. A little cleared out, yeah. It's nice. Little cleared out. You're trying to ride out of here. Yes.
Alrighty, we've still got Hamish Butler from Western Australia skiing. Oh, he's had a funny turn at one ball there, unfortunately. Peels his head back, was unhappy with that. Did get through that pass in round number 1, but he can't be too disappointed because that was his 4th pass. Generally, when you get to your 4th pass, you're pretty happy. You've skied a lot of passes. Let's have a look and see what's happened at one ball. Oh, just in too hot. And couldn't slow that ski down enough to make a turn and get angle out of the ball. Threw his head back, and that is all she wrote. All right. So we've had a good little start to the morning. The sun is really starting to peel in here. I'm going to have to take my jumper off in a minute. Turns from chilly to pretty warm when that sun gets on you. Remember, everyone out in live stream land, and there's 27 of you. I can keep an eye on it there now. There's 27 of you guys, 28. We're coming in by the droves. If you can say a shout out, give me a shout out and let me know where you are in the little live chat section there, so I can have a shout back out to you. I don't know whether Smiley and Eiley and Bailey are out there yet. Craig and Tara, whether you guys get up early in the morning, get straight onto us. Give us a shout out on this live chat if you do. What are you doing this morning, Smiley Eiley? You're hanging in the lounge room watching a bit of TV, maybe? You'll go for a ski today. All right, start speed of 49k for our next skier, Samuel Keys Bevan from Queensland. So we're working our way through this field here a little bit. We have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 skiers to go in this under 14 boys, and then we're going to be heading straight into the Radar Open Women's Slalom Final. So the open skiers are probably starting to do some star jumps around the place, getting themselves warmed up. But at the moment, we have got Samuel Keys Bevan from Queensland coming in 49k. What has he got for us this morning? He's turned around 2 nicely and heading over to 3. Looks on track at this stage of the game, no problems. Heading down the course, he's about to turn 5 ball and head for home, and he's going to get home, no worries at all. Let's have a little look at what you guys are looking at out there. We're seeing Big Gardy Pollock from far north Queensland. There's a Townsville man, does a lot of driving up in our comps up there. He's got a daughter, Hannah Pollock, skiing here somewhere. 3 events, I'm pretty sure, so they'll be busy. But Gary is also running the bar for us, Gary and Emma Pollock. So they've got a very important job on site. All right, Samuel just working his way down that pass there. Looks pretty relaxed, nice and even. No problems really, no bobbles that I can see. He's comfortable and comfortably around 6 ball. And out the exit gates, all right, completed 49 pass. He's going to be coming back in at 52. Current lead, I'm still calling 5 at 52. Although it needs to be an adjusted score. And in the end, well, yeah, he's only 4. Samuel skied 4 at 52 in round 1. So as an adjusted score, it is 4 at 52 in order for him to swallow up the lead, the current lead, which is held by Blake. All right, we got Samuel coming back from Queensland. Second pass. This is going to be 52K. Nice turn at 1 ball. Yeah, he's early for 2. Nice turn at 2 as well. This pass is looking pretty good. Definitely early for 4 as well. Waiting for 4 and pretty good shape at 5. I think that pass was better than his opening pass, that one there. He was nice and relaxed early all the way. He's feeling good. He's charged. He's charged, ready to go. So he is going to be coming back. Well, he's just taken the lead instantaneously there because he's just run 52K. He scored 4 at 55 in the first round. I reckon he's got more in him. Watching how he ran that past that 52, I'm pretty sure he's going to be able to run 55. That was easy for him. Just watching him run down that pass and around 5 ball. Home to 6. In control the whole way. Looks good. Alrighty, we are getting to the halfway point of our under-14 boys slalom final at this 2025 Malibu National Waterski Titles. Port Macquarie, Australia. And we have got Samuel Bevanski from Queensland coming back in 55. He's taken the lead. How far is he going to push this lead? So he has turned 1 and 2. He's in it this time. Got 4 in the first round. Is he going to get more than 4? He is drifting down course. He's going to need a big 5, but I reckon he's going to get it from this angle. Yeah, he got it all right. And he's going to get around 6 balls. So that's a completed pass. So this is our first skier in the under-14 boys who is going to start shortening the line. So he'll be excited. He skied better than round 1. Alrighty, so that is confirmed. 6 balls for Samuel.
Confirming steer returning 16 metres orange.
Alright, they're confirming that they have shortened the line up there at the other end. And we are going to be coming back 16 metres. Samuel Bevan-Keys from Queensland coming back in 16-metre line. Might have drifted back a little bit on his gates there. He's had a nice looking 1 ball from here though. Maybe the handle got away from him a bit. I think it did get away from him a bit. He has turned 2 ball. Not enough angle to get over to 3, so he's run a 1-2. That'll do, but that was his 4th pass, so pretty sure he'll be happy with that. Just drifted in a little bit on his gates before he decided to turn in and go. That makes you a little narrow at 1 ball. And when that handle grabbed him, it just pulled away a little bit, so he ended up down course at 2. Didn't feel like he could get out of there with enough angle to get to 3, so 1-2. But he is our current new leader in this under-14 boys slalom division.
On the water is Zach Coburn, star speed 46, 18 metres red. You're up, Zach Coburn, starting 46.
Alrighty, next skier on the water, we have got Zach Coburn from New South Wales. He got into 16 line in the first round. 1.5 at 16. So didn't quite hear that start speed. Let's have a little bit of a look and see what we think. We haven't been too bad at guessing this start speed just by the feel of the boat. But let's get Zach just through this first pass. He's turned around 3 ball nicely, heading towards 4. Sounds a little bit 46-ish maybe to me. We'll find out at the other end. He's turned 5 ball nicely, going to head over to 6. No problems at all, so he's skied out of that pass. So nice opener for Zach Coburn from New South Wales. All right, confirmed from the boat that was 46k. So skiers coming back at 49k, Zach Coburn. So he must have skied a bunch of passes, 46, 49, 52, 55. Got into his 5th pass, round 1. So 1.5 at 16. It's probably the ballpark there for a good performance for Zach. Let's see if we can get him all the way up to there. So, yeah, what do we got? We got a few skiers in 14 though, but I think this pair in the 16 mark could make a little play, Zach and Oscar, both from New South Wales. There could be a chance they could make a little play if somebody opened the door for them. I kind of think it would need someone to open the door. We don't necessarily want that to happen, but it does. So if they can put in a strong performance to be nipping at the heels. Anyway, we won't get ahead of ourselves because Zach's got a few passes to run. He's coming back 49k. Let's see if we can get him through this pass. Misty on the water at the moment. It's got a cool feel, but there's a fair bit of mist. Anyway, he's turned 1, 2, 3 pretty well. He's on track, heading over to 4. Looks in good control, to tell you the truth, so I don't think there's going to be any problems running this 49k pass for Zach Coburn. Around 6 ball and out the exit gates. Nice pass for him. Yeah, for some, I don't know whether it's the sun or the fact the water is nice and warm. But it's got a real misty feel on the water at the moment. All right, having a look at that replay there. He's turned 1 ball nicely. This was a really nice pass. I think he just cruised down this pass. Out of 2 well. He's turned 3 nicely. Pretty nice stacked position. Waiting for ball 5 there. And over to 6. Happy days. Alrighty, Gary Pollock firing up that big 6.2 litre Malibu boat. Heading back into course, this is going to be 52k, I think, this one. 46.49, now 52k. Zach's going to need to get through this and the next one that he has before. Let's see if he can do it again. Nice into 1 ball. Looks pretty good around 1 ball. He's turned 2 on track. Looks on track so far. Pretty easy, really. Turn 3 heading to 4. Turning 4 heading to 5. And it doesn't look like a problem on this pass either. He's out of 5 ball in good shape. And around 6 and out the exit gate. So nice pass for him. He just seems to be walking through these passes. 46, 49, 52. He's going to come back at 55. I've got a bit of feeling this is his money past 55k. This is flat out for under 14 boys division. 55k or 34 miles an hour. Still currently at long line, 18 metres. That's what we think long line is. Or, what is it, 18? 18 off? What did we used to call it in the... No, 18 metres. What did we... 15 off. That's what it was. We never called it that in the old days. It was 15 off in the American lingo. It was 15 off, 22, 28, 32, 35, 38, 39. Yes, I'm a bit bilingual. Anyway, we're going to stick to 55k. We've got Zach Coburn, 55k. Ran it in the first round. I think he skied really well to run it in the first round. Can he run it in the final here to push himself up the pile a little bit? What do we got? He's turned one ball pretty well. He's made a start. He's got out of 2 okay. It's not no, I think it's okay. I think he's okay. I'm not panicking. I don't want to panic. I don't want to panic for him. He's going to turn 5 ball. A little narrow at 5, but he's heading over to 6. I think he's going to run it. Oh, what? What happened at 6 ball there? Did he clip the ball or something? I thought he was okay. I thought he was fine. He must have clipped it on the way through. Let's have a little bit of a look at what happened there. I thought he might have been drifting down course a little. Like 1 and 2 looked really good there. Just watching in the replay. Heading over towards 3. Maybe starting to drift down course a little bit. Look good out of 3. Not bad out of 4 too, and he was on time. I think he was on time. I think maybe he had a little, didn't quite get all of 5. I'm pretty sure he must have clipped it in order to knock him off there. Oh, yeah. Not sure. That was a little bit of a faux pas, though. It's a shame. He could have got around that ball, I reckon. And
Next year on the water, Oscar Cronin, 52, 18 metres red.
anyway, that is all she wrote for Zach Coburn. Still pretty good skiing. Here I am moaning about him not being able to get around 6 ball, and that was his 4th pass. I'd be cheering if I got down my 4th pass. So we've got a final score, I believe, of 5.5 at 18 metres there. All right, Oscar Cronin. So that's consistent skiing though for Zach, because that's within 2 balls of where he was to start with. He's got his score on the board. Let's see if somebody opens the door and lets him in out of this next pack. Oscar Cronin, almost exactly the same actually, 1.5 at 16 metres. Didn't catch that start speed, but I think this one might be a little higher. That feels a little bit more like maybe 49 to me that he might have started at. He is walking down this pass okay, heading over to 5 ball. Oh, he's a little late there, but he's going to get around 6, no problems. So he's got through that opener. Let's listen to what that speed was from the boat. I'm feeling 49. Oh, it might have been 52 actually. I think it was. All right, that was a 52k start for him. And he's going to come straight back at 55k. So maybe Oscar is a little more up the totem pole there with regards. Maybe that score of 1.5 at 16 was maybe a little down for him. So he might be the one that is going to try and push his way onto the podium here and put a little bit of pressure on people. Oh, I've got a little shout out from my sister is watching, Michelle Jessup. Hello, Michelle, if you are watching, and the Jessup family down there. I know Michelle doesn't know too much about skiing or what we do, but you're about to see a little bit today if you want to watch. We're coming into the open skiers in a little while. They spray high, those girls, so stay tuned. Thanks for saying hi, Shell. Alrighty, we have got Oscar Cowan. This is coming back at 55k. Needs to get through it. He got through it in round 1. He got a score at 16. He's looking pretty good. Not bad. Got a little jerk out of 3 ball there, which woke him up a bit, but we all need a little slap in the face every now and again. He's down course at 5. He could be in a smidge of trouble. Oh, come on back. Yes, he's coming back. I think he got a little wake-up call towards the end of that pass. But like I said, we can do with a little slap in the face sometimes halfway down the pass to say, you can't just cruise, man. You've got to stay on your game. So let's have a little look at what happened. I think it might have went a little funny at 3 ball, actually. But he's certainly got through it, so he's still a player. Turned around 2 there okay in the replay. Yeah, got just a little hit out of 3 ball there, which upset the apple cart. Turn 4 okay, looked pretty good there. Maybe just didn't get out of... Oh, kind of looked half okay out of 5 ball, and then just ended up really narrow at 6 and only just squeaked around it and came home. But he did. He came home, so he is going to get his shot at 16 metres. And I'm pretty sure that is going to catapult him into the lead with 4 skiers left to go. Oscar Cronin, New South Wales, 16 metres. No one through it yet this morning. What have we got? Can he get through it? 1.5 so far, heading over towards 3 ball. He's turned 3, so he's increased his score. He's taken the lead. He's turned 4. I reckon he's going to get home if he can turn 5. Can he turn it? He's had a big turn. I think he's going to. Pulled all the way to 6, but he has run that pass, so he's up the ante. Oscar Cronin from New South Wales has upped the ante there, running the full 16-metre pass. So now is where we're going to have to start doing our calculations. Still 4 more skiers after Oscar, and they've all had a bit of a head start on him. So Oscar Cowan from ACT actually gets a full 6-ball head start on him. Oh dear, and Archie Dowding and also Campbell Sutton get 6 plus 3.5, I think. So they get 9.5 ball start on him. So maybe it was a little bit of a shame that Oscar didn't quite get a little further down the line. He probably was disappointed. You never know though. If he gets down the line here a little bit, he's going to claw some of those balls back. And all of these other kids have still got to do it. So this is where he can put some pressure on. This is 14 metres. This is the first 14 metres we have seen this morning from the under 14 boys. Oscar being our 5th seed. Yeah, and here he goes at 14. What can we do? Sometimes hard to get a start at 14. Not a bad looking start to me. Oh, he's double pulled into 2 balls, so that is going to be all she wrote. So got out of 1 ball okay, but then just didn't get it through the wakes and felt like he needed to give it another little tug. And generally when you see that, it increases your speed into the ball, makes it difficult to turn. Just didn't get as much as he needed out of there and just gave it another little nudge in order to get outside a 2 ball. That is still excellent skiing though. Current leader we have at the moment, Oscar Cronin from New South Wales with 2 at 14 metres.
Next skier on the water is Oscar Cowan, 5 18 metres red.
Next skier, Oscar Cowan, starting 5
Alrighty, next skier on the water we have got another Oscar. Oscar Cowan from the ACT. Now he did have a score in 14 metres in round 1, 1.5 at 14 metres. So he's a fair way down on Taj, but he's only 3.5 balls down on Archie and Campbell. So let's see how this one pans out. 1.5 at 14. Didn't hear that start speed once again, but just having a bit of a feel of the boat. Kind of feels 52-ish to me. It is a 18-metre line, I think I can see. Yes, heading down the course here, making that, a bit of trouble at 5 ball. Gave himself a bit of a wake-up call at 5 ball, but got away with it no problem, so he's still in the game. Let's see what that 6 for the 9-4, so that was a 55 start. So started out at maximum speed right off the bat, Oscar Cowan from ACT. So he's going to be coming back in at 16 metres straight away. So that 1.5 at 14 was the beginning of his 3rd pass in round 1. So you half feel like he might be able to get a little deeper at 14 and put a bit of pressure on. So he's going to be coming back 16 metres on this 2nd pass. 55k flat out for these guys. So I've got a feeling he's going to potentially make a play. I'm pretty sure he's going to swallow up Oscar Cronin pretty quickly here because he had a 6-ball start on him. I think he's already swallowed him up. Oh, no, it's 2. 2 at 16 will swallow up Oscar Cronin. And if he gets down this pass, he's well and truly in the lead. Alrighty, Oscar Cowan from the ACT. Here we go. What's he got for us on this second pass? 16 metres, 55k. He has turned 1 ball pretty nice out of 1 ball, waiting for 2. Over to 2, around 3, heading over to me at 4 ball here. Waiting for 4 ball, so it's really looking like a pretty standard affair for him out there. He's going to head to 6 and out those exit gates. Nicely skied for Oscar Cowan, so he has pushed himself into the definite lead there with 3 skiers to go. So now he's thinking, what do I need to do to put a bit of pressure on? So both Campbell and Archie have got a 3.5 ball head start on him. He's coming back at 14. I'm pretty sure he would be mad keen to run this thing, to run 14 metres. And being his 3rd pass, I'm sure he can. Unfortunately didn't in the opening round, and that's what sort of put him behind the 8 ball with regards to these other guys. But let's see what he's got in store. Let's see if he can put some pressure on. Oscar Cowan from ACT coming back. This is the under-14 boys final in the slalom division of the 2025 Malibu National Waterski titles here in Port Macquarie, New South Wales, Australia. We're going out live on the webcast wherever you are around the world. We're saying g'day, 46 of you. There's people out there. We're talking to people. We're not talking to ourselves anymore. We're talking to you guys. We've got Oscar turning 1 ball at 14. How's he going? Not too bad around 2. He's in it. He's deeper than he was first round. He's turned 3. He's still in the game. He's late at 4, but he's had a big turn at 4. Can he get around 5? He's a right. It could be trouble. He's turned tight. Can he get over to 6? I think he has from here. I think he has. I think he might have got home. All right. Putting some pressure on. He'll be excited about that. How good was that? Like, he had to work down this pass. He had to work. And he did. Let's have a little look at the replay here. Never looks as exciting on the replay as it kind of did live for mine. He was working hard. Like, I don't think he had the best 1 ball there, but he got away with it. A little bit of slack line out of 3 and held onto it. And he was late at 4, but he got a really good turn at 4 to get himself over at 5. But he had to work out of 5 because it's offside. He got down on it. He almost had to pull all the way to the ball, and then a whippy little turn at the end of 6 to bring him home. Alrighty, so we have got confirmation back from the boat. That's a completed pass. He is coming back at 13 metres. So, what does that mean? It means a whole bunch of things. We've got to do some calculations. Like I said, 3.5 balls he's giving over to Campbell and Archie. So, whatever his final score is here, we are going to sort of subtract 3.5 off it to set a new level for those guys to shoot for. Every ball here is going to count. Can he get a few down at 13? Let's see what he's got for us. He's turned 1. He's heading to 2. He's not mucking around. He's going to try and play this game as well. He's out at 2. Oh, just folded a little bit. That's going to probably be all she wrote. Can he get back to the wakes? It's important. Not sure whether he got back. Every little half a ball here is important as to whether he can push himself onto the podium. We've got to keep a tight eye. And remember, this stuff from up here is all unofficial. Not taking any responsibility because I don't count so well. But he has turned 1 ball. Be nice if I could have someone up here to concur with me, actually. He's turned 2 ball and he's heading over to 3. And I'm pretty sure he squeaked around it. Gus is doing a lovely job slow-moing that down for me to see whether he can. Oh, I'm not sure I could tell. Did he get around it or not? Nice little slow-mo there, Gus. Bit hard to see whether he squeaked around that. I can't see any red. I'm going to check in with the tower because It's kind of important stuff. Every ball matters here.
Here is Archie Dowding, start speed 52K, 16 metres orange.
Hello to Graham Adam, that's had a shout out on the live chat to us. Good to see you joining us. Andrew Holt, hey Coops. Cooper and I are on the way from Coles with hamburger buns for today. Good on you, Andrew. Oldie's out there getting stock for the canteen, but he's listening to us. Thanks very much for dropping in and saying g'day. All right, we're going to keep moving forward because it's all happening. So we've got Archie Dowding from Western Australia. There'll be a yellow bib out there who's heading into course. Once again, not sure of that start speed. Sounds 52-ish, I think. Doesn't sound 55-ish to me. I will confirm that at the end of the course because we're feverishly counting fingers and toes here now to make it happen. 1792, so that is a 52k start for him. So he has got through that 52 pass.
No confirming, Kira turning 55, 16 metres orange.
All right, he just had to confirm that back from the tower because every little ball counts. Oscar's final score, 2 at 13, was the final confirmed score, 2 at 13. So if we take 3.5 balls out of that, I'm pretty sure that puts us at 4.5. At 14 is sort of currently the lead score. If we subtract 3.5 balls off that. All right, so we have got Archie Dowding coming back. He's going to need to run this 55k pass. He started at 52. He is our third top seed. We need to get him through these first couple of passes onto the lead pass. Let's see how he goes. So he is around 2 ball over to 3. Looking pretty good at 3 ball, heading to 4. Making easy fare of it so far and headed over to 6 ball. Nice pass for Archie Dowding from Western Australia. So he scored 5 at 14
9-5, 6 to the 9-5.
in the opening round. So if he can get to 5 ball, you would half think he's going to get himself home at some stage of the game. And I'm pretty sure
First 6 balls for Archie, returning at 14.
he would love to get himself home this morning and guarantee himself a little bit of silverware at our presentation night on Monday night. All right, what do we got? Looks pretty good around 3 ball there, heading to 4. Maybe, oh, he dropped down a little bit there at 5 ball.
Confirming, Kira turning 14 metres yellow.
But no problems. Had a little moment for himself at 4 ball there. But got himself out of trouble and still in the game. And now we are going to be coming back at the 16 metre line. Definitely needs to get through this one as well. So we need Archie Dowding from Western Australia to get through this 16 metres. Let's see how we go. Alrighty, Archie Dowding, Western Australia, needs to get through this 16 metre pass if he wants to make a play. What's he got for us? He has turned 1 ball. Over to 2, in good shape towards 3. Looking like he's on track at this stage of the game. Don't put the mocker on him. He's nice out of 4 ball though. Surely he's going to get home. He's going to get home on this 16 metre pass. I'm glad you're here with us, Gary, because I just want someone to check my maths. It's a little bit like Apollo 13 where he says, can you just get someone to check the numbers for me?
Yeah, I don't know whether I'm the man to do that for you, Coops, but good morning, mate. Have a look at this yet again. What a competition. What a sight. What a group of people. It's been a mammoth effort, and this is just absolutely unbelievable conditions that this group of under 14 boys, the open women's and open men's, are going to run into today.
The weather gods have played for us. for sure. He was saying returning 13 metres green. Am I off the money here? I thought that was a 16-metre pass. Started at 52, came back 55. I thought that was 16, but I just heard from the boat returning green.
I did hear that.
Yes. And I wouldn't mind clarifying that. Has he opted? I don't know. Surely he hasn't opted. I can't imagine he would have opted. Or did he opt at the other end to 14? Definitely was a 52 start, as I heard the time of 17.92, which is 52k. Anyway, we're not 100% sure what's going on here, but if he can ski down this pass, does look kind of short. Oh, thank you. We're just hearing it was a 52.16 start, so he's run the 14-metre line, so he's on track here now. This is 13 metres, 2 at 13, so that catapults him into the lead. We're only just catching up. 3, that looks like 3 at 13 metres.
Yeah, Archie just didn't quite get the start on that pass that he would have liked and just ran a little bit late, really pushed hard and got his way back to the wake. So I think he'd be pretty happy with the 3 at 13 in the final round.
Alrighty, yes. Just didn't get to wind it up. So what I didn't realise that he started at 52.16. So at the other end, he didn't go to 55.18. He just went to 55.16. So the previous pass was 16. And I should have been G'ing up that 14 pass that he got through. So he got through that beautifully, came back at 13 metres. So he's well and truly snatched the lead. Archie Dowding from Western Australia now. He's a handful of balls clear from Oscar Cowan. But we have still got Campbell Sutton and Taj Reeves to go. Needed quite a bit to catch up to Taji. So 5.5, I think Taj has got on him now as a start.
Okay, we can hear the Malibu take off, heading round the turn, coming into course for Campbell's opener. Didn't quite catch what his opener was. It nearly looks like it might be top speed, Coops.
Yeah,
It's
maybe.
like-
You can sort of hear it from the boat a little bit.
Yeah,
And we
it's-
used to be able to see the line. That's 18, isn't it?
Yeah,
That
that's
looks
18. That's definitely an 18.
18 metres. And I suggest you're probably right. That's probably 55k, 18 metres. We're going to hear the time back from the boat in just a second. We'll know for sure. But the good thing about that is he's definitely got through that opening pass. And yes, he's confirmed that was a 55k opening pass, 55, 18 metres. All right, so these are our guys making the play for it. Archie Dowding's already made a play. And actually, I'm sure there now, he's definitely got his guaranteed hand on some silverware there, Archie Dowding, hasn't he? There's no one's going to swallow third place out of him, Gary.
No, I don't. I think he's got that secured up. But Campbell's coming back on the 16-metre line now, top speed, 55 k's. So he'll be looking to put a post on. I'm not sure what Campbell's PB is, but he can work his way down through these lines. He might just be able to put a bit of pressure on Taj sitting up there in the dock, top seed, of course.
Yeah, it's a good point. So from my calculations, I think currently Taj has a 5.5 ball head start on Archie. So that means he needs to get deep 14 in order to secure the win. We'll do some more calculations though.
Anything can happen in the final. Though.
Yeah, that's right.
Anything
You
can
never know what
You never
what
tick it
might
off
happen.
until it's ticked off.
Alrighty, so Campbell Sutton from New South Wales has made a nice start to this pass, heading over to 4 ball, looking in good shape. So this is going to be 16, 55, 16, and he's cruising it down the line there, making it look very good, that New South Welshman. Campbell Sutton, under 14 boys.
He looked very comfortable in that pass, never always in control. Line stayed nice and straight. Didn't panic at all, just worked his way through the pass. Very nice.
We may.
All right, Campbell's going to be coming back on the yellow line, the 14-metre line. Of course, a little bit different to ski this line. It always has been a bit of you've got to change the way you ski it. And when skiers are learning it, always a bit of a problem, just because you change from 16 to 14 to 13. So we'll see how he'll be looking to improve on his first round of 5 at 14. So let's see how he goes.
So he's tied up basically with Archie Dowding. So Campbell Sutton was the exact same score as Archie Dowding from Western Australia, and Archie has put down a 3 of 13 there, 3 at 13. So Campbell needs to get through this 14-metre pass. Didn't quite get through it round 1. He got 5, and we're going to will him through it on this second round here. Can he get through it? And it'll be interesting to see whether he can make a play. All right, he's turned 1 ball at 14 metres, looking pretty good. He was waiting for 2, turned around 2, not bad. Over to 3, heading to 4. He's in it. Well, he's in it. He was waiting at 4, so it's looking really good. I don't want to put the mocker on him. He's turned 5 and coming home, though, so he has run this 14-metre pass. Made it look pretty easy, so once again, probably a little disappointed didn't do it in the opening round because he made that one look pretty easy. So, in front of him, he currently has 3 at 13 as the lead score. That's excluding Taj, whatever Taj is going to get up to. But Archie Dowding skied 3 at 13 metres, and they were locked up. So can piece of 4 ball, and that's pushed himself into silver position, and the potential to put some pressure on Archie. On Taj. Put some pressure on Taj. We've got Troy Dennis out there saying g'day to us. Good on you, Troy. Love to chat to anyone in that live chat. We've got 53 viewers this morning, Gary.
It's out a bit early, mate.
53 people coming to join us this morning. I think they know that the finals of the Open are going to be early. We're only a couple of skiers away from getting into this Open division.
Yeah, why wouldn't you run it, have a look at it? And then
Yeah.
when the telecast is that good, you can get up in the morning, Sunday morning, Easter Sunday, of course.
That's right. There'll be people sitting on the lounge
There'll be
chewing
people-
on chocolate right now.
They'll be chewing on chocolate, having their coffee and watching skiing. What
Nice.
more would you want to do, apart from be out here, of course?
All right, this is an important pass here for Campbell Sutton. What has he got? Needs a piece of 4 ball to push himself into the lead. What's he going to do? Needs a 1. Oh, I've given him the mocker there. He's turned in hard at 1. That's what you kind of do. You've got to have a go. But that one just didn't work out for him. That is going to be half at 13 metres for Campbell.
Yeah, just came in a bit tight there. Really sort of dropped his shoulder in and cranked that 1 ball. Got a little bit patient, left the ski behind him, and of course he'll end up with probably a score at half, I'm thinking. But still great skiing. Got a few passes under the belt, and I'll tell you what, it's not all Targes. He's got to do some work to win this.
Yeah, that's right. That I'm pretty sure that confirms a bronze medal for Campbell Sutton in this under-14 boys, and it confirms a silver medal for Archie Dowding. That's as we stand. That's if Taj skis up to his level. So, but Taj has got to do it yet. Like Gary said, you've got to go out there and do it. Morning, Jamie. All right, so like I was saying before, because Taj has 6 plus 2.5, I'm pretty sure it's about halfway down 14.
Taj is going to start on this 55-16 metre line. Hasn't skied on the 18 metre line for quite some time now. Likes to use the boat. He'll be looking at just to come out, get a good settler under his belt, settle the nerves a bit so he can move into his pass.
Final skier in the under-14 boys in this 2025 Malibu National Titles. Taj Reeves on the water. Here's our top seed starting at 16 metres. What has he got for us this morning in this opening pass? Over to 3 ball. Looking good. Got that lovely style. Got a little bit of pump in his style as well, but it's just because he's waiting so long for those balls. Easy opener for Taj, 16 metres, looking sensational. I was saying this morning, Gary, I forget how young he is. Like, and this is his first year in the under-14 boys.
Yeah, absolutely. He's well on his way to being a junior young champion. This kid, he's only 13 years old.
Feel sorry for him. 13 years old.
That was a long time
Yeah,
ago.
imagine taking us.
That was a long time
Imagine
ago,
taking
Keith.
us back there.
I think there's laws about that.
and skiing into 12 metres already. And jumping. How far did he jump yesterday? Was it like the high 30s, wasn't it? Was
High
it 30,
30s.
37 or 38 or something? He was up there.
Fun fact, in Australia, Taj was the second ever sub-junior to get into Division 1. He was
Holy.
the second ever in Australia to get in Division 1.
That's in slalom or?
In
Yeah, in
slalom.
slalom. Yep.
Who do you reckon the first was?
I would say Lucas potentially. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Both
Yes.
of them did that at Isis Ski Gardens up at Bundaberg.
Nice. All right. So here we go. My calculations is halfway down this pass and Taj has got it locked up. But this is the 14-metre line. It's not necessarily an easy pass for anyone. Let's see how Taj Reeves from Queensland manages this pass. 14 metres, 55k. This is going to be for the win. He has turned one ball. He's turned two ball over to three. Turning, deep out of three. He gave himself a moment. He gave me a moment for sure out of three ball, but he's still with it. And he's turned five ball over to six. No problems there for Taji Reeves. I'm pretty sure that is your under 14 boys national 2025 champion in the slalom division. I kind of feel like he's going to take out a bunch of those awards. Might even
Okay.
give the overall a nudge, I'm pretty sure.
Just to call out, we're chasing all judges for the judges change. We'll be going straight into open women's slalom final. Could all judges please take your place? Yeah.
Returning 13 metres green.
Boat judge, Jamie Mitchell. Tower judge, Cara O'Connor. Tower judge 2, Sarah G. Finn has been replaced, I believe. Glenn D. Gate judge and scorer is Amy.
Alrighty, I think this under 14 boys has been locked up, but it's not over. We've still got Taj Reeves from Queensland on the water, and I'm pretty sure he would like to certainly ski past our second place getter in this second round just to stamp his authority on this event. So that was the 14-metre line. This is the 13-metre line. The current uncorrected lead is 3 at 13. What do we got here, Taj Reeves? He's turned one ball, a little bit of slack line, so it's not spectacular, but he's going to turn too tight. He's still in it for sure. He's around three ball, turned tight at three. I think he's in trouble, though. He's turned four. Yes. 3.5, though. 3.5, 13 metres for Taj Reeves. There is our under 14 boys slalom champion.
Yeah, look, nice skiing there. I think he might have a little bit of fatigue setting in. He normally runs that pass pretty quickly, and mate, it's still he's had a great competition, great round of skiing, and of course, a little bit more to come yet.
Alrighty, so pretty confident we've got Taj Reeves in the gold medal position. We have got Archie Dowding in the silver medal position and Campbell Sutton in the bronze medal position. Congratulations to all those under 14 boys for skiing up a storm this morning and for braving the cold conditions, those first up conditions this morning. All right, Gary, we're going open. Shall we go open? Shall we open up to the opens?
Yes, so next group of skiers will be the Radar Open Women's Slalom Final. Glenn Dowding, you're required for judging in this next round. Glenn Dowding. Gate judge, Glenn Dowding, if you can make yourself known.
I reckon we're in for a bit of a carbon copy of yesterday, Gary, as far as this weather goes. Just a little bit of mist around, or is that a bit of smoke? Is that a bit of smoke left over from last night somewhere, maybe?
Yeah, it could just be the moisture coming out of the ground. Of course, the water, when it's warmer than the air temperature, creates the mist on the water, which looks beautiful. And
Yeah,
it's
it does
great
look
great for photos. Not so good for the drives and skis, trying to come in at speed, sort of trying to pick up where the balls are. But it's certainly a Certainly a
We
sensational.
get that up at our
morning.
place, and when the cane is high, you can't see the lake, but you can see this blob of mist over the area where the lake is, that's rising off the lake because the water's a little bit warmer than the air temperature. It is kind of cool. Alrighty, 6 competitors. Open Women's Radar Slalom Final. Erica Hayes from New South Wales, who had a score of 1.5 at 14. I'm pretty sure she went in really early there, so she won't be necessarily happy with that. But like we keep saying, in the open divisions and the unders divisions, under 17s, under 21s, it's only a seeding round, so she's got her chance to put a big score out there. Then we have got Jada Sweeney with a score of 2 at 13 in her seeding round. From New South Wales, Courtney Williams had a score of 3.5 at 13 in her opening round. Ruby DeSalvo, 4 at 13. I know she was a little disappointed with that. She can do better than that. Lane Moroney, 3 at 12 metres. And Sadie Ferguson with 4 at 11 metres. How about now? Maybe a little more. Alrighty, just pumping up the volume a little bit. I can hear a little bit more there myself. Good morning, everybody. For anyone just arriving, just in time for these open slalom divisions. This is like the exciting part of this whole event. Actually, all day's exciting because we have got finals in every event, I think. So we're keeping an eye on the original scores. We're trying to call it in as it happens. Who is going to be the champions in each division in our 2025 Malibu National Waterski titles here at Port Macquarie in New South Wales, Australia, for all of our people out in the live stream land. How many live streamers have we got? 52 live streamers. We're watching the live chat, so say good day to us from wherever you are. I'd like to know where people are. Where's the furthest? Do we have a prize, like a D3 ski? Here's the way we play it. Can we hand out a D3 ski to the person who's the most furthest away from us?
We may have to check that one with Shane Coulter, but
if we give it to the person that's furthest away, they've got a long way to chase us down for the ski. So maybe that'll work for us. Let us know where you are and in live stream land. Joining us here in Australia for the Australian National Titles. This is our premium amateur tournament in Australia. The best water skiers from around Australia are coming here to play.
So this next event, of course, it is a final. There is the first round now means absolutely nothing. So it's go for broke on this one. The positions and where the guys are skiing are for seeding only. So for some of these guys going first off the dock, if they didn't quite get what they wanted to get, they can go out there and really throw a score down. It puts a lot of pressure down the line. So it's a bit of a different format. This is the international format, which happens in the Open Tour. So both the men's and women's will be a final.
Yeah, I think we saw, didn't we see Lucas do it? Was it Lake 38 or something like that where he did it, just made it in the final and then snatched it from the very first position?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, I think we've got
Coops.
Gary going to have a little chat to Taji over there.
Okay, here with Taj Reeves, mate, unofficial slalom champion for the 2025 Nationals. Mate, how did it feel out there?
Yeah, it felt really nice. I just didn't ski to my best today, but it's all right.
It's a big event. You've been going pretty hard and running around, and we've all been here for a long time. Do you think a little bit of fatigue has started to creep in?
Oh, maybe I was a bit tired, but that's no excuses.
I think you're being a bit hard on yourself, mate. So what events have you got to come now, bud?
Oh, just trick over at Mike's.
Right, and how are you looking for your trick? How do you reckon, how are you seeded for the next round?
Oh, I'm top seed, so yeah, going into the final, I'm feeling pretty good.
Awesome. Mate, is there anyone that you'd like to sort of thank or call out to, might be looking at home on the live feed?
Yeah, I'd like to thank D3 Skis New South Wales for the support, Wing Wetsuits for all the good jumpsuits, and Katie Watersports for the awesome trick skis. So, yeah.
Awesome. Look, mate, congratulations on your slalom. Super well done. I think you've got another year of under 14s, is that correct?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Nice. Well, mate, look, best of luck in your trick. Congratulations on a fantastic competition, and we'll look forward to sit back now and watch the Open Men's and Open Women's.
Yeah, thank you, Gary. Thank you.
Good on you, Taji and Gary. Well done, Taj. You're on fire, mate. All right, we've got Christy Tanner out in live stream land from Blighty, New South Wales. And she's written for Courtney. Good on you. Thanks for joining us. We've got a bunch of people joining us. Brett Cummings, who's a fan of Holly Lucy from Western Australia. Rochelle Cooper, good luck, Court. And Ogden Sutton, good luck, Campbell. Great result. We are so proud of you from all the family. Thanks very much for touching in with us, guys. All right, we are starting here. We are starting our Open Women's Slalom final, and we've got a skier on the water. It's going to be Erica Hayes from New South Wales. 55.16 is what I'm hearing back from the boat as her start speed. Beautiful glassy conditions. Pretty sure she didn't ski up to the standard she would like to ski to in round one. Doesn't matter, because this is just a final, and she's got through her opening pass, 16 metres, 55k. All right, what are we thinking, Gary?
Yeah, look, I think Erica would like to walk through this pass. I think she would have been a little bit disappointed. I'll back her to put a bit of pressure up the line. Yeah, look at these scores. You can just about throw a blanket over them, Coops. There's no reason why Erica can't push her way up near the top of this field.
Yeah, I agree. I'm sure she's had a lot more in the tank from the first one, for sure. A lot of support for Courtney Williams here. We've got Tracy Daly from Queensland out on the webcast saying good luck.
It's great to see Erica back on the water. Actually, she had a bit of a knee injury, put her out of the under 17 Worlds earlier this year. So it's great to see her back on the water and skiing well. Of course, a fantastic tricker.
Yeah, really solid tricker.
One of the best trickers in the country by far. Obviously has a lot of support from her parents, who spend a lot of time with her on the water.
All right, coming back 14 metres. This is our second skier in the Open Women's final here. This is the final. Went down early in this 14-metre pass in round one. I don't think she's going to do it today. She's heading over to 3-ball, looking in control. No problems at 14 metres. Heading to 5-ball, hoping she's going to turn that. She's a righty, but she's come home nice to 6. And that is a completed pass, 14 metres for Erica Hayes from New South Wales in this Open Women's division, this Radar Open Women's Slalom final.
It's just a little bit slow out of 3-ball there, Erica. I think she's probably wanting to wick that one up a little bit. But other than that, very in control pass. I don't think she was ever panicking or pushing to get around all 6 of them.
Alrighty, we've got Dallas Coburn coming from Dallas and Sandy. NQ or Nick. Oh, it's too hard to see, but good on you, Dallas, for saying g'day. Alrighty, first skier in this 6-strong field, Radar Open Women's Slalom Final. We've got Erica Hayes on the water. Skied 1.5.14 first round. Definitely a little under par because she has just run that pass now. She's going to be coming back at 13 metres, so we don't have to do any calculations here, Gary. Luckily for us, this is just a final. Every score counts for what it is. 13 metres. I think the winner of this division is going to need to get through 13 metres and potentially need to get through the next one as well. Let's see how Erica goes at 13 metres. She's made a turn at 1-ball, heading over to 2. A little later 2. I think she's going to need to work at 3, but she's still on it. She's turned 3. I think the handle got away from her though. Could just see that handle get pinched away from her at 3-ball through the sunlight sort of flaring off the water there.
and I could see that that is all she wrote. That's a score of 3 at 13 metres. Definitely nothing to be sneezed at, but I don't see that holding up in this women's final.
No, she got quite a good start then. I think her gates and one ball were pretty good. Just again a little bit slow out of 2. That just had a bit of a panic. And there's a bit of a bobble. We couldn't sort of see because of the spray, but yeah, probably just running a little bit late into 3 ball, which then sort of that was all she wrote.
Still definitely better skiing than round 1. So she's probably still a little disappointed with that, but it's still not a bad performance halfway down 13 metres.
Lovely kid, Erica. I believe she's starting to be a vet. I heard a whisper.
Wow. I've heard that's really difficult, actually. It's like it's almost more difficult than being a regular person doctor.
Yeah, she's a smart cookie. She's works hard. You see, wherever she goes, she's got the books with her, so she works hard at everything she does. Very committed. All right, next on the water, we'll have Jada Sweeney, of course, going out with a 2 at 13 in the first round. So, again, she'll be looking to take the lead here, I reckon. But she'll just be thinking, oh, okay, let's just get in the water, warm up, get my first pass underway, and just settle the nerves out of the system.
All right, just going back to that live chat, we've got Jason Maloney. And he is saying, let's go, Courtney, send it. Hayley Simpson, go, Courtney. This is definitely a few Courtney fans. Ian Bryant, come on, Western Australia. Well skied, Archie Dowding. All right, good on you, all you live streamers out there, paying attention. Mary just came in, looking forward to watching the finals. Go Vickies from Mary and Pete Smith. All right, Jada Sweeney from Victoria. Starting 55, 16K. That's probably going to be pretty standard fare through most of these girls. Although I think Sadie might start at 14, does she?
Yeah, I
Gary?
think Sadie will probably kick off at 14. Jade is a very experienced skier. She's been around skiing around Australia for quite some time. Made several national teams. So yeah, she's very strong at the moment. So done a lot of work on her physique and her body, and she'll be looking to go out there and really post a score today.
All right, here she goes. She's turned 2 ball, not in bad shape. Around 3, heading over to 4 ball. We're hoping this opening pass is just going to be standard fare for her, turning 5. Yep, she's heading home to 6 ball, no problems at all. That was a good-looking opening pass for Jada Sweeney from Victoria. So 16 metres down, thinking she can run 13 potentially if she's starting at 16.
Yeah, absolutely. She can certainly run a 13, but that was a beautiful opener. She had no problems there whatsoever. Nice and smooth. Didn't panic, just worked her way right into the pass. All right, we got one of the country's #1 drivers driving today, Johnny Weeks. He's going to bring Jada into course. Near that TXI, come up to speed and the 0 off clicks in. See the boat settle. Jada's just drifting out. Nice strong pull out, heading into the gates. Yeah, lovely 1 ball. I'll tell you what, she's got plenty of time. If that's the setup she was looking for, she got it. Drifts across into 3, through into 4. There doesn't seem to be any problems here. I don't want to put the mocker on it, but this is a really lovely pass from Jada. And early into 6. And she'll be pretty happy with that pass, Coops.
Yeah, she's got through that one pretty nicely as well. So that's 16 and 14 down. Current lead is 3 at 13. We definitely don't think that's going to fly for the long haul here. So she's going to be hoping to get through the next one as well. But I very often say that when you see someone run a pass smooth and easy and early, they've got the next one in them. It's when they start to make that pass look hard that the next one might be scratchy. So, like you said, I don't want to put the mocker on them, but I half feel that this next one might go down from Jada Sweeney from Victoria. So first round she got 2 at 13. That's got to be early in for her, I think. Just seeing how easy she run that pass.
Yeah, Jada will be looking to do the same thing again. So important in slalom skiing is to get your start. If you get your start, it buys the ticket to the pass. So she'll be looking to backside that right-hand ball as she's heading into it, that gate ball, and get wide and early for one. You get that wide and early one ball, it just sets you up.
All right, I can hear that boat coming. I can see Johnny Weeks behind the wheel. He is concentrating big time at trying to keep that thing up the middle. We got Jada Sweeney on the water here. This is 13-metre pass. She needs to get down this, I think, to make a play for this Open Women's title. Let's see how we go. She's got a 1 ball heading over towards 2, so she started this pass a little slow out of 2. I reckon she's going to need a solid 3. She could be in trouble. She's going to be late at 4. She is. She's going to need... She was late at 4. I was about to say I thought she was going to be able to come out of there and head to 5, and I was about to say she's going to need a massive 5, but she didn't just turn and wait. She had a go at that, so pretty sure that might have been an offside turn there where she's trying. So hook and go, and had a bunch of slack line and took that handle right away from her. That's going to be a score of 3.5 at 13 metres. So she does squeeze herself in a lead, though. That is 3.5 at 13 metres, 55k in this Open Women's Radar division.
Yeah, right. Jada certainly didn't die trying on that one. She was hanging on. Of course, the pull of the boat got her. She's a little bit late coming into 4. Once the pull of the boat gets you, it's really hard to pull out of it. But she wasn't going to die wondering. She hung on and had a bit of an out the front. You see that reflex ski that the reflex boot she's wearing is released, and that of course keeps the legs safe. You get a little bit of a hit when you hit the water, but at least you don't break anything, Coops. It's so important in the sport.
No need to tell me about that, Gary. I've definitely changed to reflex.
Of course, reflex being supplied by Wing, one of our sponsors here at the 2025 Waterski Nationals.
Still getting a bunch of people after Courtney. There's a lot of fans of Courtney Williams, and you guys are about to see Courtney Williams. Bruiser Cooper, 623. He's a Courtney fan. Yolande Savert, go Courtney. We got Brad Williams throwing his hat in the wind for a Queenslander as well. So he's going to be rooting for Ruby DeSalvo and Sadie Ferguson. Good on you guys for dropping in on the live chat. Good on you guys for joining us live out there. 75 viewers. Tell your friends, call somebody. Tell somebody who's a skier fan that they should be watching the Open Women's and Open Men's Slalom Final in Australia. The best skiers in Australia are on show here. And like we were saying yesterday, sometimes you've got to battle the conditions in these sorts of events because the weather gods do whatever they're going to do. They have been so good to us this particular event. So these skiers are showing us exactly what they've got.
Yeah, we've really been blessed for this one, and I'll tell you what, I can't wait for today to see get down the pointy end of this competition. Of course, with the women, we've got Lane Moroney and Sadie Ferguson last off the dock for this one, so they'll be sitting down there starting to think about what they're doing, getting warmed up.
All right, we got Courtney Williams on the water here now from New South Wales. A lot of fans out there watching. They're going to have heart in their throat right now. She's around 2 ball, over to 3, heading towards 4 ball. A little slow around 4 ball, but I don't think that's going to be a problem for her. She's going to get outside 6 and home. So that is a nice opening pass for Courtney Williams from New South Wales. Skied 3.5 at 13 in the first round. So there's a bunch of girls there that were sort of in the 14-13 bracket that I'm pretty sure were hoping to go a little bit deeper. And probably Courtney's one of them. Anyway, she's got through that opening pass, 16 metres, 55k. Fair enough. Just a correction. That was an 18-metre start for Courtney. 18 metres, 55k. So she's going to be coming back at 16 metres, 55k. Alrighty, we're just making sure everything's above board, and it is. We've got Courtney Williams coming back, second pass, 16-metre line, 55k. Current lead is 3.5 at 13 in this open women's slalom final, so she's got a couple of passes to get through before she can have a shot. I love it when they get to have the shot, so I love to get people through these preliminary passes. 16 metres really should be no problems for Courtney. Sure, come on, don't say that. She's around 2 ball. I thought she had a little squeal out of there, to tell you the truth, at 2 ball, but she's still in the game. She's going to turn 5 ball, and she's heading home for 6, so she got through it. I'm pretty sure she gave herself a moment there.
Yeah, just a little moment there, but didn't panic, just sort of skied away back into the pass, and you've got to be able to do that. You've got to be able to just slowly turn the dial. As long as you make it around the next one, you can always put a little bit of time back, but when you start to make massive adjustments, things can go wrong pretty quickly. But no, good skiing there from Courtney. Of course, these Malibu TXIs have a shore path system in them where the driver it's a path direction, so they can actually see exactly how straight they're going. So they have a deviation of less than 100 mil. So the pressure really is on the drivers because everyone can see it. Everyone knows what they're doing. So that's how good these drivers are.
Yeah, definitely keeping it all above board these days. That's the way it's got to be. In the best of the best competition, it's got to be fair, right down the middle and fair, and that's what all this modern tech sort of does for us. Controls the speed perfectly. The drivers are definitely monitored exactly where they are on the course, so it's all fair for everyone. Johnny Weeks knows better than anyone, I think, how that game pans out. He's definitely concentrating as he's driving this open women's division. We've got Courtney Williams on the water, New South Wales. She's coming back 14 metres. She's going to want this pass, the 14-metre yellow pass. Let's see how she goes. She's turned 1 ball nicely, so she's got a start on it. Around 2 in good shape, so looking like she's going to head down this thing over to 4 ball. She's turned 4 all right, just needs to get around 5 to bring herself home, and she is bringing herself home. Maybe had to do a little more work than she wanted to out of 5 ball, but that's okay. She was happy to make it home, so she's going to get her shot at the lead. So this next pass, the 13-metre line, is where the current lead is. Current score 3.5. She needs to get past 3.5. We're kind of feeling that's not going to stand up, though. She'd love to get through it and maybe punch her way down the next one even a little more if she's going to put some pressure on this podium.
Yeah, I think you're right, Coops. Just started to run a little bit late on that 14-metre pass. She'll need to turn the dial. Just turn the dial fractionally in this 13-metre pass. So, of course, you can use the boat more. The boat will be there for her. So as long as she's in that stack position, she'll get the whip off the boat and get the swing so she can reach out to the next buoy.
Conditions still beautiful. Not a breath of wind. Sun shining, no clouds in the sky. There's plenty of coffee at the canteen if anyone needs a little bit of coffee to get themselves started. Bacon and egg rolls will be on track, I'm sure. But we are in the Open Women's Slalom Final in the 2025 Malibu National Waterski Titles in Australia. Port Macquarie in New South Wales, and we have got Courtney Williams on the water from New South Wales. This is her chance to push her way into the lead. Let's see how she goes. 13-metre line, heading around 1 ball. Pretty good start at 1 ball, actually. She's turned 2, maybe a smidge narrow there, but she's heading for 3. She's going to turn 3, heading over to 4. She's still in it. I think she's late, though. She's turned 4, heading to 5. She's going to need a big 5. She would have needed a big 5, but just didn't want to stretch out and end up in a yard sale. But that is a solid score. She's pushed her way into the lead by another half a ball. They're creeping up by half a ball, Gary.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, she's working hard for that one. She's done well. She's beaten her first round score, even by half a ball. And again, you never know what's going to happen. Every skier's got to come out here. First round does not count. So it's right from the get-go. They've got to put the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, and we got a score of 4 at 13 metres, and we've only got 3 skiers left. So at this stage of the game, if somebody doesn't quite crack up to that particular score, then Courtney will end up with a little bit of silverware at our presentation night on Monday night. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. We have got Ruby DeSalvo from Queensland still to ski, Lane Moroney from Victoria, and our top seed, Sadie Ferguson from Queensland as well. Pretty sure Sadie is probably a clear favourite at this stage of the game, but you never say never.
Yeah,
as far as what can happen.
We've got Ruby on the water next. Now, Ruby did a 4 at 13. Now, I can tell you, Ruby is good for something in the 11-metre line, if not mid-11. So if she turns this on, she can really turn the dial on this competition.
Actually, I noticed in the opening round, Gary, because I was up here, she starts at 14 as well. So she is starting at 14 metres, just heard from the boat. So if you're starting at 14 metres, you're relatively confident that you might be able to get through the 12-metre line, I think. So we might see someone push the boundaries up here. We ski a little bit with Ruby DeSalvo. She's a great girl, and wishing her all the best here. This is 14 metres, 55k open women's slalom final. What's she got for us? She's turned 1 ball, heading over to 2 on her opener. Turned around 2, not too bad, heading to 3 in pretty good shape so far. So this pass is looking pretty good. Maybe a smidge down course, but I don't think it's going to be any trouble for her. She's a lefty out of 5 ball. No problems around 6. Pretty sure she might get a little nervous, Gary, so she's thinking about it out there. She's thinking about it, but she's got through that opener, which is a big gig.
Yeah, and again, that 14-metre line, you just don't get the swing off the boat, so it's not unusual for the skiers who ski quite down into those 12 and 11 that they sort of run a little bit late at 14 metres because the boat's just not there for them, but it will be on the next pass. So Ruby will be down there taking a bit of a breath, and she'll be looking to come back, and now she can really start to turn the dial and ski.
Just having a little bit of a look at the replay there, Gary. She looks nice. It's nice, solid position behind the boat.
Beautiful skier.
Out of 5 ball there, no problems over to 6. So she has pushed herself straight into the lead pass. So this is 13 metres, current lead 4 at 13 metres. If she can get a little piece of 5 ball here, then she's guaranteed herself some sort of silverware. But I'm sure, and you're sure as well, that she's going to want to get right through this pass. So we're hoping Ruby DeSalvo from Queensland is going to get through this 13-metre pass anyway. She's coming from the southern end of the lake. Beautiful conditions. Here she comes.
All right. She's nice and high on the boat for the pull-out. There's Rube. She'll be looking for a good gates and a good 1 ball. Yep, beautiful one. Nice and smooth. Swings out nice and high on the boat. I'll tell you what, she looks like she's in control. Rock back a little bit on 3 there, but nothing to worry about. She heads round 4, off over to 5. Yeah, she'll be, look at this, nice and easy. Early for 6, swings into the gates. You can mark that one in the books, Coops.
Alrighty, we've got our new leader in this Open Women's Radar division here. Ruby DeSalvo from Queensland with a full completed past 13 metres. So she's going to get a score of 12 no matter what happens. Still think we're a little under par yet for crowning a champion. She's going to need to potentially get through this next one if she wants to make a real play for the title.
Yeah, look, I've seen Ruby run plenty of 12, so if we can, this is a definite possibility for her. Of course, the rope gets cut by the metre, and it'll be a lot harder for her, but she's strong, she's fit, she's been training, so yeah, let's see how far she can get.
Yeah, I think she looked pretty strong as well. You know, we only see her every 6 months or year or whatever, and yeah, when I saw her a couple of days ago, I went, wow, she looks lean and strong. So she might have been giving this a little bit of thought and doing a little bit of training. But
I see the smile on her face as she comes through the gates. Of course, she knows Johnny Weeks, the driver, and he would have been looking up with a bit of a grin on his face, going, "Yep, good job, mate. Mark that one down."
Alrighty, so eyes to the water, everybody. This is the first open skier that is into the blue line, the 12-metre line, 35 off if you're joining us from the Americas. We have got Ruby DeSalvo from Queensland. Can she get through the 12-metre line? We would love to will her through the 12-metre line. Needs a start. How is it going to go? We know she can ski it. She is around 1 ball, but in the drink, straight up. And that's the nature of the beast, because you're really after that first ball. Like it's pivotal, like you were saying before, Gary. It's pivotal, and sometimes you throw caution to the wind and it doesn't work out.
Yeah, she didn't quite get the gates that Ruby would have liked on that one. Had to pull a little bit longer for one and really throw the ski in. The ski didn't have time to slow down. Of course, when that happens, you've got a really sharp turn quickly, so things can get out of control. Although, as they say, you're better off to have a go and you have a bit of a crash rather than not making it. She certainly had a go.
You don't want to die wondering in the Open final.
Don't die wondering.
That's
You
right.
can have a rest after today.
At the Australian titles, you got to give yourself a chance, and she gave herself a chance. Just didn't work out, unfortunately, for Ruby. Still a great score, though. She is still our current leader with half a 12, and she is still guaranteed, at the worst, a bronze medal in this Open Women's division. So she's done well, but we've got 2 more skiers to go, Elaine Moroney and Sadie Ferguson, who have got a bit up their sleeve. We're going to have something to say about that. Lane in the opening round scored 3 at 12, so that would certainly swallow that score up. And Sadie Ferguson, even a little bit further ahead, I think 5 or 6 balls, 7 balls ahead, 4 at 11 metres. No, those scores don't really matter, just shows you where they were in the first round.
Yeah, I'm sure Murray, the Ruby's partner, will be watching the live stream. I don't think he's here this weekend. I think it's just Ruby, so I'm sure Muzzer will be watching up there in Bundaberg.
I was a bit disappointed that we didn't get to see Muzz, because he's a good character and he loves to ski himself, so I'm pretty sure he would have liked to have had a run around.
Ruby's probably got him up there working, building the house.
Yeah,
I reckon that's what the go is.
That's right. All right, we can see Lane down on the start dock there. We've got a start speed of 55k 16 metre for Lane Moroney from Victoria, our next skier, our second last skier in this Open Women's division.
Elaine spends a fair bit of time at the Waterski Club on the lakes there with Wayne Bryant and co. Beautiful skier, has made several Australian teams and travelled the world a bit with skiing, so she's in pretty good form too, so it'll be interesting to see what Lane can bring down. Alrighty.
Lane Moroney from Victoria on the water, 16 metre opening pass. I'm hoping it's going to be standard fare for her. She's turned around 2 ball, heading over to 3 and looking in good shape. I remember from her first round, she looks really smooth. That was smooth around 4 ball and 5 ball. Very smooth, symmetrical skier. So no jerks, no hits, no sudden movements. And that was a beautiful opening pass for Lane Moroney from Victoria.
Yeah, I think Lane's stronger now than I've ever seen her. And you watch her position, it's actually Lucas Cornell like she does not, her hips do not drop back at all. She's got that nice tight line and that hips on the handle. So she's pulling from the center point of her body. Arms are nice and straight. So technically correct, which means she could really give this a rattle.
And she's a 3-event skier, I'm pretty sure. Is that right? I'm pretty sure I saw her jumping yesterday. Did they jump yesterday? Maybe not. Oh, it could be dreaming.
Yes, yeah, no, Lane's a 3-event skier.
Yep. The Open women jumped yesterday, didn't they? All the Open skied yesterday, so I did see her ski. So she's a player. You half assume Sadie's maybe favourite in overall, but I'm not sure. You know where we stand there?
Yeah, I think Sadie's probably leading at this stage. Of course, with the 3-event, it doesn't go matter what round you pick your score from. It comes from the best score for the competition. So
yep.
in the overall, Lane will be looking to improve on her score at 3 at 12, and that will improve her overall score as well. All right, we can see Johnny Weeks bring the Malibu TXI up to speed, and Lane coming into the course. Water's settling beautifully, no rollers at all. She's got a pretty good 1 ball, so she'll be pretty happy with that. Slides on down the course into 3 ball, no problems, waiting, plenty of time, just plenty of time. Again, nice tight line, swings across to 5, into 6. I'll tell you what, she's skiing, that's better than I've ever seen Lane ski. She'll be super happy with that.
All right, that is nice. Lovely and smooth, like I was saying before. She's a smooth skier. So she's got through those 2 opening passes, and she did get through this next 13 metre line in her opening round, so we're half hoping she can do that again, make a little bit of a play for the lead. The current lead half at 12 metres, and like I was saying before, when you run a pass nice and easy and smooth like that, it kind of means you've got the next one in you. Whether you're going to do it or not's another story, but it means that it's there for the taking potentially. And I'm pretty sure that she's got a solid chance at running this next pass and making a play for the lead in this open women's division. Alrighty, we are at the 2025 Malibu National Waterski Titles in Australia for all our live stream viewers, and we are watching the Open Women's Final, Slalom Final. Second last skier on the water, we've got Lane Moroney. She's got through her first two passes, 16-14. She needs this pass if she want to make a play for the lead. This is 13 metres, the green monster. What has she got for us? She's turned one ball pretty good, heading over towards two. Not bad out of two, so she's made a start on this pass. It's happening. Maybe a little down course at three. Definitely a little late at four. She's going to need a big four. She's going to need a huge five. Can she get it? I'm not sure she has. Maybe she has, man. Oh, yes. Nice. She was drifting down course there. Out of five from this angle, I'm going, oh, I'm not sure she's making it home. And she just got that left shoulder down and got herself over to six ball and run the pass.
Yeah, well, Lane's just shown that she can not only ski beautifully, she can scrap. She can scrap. And when things get a bit out of control, it's a great skill to have, to be able to really get in, throw that ski in and hang on. And she's shown she can do that. And she took a bit of a hit coming in through the gate, so hopefully she's okay. Looks like she's still got the handle up there, and as Johnny brings the TXI around. So, yeah, that's great skiing. It's a great ability to have. So she'll come back in 12-metre line.
I was thinking at five ball, I'm going, I'm not sure she's getting over there. And she just got the shoulder down, punched her way over, pulled the majority of the way to six ball, made it home. Nice skiing for Lane Moroney from Victoria. So, you know, she wants it.
Yeah, I was halfway through that pass. I was a bit worried. I thought, we're going to be in the drink here.
We all want it. Good on her. She's about to take it. I think she's only got to ski around one ball and back to the wakes, and she will be our new leader. But I have a feeling she's going to want to put a little bit of pressure on Sadie Ferguson here. How deep can she get down this 12-metre line to put some pressure on? Call us through there, Gary.
All right. Lane's got nice and high on the boat. She knows what she has to do now. She can see the one ball. Nice gates, big one ball, a little bit of rock back off the ski, hits that two. Oh, big turn off two and just pops the handle out. I reckon that'll be an unofficial score of 1.5. I think she might be a little bit disappointed with that. I think she had that start to get a little bit deeper than that, but it's a fine line, mate. You've cut that hard. The motor takes up, and it's a massive pull on the hands. But anyway, great skiing, Lane. Great skiing.
Alrighty, we have got a score of 1.5. We've got a new leader in our open women's division with one skier left to go. So it's sort of been playing out a little bit the way we sort of expected to a degree at this stage of the game. We have got, we got Ruby DeSalvo with a guaranteed bronze at least, Lane Moroney with a guaranteed silver at least, and we have got Sadie Ferguson left to ski in this open women's division.
See the Moroney support crew heading down to give Lane a bit of a hand out of the water.
That's probably around about where she is, I think. Is it? Does she get out of 12? She did have to scrap that 13 a little bit, and that's what we were sort of talking about before. Once you do start scrapping, then the next one's a tricky pass, and that's the way it sort of appeared, but it was great skiing. 16, 14, 13, and a couple of 12, 1.5 at 12 to put you in the current lead. All right, we've got Sadie Ferguson on the water now. All right, Sadie Ferguson, she's going to be starting at 14 metres, pretty sure, in that opening round. Let's see what she's got for us. She's around 2 ball over to 3. Does look like 14 there, Gary. I think around 4 ball. She kind of looks another level. I don't want to put the mocker on her, but Sadie kind of looks another level as far as how easily she passes, gets down that pass.
Yeah, Sadie's super strong. Been doing this for quite a while. Got that traditional double pump where she really throws the ski in to get it round quickly. And yeah, she's just in cruise mode at the moment, going through that pass, going, yep, I'm just going to test the water a bit, see how it feels. throw that D3 in so we know what it can do and when it can do it. So, but I think Sadie will be looking to really set a good score today.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if she can push the boundaries. Not sure what the record is for the Open Women's in Australia, but it'd be... I think there's been some girls in the past run 10.7, hasn't there? I'm pretty sure. Is it Karina Nolan's run 10.7?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I'd have to. I'm not 100% on that. I would have to
Yeah,
check.
I think it's pretty deep. It's definitely pretty deep. Quick shout out to Gay Moroney as well. Lane just skied. Gay's mum. It's her birthday today, so happy birthday to you, Gay.
Extra chocolates, mate.
Yeah,
Extra chocolates
that's right.
today.
Alrighty, we are on our final skier in this Open Women's division. We've got Sadie Ferguson from Queensland on the water. Score to beat is 1.5 at 12 metres. She's coming back now at the 13 metre line, so she's going to need to get through this one cleanly. Let's see what she's got for us. We are willing her through. She's turned 1 ball for sure, looking good. Pumped into 2 ball on time as well. She's looking good at this stage of the game, heading over to 4. She's just going to need to get over 5 and turn that. Never looked like it was in doubt at all. And around 6 ball, potentially the nicest looking 13 metre pass we've seen today.
Yeah, that's pretty good. She was never going to miss that one. Nice and strong. Just slowly turning the dial, getting ready for this 12 metre pass. She's got her eyes on the prize. I think you find her aim today. She'll want something in 10. There you go. I'm calling it. She'll want something in 10 metres.
I don't doubt that at all as well. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see some new ground here that we haven't seen yet in the women's divisions. She just looks focused and kind of on fire to me. Only needs to get all of 2 ball in order to take the lead, to take the win. And she'll know that, but I don't think that's going to faze her at all. I think she's going to ski down this pass.
Of course, Sadie originates from Roma out in Queensland. Currently skis up there with Rick and Emma at Waterski. She works up there also coaching. Wonderful coach, very good with the kids.
They had a lake out at Roma, didn't they?
Yes.
And didn't we've had heaps of rain, so is that lake full out there now and skiable?
Absolutely full. Yep, absolutely full. Unfortunately, they did get a fair few dry times where it will evaporate quite quickly, especially through summer. But currently, with the amount of water running through Queensland, it's chockers.
All right, we got Sadie Ferguson, our last skier in the Open Women's division, coming in for a 12 metre pass. She needs to get all of 2 ball in order to take the win. She's got 1 ball. She's heading to 2. I think she's going to take it. There's the win, but she's going to keep skiing down this pass. Over to 3 ball, around 4 ball, and I'm thinking she's going to get home on this 12 metre pass. She's turned 5, heading for home. Sadie Ferguson, there is your Open Women champion. A little fist throw for her. She's excited. Pressure's off now, totally off, so she gets to drop into the water and have a little moment to go, I've done it, I've won the Open Championship. Let's see if we can run this 11 metre pass as a bit of a bonus on the way back. Reckon she's got it in her, Gary?
Oh, look, mate, I think she's going to have a great big go at this one. This is the one she once had a chat to her yesterday, and she was pretty pumped to give it a good crack. Of course, I'm sure Rick and Louie will be, her mum and dad will be watching this out at Roma. Would be sitting there with a couple of tea stregs in front of them, chowing down on a bit of chocolate and watching the skiing. So shout out, guys. Hope you're all doing well.
Have you seen any chocolate yet this morning, Gary? I haven't seen any chocolate as yet.
I sort of turned around and then the kids were putting chocolates out for the adults. Isn't that the way it works?
Yeah, that's
Once they get to
right.
a certain age?
The tables should be turned. I reckon we're right at that point in time where the kids should be giving us chocolate on Easter Sunday morning in Australia.
All right. Here, Johnny Power up that TXI 25. He's got it up for speed pretty quickly too. So the boat's just settling as it comes into the pre-gates. Sadie's nice and high on the boat. She'll be looking for a good start on this. Oh, I'll tell you what, she's got the start. That's a great 1 ball. Heads across to 2, snaps 2. Pushes on to 3, big 3. Here we go. Come on, Sadie, push it. Then to 4. There's here, her leg hit the ball. Come on, Sadie. There we go. Number 5. Here we go. Pulls long to 6. That is 6 done and dusted. She's going to come back on the 10.75 metre line.
Nice job, Gary. We were thinking it, weren't we? We were thinking she might have had it in her, and she had it in her all right. That's the 11 metre pass. First one we've seen this whole event, I'm pretty sure, for the women's divisions. So we got some new territory here. A little bit of 10-7 action. So clear winner.
Just watching
Sadie
the replay,
Ferguson.
she pulled a little bit long on into one. She probably didn't need to do that because she'd end up super wide and early but fast. But she's so strong, she can handle the speed. Really use that double pump and bang that ski round and then through that back shoulder back. So she had a nice load position and she'd get cracking. And then just once she got into the rhythm, that was it. She was never going to let go of that rope.
Sometimes I feel like they're flying into the ball. I wonder how they turn that ski at that speed and whether that's a big part of being able to manage that. She's
throws the
fist.
fist even before she was through the gate. She knew.
Yeah, she's happy. All right, what do we got at 10-7? I'm pretty sure I saw a bio from her that said 3 at 10-7 was PB territory for her. So can she push her PB?
3 at 10-7
3 at
is her
10-7.
PB.
What Sadie Ferguson from Queensland got for us? 10-7. 55K. Can she get a start? She's got a little start on this and not going to get around 2 ball. I don't think that's a score of 1. So she's happy with that. That's all she wrote. There's your champion.
Yeah, great skiing, Sadie. Great to watch. Perfect conditions. Boat's going good. Drivers are spot on. Couldn't wish for anything better than this.
Alrighty, official score 1 at 10.75 for Sadie Ferguson, Queensland. How much fun is that? Love a little bit of competition happening.
Don't want it to end, mate. We just want to keep going.
Pretty sure she might head in for a bit of tunnel action here, I reckon.
Come on,
bit of
Sadie,
tunnel
come
of
in
love.
here.
Maybe
Look
you
how
can,
short that line is.
you might be able to sneak down there and have a word, Gary, potentially. If you can drag
We'll see if we can grab Sadie
Yeah.
for a bit of a chat.
drag her back in this direction a little bit. All right, we are still at the 2025 Malibu National Waterski Titles. New South Wales, Australia, Port Macquarie. Good to see all you guys out there with us in live stream land, joining us for our premium amateur tournament in Australia, our national titles. Everyone tends to have some national titles around the world. This is our weekend where we're having our national titles. Weather gods have just been so good to us as far as how this event's panning out. Beautiful sight, beautiful conditions. Everyone's getting their shot, and that's why we're seeing some solid scores. And don't go away because we are heading into the men's. So if you want to watch a little bit of men's slalom skiing, we have got a 14-strong field here in our final. Starting out with Lockie Butland from New South Wales, Trent Nelson Cranfield. I know he went in early, so he'll be our second skier off the dock at ACT. We have got Alexi Werner from Victoria, Jacob Saddington from Victoria, Joel Wing from Queensland, Callan Ashcroft from New South Wales, Joel O'Toole from New South Wales, Jack Christie from Victoria, Corey Saddington from Victoria also, Archie Davis from ACT, Patrick Crisp from Victoria, and then our 3 top-ranked skiers. And in third, we've got Nicholas Adams from Victoria, who had a score of 4.5, 10.7. Joel Halley from Queensland, who had a score of 1.5 at 10.25. And our top seed from Queensland, Lucas Cornell, with a score of 2 at 10.25. And we all know those scores don't particularly matter because this is a final. So whatever those guys can ski in the final is is how this thing's going to pan out. But it's exciting stuff because we love our slalom skiing. Radar is sponsoring this open men's division, so thanks very much for Radar. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a few Radars swerving down that course in this division amongst a bunch of other skis. But thanks very much to Radar for sponsoring our open men's and open women's. I must admit I'm a bit partial to a Radar myself, to a Vapor Pro. So if you feel like you've got a spare one, Radar, feel free to send it my way up in Ski North in far north Queensland. All right, I think we're going to have a little chat to our newly crowned slalom champion, Sadie Ferguson. We've got Gary down there with her. Over to you guys.
Okay, I'm here with the 2025 Open Women's National Champion, Sadie Ferguson. Mate, stunning conditions. How was that?
It was bloody awesome out there. Just super stoked to have taken the win today. But yeah, no, it was awesome out there. Stoney's put on a great event, and I'm pretty excited to go out there for trick next.
When you're working your way through the passes, we sort of noticed that you really worked your way into it. And when you went through into your 12, you were so comfortable and wide and early. Did you get that? Did you feel that confidence coming into that 11-metre pass?
Definitely didn't get a great start at my 11, so I was a little incompetent coming into 2-ball. But I'm a fighter out there, and that's what I did.
Of course, it's a great talent to have to be able to scrap when things aren't going quite well, and you certainly did that. So you had a PB of 10.7. You didn't quite get the start at 10.7 that you're looking for?
No, I definitely pulled up a bit short with speed on my gate glide, but hopefully we'll run it again in the future.
Oh, I think that's just round the corner. Is there anyone who you'd like to give a shout out to, mate?
All my sponsors, D3, Waterski Resort, and the rest of them, my family, friends. Appreciate you all. Wouldn't be here without any of you.
Excellent. Look, congratulations again, Sadie. Well done. Super event. Can't wait to see you in your next round of trick.
Thank you.
All right, good job, Gary. Congratulations again to Sadie Ferguson from Queensland, who is our Open Women's Slalom Champion for 2025. She's excited about that. How much fun is that, Gary?
It's so good, and we've got the men's to come. So, yeah, we're just settling in, mate. Just warming up.
That's right. Just went through that little start list there. 14 skiers, all starting from scratch again. They've all got a shot at the title. South Wales with 1.5 at 12. All of our open skiers are bare minimum into 12 metres. So it's a solid field we've got there. Lights out and away we go. We got Lockie Butland on the water from New South Wales. First round, a score of 1.5 at 12 metres. Not sure, didn't hear the start speed. Half thinking it might be 16 metres. Looks like it is. I can see a bit of orange on that line there. So we've got a 16 metre 58k start for Lockie Butland. And he's making it look pretty reasonable, heading around 5 ball over to 6. And he's going to get home on our opener in this open men's division. Alrighty, nice steady start there. Looked pretty easy peasy for Lockie. He obviously skied through a bunch of passes in round 1. Not sure where his PB territory is, whether he gets through 12 on his day. Probably most of these guys do, because open rating is 4 at 12, isn't it, in order to be able to ski in the open division. So we half think that all of these skiers can potentially get through 12. But he has started out at 16 metres, Gary.
Yeah, Lockie's he's just growing a bit stronger, and he's certainly been committed to his skiing course. Plays a bit of footy in the off season, so yeah, he can definitely work his way through a 12. It's probably not every 12, but he's certainly not far off.
So we've got a bunch of footy players potentially in there as well, do we? I know your kids play. Do they both play footy, or is it just Bryce? Bryce and Billy play footy.
Billy's a referee. He does quite well of it. He referees rugby league.
Yep.
Bryce took last year off with rugby league because he concentrated on the World Under-17s. Did a lot of training, and a big shout out to the Appleton family. He was basically living there for 3 months, coming into the Under-17 World title. So, but yeah, I think he'll probably go back to it at the end of this season.
All right, we've got Lockie Butland getting down his second pass. This is 14 metres. He's turning 5 ball. Outside of 6 ball, and he is home. So that was a nice easy pass for him, which we're kind of thinking should be standard fare. 16-14, and hopefully potentially 13 metres as well for Lockie from New South Wales. He is our opening skier in this Radar Opens men's slalom final in the Malibu National Waterski titles in Australia. So making a nice, comfortable, steady start. Just watching him through there in that replay. Looking good down this 14-metre pass. Nice and even. Nice and stacked behind the boat there. Punching through those wakes nicely into the clear. Looking good on that opening pass. Alrighty, so what do we think? Don't want to go straight to the pointy end. I'm just starting to look through some of the numbers. There's definitely some deep 11 that could potentially push through further than they were to upset the apple cart. Fairly clearish at the pointy end, but I think there's a few players in there that could give it a nudge though, so anything's possible.
Easter Bunny's delivering, mate.
All right, we have got Lockie Butland on the water. This is going to be 13 metres. He's going to need to get through this if he wants to post a reasonable score. He's turning 2 ball pretty well, heading over to 3. Pretty sure he's going to get around 4 ball. He might be a little bit down course, but not too bad. Out of 5, we can see out of 5, just a little wheelie before he got back down on it. But definitely not a real issue. I don't think he was ever in doubt. I think he had to work a little bit there, but he was never in doubt on that pass anywhere that I could see. So he is into the 12-metre line. First skier on the water, and we're already into the blue. Let's have a little bit of a look at that replay there. Looking nice down this pass. Not too bad. Maybe a little drop of the shoulder out of 3 ball there, but that didn't affect him at all. He whipped those hips up forward. Nice out of 4. Probably a smidge down course at 5 ball, but never in doubt. No problems at all for Lockie Butland from New South Wales.
Of course, Lockie trains behind one of the Malibu TXIs, so be very familiar with the wake and what the boat's doing and performing. So he'll be lapping it up down there, be having a great time now. Looking forward, he can throw everything at this pass. He's got nothing to lose, so he'll throw it at it and see what we end up with. All right. You can hear the TXI come up to speed. Like he's nice and high on the boat, this 12-metre pass. Hits those gates as hard as he can. Nice one ball, a little wheelie off one, but that's not too bad. Good for two, a little bit slow off the end of two, into three. Oh, he's going to have to pull it. Oh, just couldn't control that speed coming into three ball. Sort of rocked back and the pull of the boat got him. He's going to be a little bit disappointed with that, but still got a few passes under your belt, mate, so not bad skiing.
Alrighty, so we have got an opening score of 2.5 at 12 metres for Lockie Butland from New South Wales. Not a bad start, really. Probably about in his ballpark by the looks of things. Not a bad start. And then just running a little late and trying to do a little bit too much at 3-ball. And that is all she wrote. So we've got 357 Custom watching from Bonnie Ski Park. So we've got some people from Western Australia, Bonnie Ski Park, watching. Hello to you guys out there. Jamie Lee Bauer is watching from across the lake. Good on you, Jamie, on the other side of the lake. That's the way to do it. You're not going to win our D3 slalom ski, I'm afraid.
No, it's too close.
This stage of the game, Western Australia's got it. I need to see someone from another country come here. Surely we've got 83 viewers at the moment, so we've got a few people tuning in to watch our open men's slalom division here.
What time would it be over in WA? Is it 2 hours behind?
It'll be earlier over there. So
early in the
what time is it here now? Where are we? 8:47. So I'm assuming it'll be 6:47. Will it be over there? So there's a few people just getting out of bed. Is it 2 hours?
I think it's 2 hours.
I thought it was 2. All right, next skier on the water, we have got Trent Nelson Cranfield. Now, I think Trent's skiing a little bit out of order because he was our 3rd seed in the first round, and he's pushed his way all the way back to the second last seed. But we know he can get through some passes, so this is his little chance to maybe stamp some authority on this whole pack, to put a little bit of pressure on everyone. Anyway, skied that opening pass, and I'm pretty sure that would have been 13 metres. He's a 13-metre starter, so...
Yeah, he just made a little mistake in his first round. Came in at 12, just came in a bit hot, got a little bit out of control. Yeah, look, Trent's definitely a lot better skier than a 1.5 at 12. He's good for some short line skiing. He's been skiing pretty well from all reports. So yeah, I think he'll have a few passes in him, Coops.
Pretty sure I can see that green line just poking out of the shock tube there. So that is definitely a 13-metre start for him. So he is going to push himself straight onto the lead pass on his second pass. So current leader, we've got Lockie Butland with 2.5 at 12 metres. And we've got Trent Nelson Cranfield from the ACT is about to come back in on that 12-metre pass. Didn't get through it in round 1, and we were all a little bit shocked with that. And I've got half a feeling that he might be able to get through it in this final round where it counts. So Trent Nelson Cranfield from ACT, he's heading around the island there. That is shortened up to 12 metres, that line. What has he got for us? So we've got Shane Coulter behind the wheel there, our head driver. He drove these lads yesterday in the first round. All right, Trent Nelson Cranfield, 12 metres. What do we got? So he has turned 1 ball pretty nice. He's got to start on this pass. He was waiting for 2, so looking pretty good. He's waiting for 3 this time. That regulation double pump that he's got in his style is looking good so far, and he's around 5 ball over to 6. No problems this time. He's through the 12-metre pass this time, so we're going to get into some new territory here, Gary.
Yeah, that's a lot better pass. He would have been disappointed with that first round. He looks a lot more comfortable and very strong. He's not. He's going to give this one a bit of a push, I think.
All righty, having a look at the replay there. On that 135 side, he likes to put that arm right up in the air. You can sort of see Trent's style You could pick Trent if you were just seeing a silhouette of it. But I heard stories like he has come up and skied up our way a couple of times over the last couple of years, and I'm sure up there he was pushing into 10.2. So that's what he was doing then. I'm not sure how much training he's been doing. I know he's pretty busy with his business.
He looks fit. Looks strong.
Not sure how much of an opportunity. He skis here. Does he ski here most of the time? Wasn't Sydney Waterski Club running, and there's a river out the back somewhere south of Sydney where they were getting an opportunity to ski, and I'm pretty sure he talked about skiing there. I don't know whether he skis at Manly Dam with that crew, because I know he skis with a few of those boys, but mostly up here. Marky's saying Floyd is the Sydney one. Anyway, coming back 11 metres. This is the first 11 metres.
Okay, here we go. Trent's hit the gates. He's nice. One ball, nice and patient. Heads across to 2. Locks and loads. Heads on to 3. He's got that 3. You hear that ball head off his shin. He's in control of this. He's just got locked and load into 5 ball. Doesn't have to do anything. That's a beautiful 11-metre pass. I'm going to put that one in the books.
Nice pass. So we're getting in some new ground right off the bat. He'll be excited about that. Maybe it was a plan. Maybe it was his plan to go in a little early.
You go off early,
yes.
You set a high score, and all of a sudden, down on the dot, the guys start feeling this bit of pressure because they can see what they need to do. So especially if it goes past a PB of someone, they're going, oh, gee, I've got to ski a PB to even get on the board here,
Imagine if he runs the next one. Imagine if he runs this 10.7. He's got it in him for sure. So
absolutely.
Every ball, every quarter ball really counts when it gets to the pointy end of this open men's division. You'll see him scrambling. You'll see him S-turning and scrambling for balls because every ball counts. We quite often in the last few years have ended up in run-off situations because at the pointy end, it's close. And we've got a feeling that Trent Nelson-Cranfield from the ACT is going to try and throw his hat in the ring. If we end up having a run-off, he'll be well and truly cooled down by that time.
Yeah, that's correct. That's probably a little bit of negative, but he won't be thinking about that right now. He'll be thinking about getting through this course. Of course, 11.5 metres from the centre of the boat to the ball. The line there is now 10.75. So he hits those gates well. Nice one ball. A little bit of a wheelie. Still early enough for 2. Oh. Big 2 ball. The ski gripped and rode. He's gone. He's on this pass. Here we go. In through round 3, number 4. Heading across to 5. He's gone. He was in the pass. He just skipped and blew the fin a little bit as he come off 5 ball, but there's nothing wrong with that.
Love to watch the replay here. I thought he was out at 2 ball. Turned so tight at 2 ball, just held onto it. Let's watch it. Thought he was going to get home, just blew the tail at 5 ball. A little bit too much to do. Watch this too. Yeah, Gus is slowing it down there for us. I thought it was going to rip it out of his hands, but he just held on tight through the spray and then back on track to turn 3 ball. So he's turning 3 ball. A little bit of slack line as you would expect after that 2 ball. How far down course is he at 4? He's not in crazy shape. He sort of dumped it in again there at 4 ball. And I thought he really was going to get home, but he just pumped on it a little too hard. That tail released right there. And once the tail lets go on you, it's all over Red Rover. But great ski and a great score, 4.5 at 10.7 for Trent Nelson-Cranfield from the ACT.
Yeah, that's a fantastic score. Yeah, of course, as you say, once the fin comes out of the water, you lose all control and you go and swimming pretty quickly. So I think, look, being a slalom skier, get that far down, 10.7, he'd be a little bit disappointed with that because all slalom skiers want to run that line length. But even so, that's some great skiing.
That's true. It's probably almost what could have been. A lot of slalom skiers live with that. What could have been if only I had, but sensational to get to that point. All right, next skier in the water, we have got Alexia Werner from Victoria, and we just heard back from the boat. This is going to be a 16-metre line, 16-metre opener at 58k, and we're going to make sure all our open skiers go out at 58k. Yesterday had a little smidge of confusion with Joel Wing there going out at 55. Anyway, we've got that sorted out for today. This is 58k 16. Alexia Werner from Victoria skied 2 at 12 metres in the first round, and he's going around 2 ball in pretty good shape. Over to 3, heading towards 4 ball. making it almost look slow motion. I suppose we've just been watching 10.75, so this 16-metre pass looks pretty slow, but he's making it look slow, and that means he's skiing well, you know.
Big, tall skier, Alexi. He skis quite nicely. Of course, having that little bit of extra height and a bit of extra reach, so when you get into the shorter lines, it's certainly an advantage, although when you get a little bit out of sorts, of course, with the leverage the boat has over you, it can be a bit of a disadvantage. So it's just one of those things. We'll see how far Alexi can get down in these cut passes.
Alexi had a score 2 at 12 in the first round. So he's going to be looking to improve on that. I think throwing Trent into the pack so early is going to rattle a few cages. So we're going to need to get through 11 metres really to make any sort of play on things. But you never know. These next bunch of skiers, where they're potentially up to. Anyway, Alexi's coming back 14-metre line, 58k from the southern end there. Conditions looking beautiful. The sun is shining, not a breath of wind at this stage of the game.
All right, here comes Alexi. Nice, slow one ball. Brought the ski round beautifully. Does a little bit of a shoulder drop on his 2 ball just to help bring it round. A little bit again on the 4 ball as well. Just on that side, fully in control. Slides across onto 6. Yeah, we'll mark that one in the books, Coops.
He looks tall on the water there. He must be tall. Is he a big 6?
Have to be 6'6", at least.
6'4" plus skier, which definitely doesn't hurt your cause when you're out there for sure. It's not a disadvantage, we know that for sure. He just looks big on the water, and he looks slow. And I am being I'm being complimentary to him when I say he looks slow, because the slower that people can make it look, the better they're doing. Just cruising down that pass, using that big frame, nice and even at the ball line, nice and solid at the wakes, letting the swing of the boat send him out there. All right, nice 14-metre pass. He's going to be coming back at 13 metres.
Yeah, Alexi will be sitting down in the water down there, just enjoying the conditions, looking around, taking a breath. Can hear the 0 off click on the boat. So Shane will be popping her into gear as he's going to bring it into course.
I think we've just dropped ourselves into triple figures on the live stream, so thanks very much everybody out in live stream land for coming to join us here at the 2025 Malibu National Waterski Titles. Happy to have you along. Excellent conditions. We're in our open men's slalom final here. It's all starting to happen. We've got a big score on the board by Trent Nelson Cranfield, but we've got Alexi Werner who's going to chase it down, coming back in 13 metres. All right, so he's around 2 ball pretty comfortably, over to 3, heading towards 4 ball. Oh, he's a little late and narrow there, but he's had a biggish for it. Grabbed him though. He's in trouble. Oh, he was in trouble. I could sort of see that panning out. I thought maybe he was going to get it back. Needed a bigger 4 ball than he got, and that's going to be all she wrote for him.
Yeah, just didn't quite create the angle off that 4 ball, and once the pull of the boat got him, he was going to be in a bit of trouble. Once you get out of shape, it's so hard to get your body position back into shape. You've got to have an extremely strong core to do that. He'll be a little bit disappointed with that, but look in the conditions. He's out here at the 2025 Australian Waterski National, so he'll be having fun.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. Look at him jumping the wake there. He is having fun. Who wouldn't have fun if you're in the open divisions? Like, all of these guys are sensational skiers. Look how short that line is there, 13-metre line. It's not an easy game to play. Alrighty, current leader, Trent Nelson Cranfield, 4.5 at 10.75. So, who's going to make a play on that? Is it going to be Jacob Saddington from Victoria? I heard stories that he is skiing sensational, so he didn't quite sneak out of 12 metres in that opening round, but
so Jacob's one of the young guns of the open men's. He was skied in the under 17 Worlds team. Went to Canada, Alberta, Canada last year. A place called Predator Bay. Beautiful place. Double ski lakes in amongst the mountains in Canada. Skied extremely well in all 3 events. Of course, that team and the under 17s, they took out silver overall, which is one of the best results. And big shout out to Brucey Coburn because he coached that team. They did a wonderful job, and Jacob was a part of that team.
That is good. So it was under 17s, under 17s.
Under 17s. So he's just clicked into opens now.
So that bodes well for us as far as a country goes, younger skiers, and we're coming second in the world.
Absolutely.
And who won
second to America. We came second by 4 points. I think it was very close.
Wow. And I thought Canada was pretty strong. They were in there as well, maybe, or
Canada, Italy. There was 21 countries, I believe there were.
All right, so we got Jacob Saddington from Victoria on the water for his opening pass. Looks like 16 metres to me. It's going to be 58k for sure. He's turned 3 ball and looking in pretty good shape, heading over to 4. Looks fairly standard fare around 4 ball and around 5, and there's going to be no mistakes in that opening pass for Jacob Saddington from Victoria. So he's underway. He's going to get to drop in the water, settle down, take stock down there, and have a bit of a think how he's going to play this game out. Going to need to ski the next couple of passes to cause some trouble.
Yeah, just looked a little bit late there, but again, that's not unusual for these men's open skiers when they start on a little bit longer line. They know they can dial it up if they need to, but the boat's not quite there for them to use and get that swing off the boat, but that'll certainly be rectified as Jacob works his way down the line.
All right, so we've got Shane Coulter. Seeing some little images of Shane Coulter, our head driver here.
Okay, Jacob's going to be returning on the 14-metre line. See Shane just bring the TXI into the course. He lines her up, so she's good to go, and you hear the boat settle out, so it's getting up to speed nice and early. Yeah, good 1 ball from Jacob. Nice and early in for 2. Yeah, definitely getting a better use off the boat at this line length. As it starts to get that swing and that pull, he's a strong young lad. He knows what he's doing. Heads across to 6, and I think we can mark that one in, Coops. That's a really nice pass from Jacob.
Yeah, it did look really nice, didn't it? So he's well in control. Only a young lad by the sounds of it, 18 years old, so he's got a big future ahead of him. Do you know where he skis? Well, he skis down Victoria somewhere, so... Sorry to throw you under the bus there, but I don't know where he skis down there.
I believe he's part of the Geelong Ski Club.
Fair enough. So he's got good opportunity to spend a bit more time training because the young guns that are coming through in this open division, they're kind of the future. I'm just expecting to maybe see a bit more of him as time goes by. Maybe not at the pointy end right now in the open division, but a couple more years under his sleeves, and I'm thinking maybe he will be.
Yeah, so it does come up to Queensland a bit sometimes in the cooler months of the year. Of course, it gets too cold to ski down in Victoria. Sort of from about here on, actually, when the temperature really starts to drop. Some of the keen guys will give it a bit of a crack, but it's hard to get quality skiing in, so they tend to head up to Queensland or even up to Darwin or across to
They need to come up to Ski North. That's where they need to come in Babinda. Ski North Babinda up in Cairns. Come and visit us up there. Anyone around here who wants to come and visit us up at Ski North Babinda, fly into Cairns. There's plenty of stuff to do up there. You've got the Great Barrier Reef, we've got rainforest, we've got all sorts of touristy stuff. And throw your slalom ski in the kit, or your trick for that matter, and come and have a ski at our joint while you're there. Do some exercise.
I think Jacob's dad, Mark Sadigan, he'd move there. He'd just stick the caravan on and he'd never go back. He loves the place.
All right, so we got Jacob on the water. He's coming through this 13-metre line. He's going to need this 13-metre line. He's got to start. He's turned 2 ball, maybe a little funny out of 2, but he's still over to 3. No problems there. He's going to turn 4. He's late. He's had a big 4, though, so I think he's going to get himself home. Lovely 5 from this angle, so no problems. Kind of thought he was a bit down course at 4 ball, but he had a big 4 ball. You can see it from here. When they really lean back, and when he's got all of that out of 4 ball.
Yeah, absolutely right, Coops. He was late at 4. I thought he was in a bit of strife there, but you can see how these guys can turn the dial. And when they think they're a little bit late, he just says, right, I'm late out of 4. I'm going to need to pull a big 5 ball out. He was early at 6.
Yeah.
So,
Got the
yes,
replay here over
strong.
here, Gary. You can see. Not sure what happened at 2 ball. Maybe started to drift a little bit. Maybe 3 ball was just a little down course. A little bit of slack line there. Laid over to 4, but really just turned the dial here, nice and tight, and back on track. Beautiful tight line turn into a nice edge change, and then he's turned 5 and headed to 6, actually making it look fairly standard in the end.
Yeah, big 5 ball.
All right, we've got Jacob Saddington on the water from Victoria. He skied 3 at 12 in his opening round, and he is coming back at 12 metres now. So what has he got for us at this 12-metre pass? If he wants to make a play on some podium, he's going to need to run this pass. Let's see how he goes.
All right, he's up, swinging into course now, looking for a good start. He's got a good 1 ball. I'll tell you what, that's a nice one. Oh, really dropped his shoulder into 2, and once you do that, the pull of the boat's got him, just pulled him over. He's going to be a bit disappointed with that.
Just a bit too much there, wasn't it, Gary? It almost looked like he tried to kill that ball just a little too much to stay on track. You can see it over in the replay here, Gary, if you have a quick look. I thought he was pretty on time for 2, and he just really hit it hard, possibly a little harder than he needed to hit it, and has ended up in the drink. That's the way it goes. That is still good skiing. That is going to be a score of 1.5, 12 metres for Corey in this final of the Open Men's Slalom Division.
Yeah, it's a balancing act. You have to be patient coming into the ball. You've got edge change strong. Of course, when you edge change, these water skis have got a brake on the back end of them, so it slows the ski coming down into the turn. So if you pull that a little bit long, or you try to dump it in too hard, they will spit you out the other side. So Jake will be a little bit disappointed with that, but you know, he's got his few passes in. So
and we've all been spat out the other side.
We've all done
times.
it. We've all done it.
Yes. Just hearing back through from the boat. Joel Wing is our next skier on the water, and the judge in the boat made it very clear that it was going to be 58k. 58k, 14 metres Joel is starting at. I remember watching him ski years ago. I suppose that's maybe his slight handicap that he's starting to get on in age, but I saw him run through 11-metre passes in the dark. It was here. It was Stoney's here when they had a bit of night slalom. Might have been all the way back in 12, not sure. But we know this guy's a skier, and he's going to open at 14 metres, lovely and smooth. That was one of the things I remember about his slalom style as well. He's a smooth player, heading down this 14-metre line, early at 4 ball and at 5 ball, and he's going to make that a lovely looking pass starting at 14 metres. That is Joel Wing out of Queensland these days. Started out, I know he was a Shire boy from the south of Sydney, the Cronulla area, in his youth, because we used to ski with him a little bit down there in the Port Hacking, but moved his way up to Queensland. Now he calls himself a Queenslander, a little bit like myself.
So just an announcement that the skiers, the trickers on Mike's Lake, the lake is running about 40 minutes early. The
Ahead of
lake
schedule.
is running 40 minutes ahead of schedule. Please make sure you're on time. Of course, this is the National Championships. The times can change. If you're not on the dock on your time slot, you will not be able to ski. So please, it's 40 minutes early running at Mike's Lake.
It does get a little bit tricky, this Nationals game. If you're not there and they're ready to take you, it's lights out, and that's the way we've got to run it around here. Otherwise, the whole ball stops, the whole game stops playing. So anybody who needs to be at Mike's Lake to trick, they're running early. Get over there if you're one of them. All right, we are in our Radar Open Men's Slalom Final here. We're starting out. We've got a 14-strong field, and Jacob Saddington is our 4th skier. But we've got Joel Wing as our 5th skier coming back, and he's going to be coming back 13 metres here. 58k. Oh, a nice turn at 1 ball, so really early for 2. Beautiful out of 2. Nice and even on both sides. He looks on fire here. Lovely pass for Joel Wing. He's going to turn 5 ball and come home at 13 metres. No problems for him. So easily through that pass.
Technically a beautiful skier, Joel. Of course, 3rd generation, young Xander Wing, the 7-year-old, skied in the under 10s.
All right, just a quick shout out to Craig from Big Food. I think there was some hungry people about to chew their own arms off, and we gave Craig a call from Big Food, and he flew out here with a heap of bacon and egg roll buns for us. So bacon and egg rolls are on. All right, there, we're back, baby. We're back, Mortimer. Bacon and egg rolls are on, and thanks very much for Craig for making the effort to come out and feed this hungry tribe. I don't know whether your kids get hangry, Gary, but mine certainly do.
I don't think mine get too hangry because I think they found my tab. So I think they're fed. I'm just a bit worried about paying the bill. But I tell you what, the last 2 weeks of competition, the quality of food that Viv's put on and feeding so many, 170 people we had here at the presentation night for the overs. And fed them beautifully. So done a sensational job, the team in the kitchen.
It's been a team effort. There's been a whole bunch of heaps of Queenslanders hanging around in there, making coffee, doing bacon and egg rolls. It's all happening. Well, we got Joel Wing on the water at the moment, though, in his open men's division. This is the 12-metre line. I know he can get through it. Don't think he quite got through it in round one. Let's see if he can get through it in round two. He's over to 2 ball. He's got to start. He's on track at this stage of the game, turning 3, heading towards 4 ball. Looks on track, maybe a little down course. He's going to need a solid 5. Not sure if he's going to get it. I think he has. He's got a solid 5, and he's turned 6 ball. He's home on that 12-metre pass. So we're going to get a little 11-metre action out of Joel Wing from Queensland.
Yeah, I tell you, he really dialed up the back end of that pass, Coops. He was a little bit late coming into 5 ball, and I just need to turn the dial a bit here. And then he was early into 6, so early into 6 on a 12-metre line. This 11's in danger.
Yeah, I was wondering there because I think we can kind of see from here he was a bit down course at 4, and he's coming into an offside turn at 5, and I'm looking going, is he going to be able to make this thing fly? And he did. And in the end, it looked quite comfortable, really. So nice skiing for Joel Wing.
He is technically, and he seems to be getting better now. He's sort of come back into the fray and skiing, and of course with his son, young Xander, riding around here somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what he wanted to do. Like, he may have been one of the ones. I don't think there was many people disadvantaged, but he might have been one of the ones that would have maybe competed in the overs division, but just decided to push his way back to opens so he could compete with the kids to sort of compact the event for his family, if you know what I mean. But maybe it's going to play in his favour because maybe he's going to get to the pointy end here of this division. Anyway, you take it away, Gary. This is 11 metres.
Quite possibly may have, but that's good. It gives you the flexibility to be able to do that. So here comes Joel, heading into the course, in through the gates. Big 1 ball. He slides across to 2. He's fully in control here. Dives to nose that ski into the water. Stood up a little bit out of 3. Didn't quite make it across to 4, but that's sensational skiing from Joel.
So we got a score of 3 at 11 metres for Joel Wing from Queensland. That is nothing to be scoffed at.
You can see the Queenslanders heading down. Give him that tunnel. Give him that support.
He made a start there, Gary. I thought he was kind of on it, but with 11 metres, you can almost see if they lose that rhythm, if something grabs them there, it's over. You almost cannot get it back from there, and you could see it out of 3 ball. Didn't get out of 3 ball the way he wanted to, and it's over quickly.
Once you get past that 12-metre line, you cannot ski ball to ball. You must trust the process, and you must trust it's going to be there, and it's extremely hard to make an adjustment because there's just no time. And then the boat's on you, so you got to trust the edge change strong and trust the boat's going to pick you up off the ball. So you lean back looking for the load of the boat before it's there. So when it does pick you up, then gives that good whip off the ball into the next buoy.
I think he'll be happy with that though. 3 at 11 metres, throwing his hat back in the ring for this open division. Sure, he would have liked to get through it, but that is still a great score. 3 at 11 metres.
Currently sitting second.
Yeah, that's right. Like he's going to end up in the middle of the pack there somewhere. So we have still got Trent Nelson-Cranfield leading us out with 4.5 at 10.75 metres. Pretty sure we're going to have Callan Ashcroft on the water now, and he scored 2 at 11 metres in his opening round. So let's see what Callan Ashcroft from New South Wales has got in store for us. Didn't hear the start speed, but pretty sure we'll be able to see it as he heads up here, thinking maybe 16 metres, Gary.
Yeah, Callan will start on the 16-metre line. Terrific young man, Callan. Current world show ski champion. extremely talented at over a jump. Whole family has got a huge amount of talent. And great supporter of Waterski.
I noticed
in
him yesterday jumping and just made it look so smooth and easy. Went really high in the air, and I'm thinking he can come off that ramp and do a flip, a front flip, a back flip as well. Like he has got some moxie, and I hear he barefoots as well. So is he the modern day Brett Wing maybe, who used to be able to do it all?
Could be. Gee, there's a blast from the past.
And a show skier.
And
just from meeting him briefly, I get this feeling show skiing could be where he's at, because he seems a bit like that. Like he might enjoy a bit of attention, might enjoy the show ski arena.
Yeah, look, he's. I think he just likes to ski. I honestly think he likes to ski. But you see these good skiers, they've got time. They just seem to have time. They time in their jump and time in their trick and time as they come in around the ball. Well, he's one of them. Super talent.
Is he a tricker as well? Does he trick ski? Surely he can't do that as well.
Yeah, no, he's a tricker.
He's a tricker too?
He's a tricker, yeah.
Holy. I know he jumps. I can see right here that he's a slalomer. So he's got through that 16-metre line length. He's going to be coming back at 14 metres. He got a score of 2 at 11 in his opening round. That put him right in the middle of the pack of this open-rated skiers here in our open division. Coming back 14 metres, we've got Callum Ashcroft from New South Wales. What has he got for us at 14? He's turned one ball nicely and over to 2. Looks pretty standard fare at this stage of the game, heading towards 4 ball. Yeah, easy peasy. Nice soft knees at 4 ball there, and around 5s and nice and smooth. So noticing really soft knees with him makes that ski track on the water nice and soft. There's no jerks, there's no hits. That was smooth skiing, Gary.
Yeah, certainly no problems through that pass for Callum. He'll just be slowly turning the dial now and know that he's coming to the business end. Of course, most these skiers, they'll try and have their best pass at around pass 4 or 5. So from where the start speed is, you can generally know where their PB is going to be, because that's where they want that pass. The young kids might, I shouldn't call them kids, but the younger men might do a few extra passes. But yeah, starting at 16, he's coming back at 13. He will be looking now to get through this and hopefully get the 12 under the belt as well.
They're kids to us, Gary. We're long in the tooth, mate. I'm long in the tooth, I know that for sure. Anybody under 35 is young to me these days as a kid. All right, we are almost to the halfway point in this Radar Open Men's Slalom Final in the 2025 Malibu National Waterski Titles in New South Wales, Australia. For all our webcam viewers, how many people have we got out there? I think my phone got too hot and turned off. I'm sure we've got thousands of people watching us from around the world. And we have got Callum Ashcroft from New South Wales on the water, and he's coming back in his 3rd pass. This is going to be a 13-metre pass for Callum. Let's see if he can get a start here. He is around 1 ball and over to 2, heading back towards 3 ball in pretty good shape. Nice and soft, like I was saying. Early for 4 ball, almost as early as I've seen, I think, in some of these passes. And easy peasy around 6 ball. Lovely pass, Gary.
Gee, that looks super comfortable. Super comfortable. So, he's in great form. He said, I'll tell you what, this 12-metre, it's certainly in danger. Again, big shout out to our sponsors. Of course, Malibu Boats, our major sponsor for this event. They do a lot with water skiing right throughout Australia, of course, with the Malibu series running in New South Wales, and also building a Malibu series, I believe, starting in Queensland. They're starting to give some support up there and looking to go into the central, also North Queensland. So, but with a boat like we've got, why wouldn't you?
Don't tease me, Gary.
Why wouldn't you?
Don't tease me.
And of course, the Port Macquarie and Hastings Shire Council, they've been doing a lot of advertising for us in town, of course, on the big billboard and whatnot. They're very excited to come on board. Just any sporting event where it's fun, fitness, and family, they were on board straight away. Didn't hesitate.
Alrighty, we've got Callum Ashcroft from New South Wales, and he is going to be coming back at the 12-metre line. So needs to get through this one if he wants to make a play for a bit of podium action. Take us away, Gary.
All right, nice tight line as he pulls out through the gates. Hits those gates nice and smooth. Good 1 ball, very smooth. Again, holding that tight line. There's no big jerks off the boat. So he's actually, just rocked back. I think I put the mocker on him as he come off 3. just seemed to lean forward a little bit. The pull of the boat might have just got him and he couldn't pull it back. And once that fin comes out of the water, yeah, she's all over. He just seemed so comfortable on that pass. I reckon he was all over it, but then just one little mistake.
Nice looking one ball there, just looking at this replay here. Kind of looked like he's turned 2 pretty nice as well and heading into 3 ball in pretty reasonable shape. And just not even 100% sure what happened there, just sort of turned himself into the water. Maybe his chest got a little bit ahead of him and the line grabbed a little bit before he was ready to thrust his hips forward and take the pull. Anyway, that's still good skiing for Callan. Score at 12 metres.
That score of 4.5 on the 10.75 metre line, still our top score from Trent. He'll be sitting back watching this going, yep, it's going to put some pressure on these guys. So that score definitely could be good enough to get him on the podium.
Alrighty, so next skier we have on the water is going to be Joel O'Toole from New South Wales. He had a score of 2 at 11 in his opening round. So he's going to need a little bit more than that if he wants to push the boundaries. We're in the middle of the pack in this open men's division. And he's from New South Wales. Pretty sure he spent a fair bit of time skiing up and around in this neck of the woods. And his opening pass looks to be 14 metres. I think I'm seeing a bit of yellow line coming out of that sock off the boat there. He's around 4 ball. Geez, making it look nice, to tell you the truth. Around 5 ball and over towards 6. And that was a 14 metre opener for Joel O'Toole. Looking smooth. So we're going to see they're going to tend to be progressively a little bit better as we get down the line here. And that was a nice easy pass for Joel.
Yeah, looked very comfortable. He's a beautiful skier, Joel. Of course, I believe he does a fair bit of skiing down around Moala. He'll be pretty happy with that. Just get the nerves out, blow the cobwebs out, bit of a stretch, be up there in the water now, just regathering his thoughts and go, okay, first one down. Let's just start to think about the next pass. And he'll be coming back on the 13 metre line.
Just a reminder to everybody that the canteen is open. They've got a fresh stock of buns, so the bacon and egg rolls are running flat out of there. I'm pretty sure they're going to have hamburgers on the go today as well. That's why they were hoping to restock. But get in there to the canteen if you want something to eat. This morning while we're watching our open men's slalom final here, we've probably got about, with Joel O'Toole, probably got about 8 skiers to go, but we have got Joel coming back. This is a 14 metre line for Joel, heading into 1 ball. Nice 1 ball, really early for 2. Over to 3 in good shape. You can see that blue bib, that blue New South Wales bib as he heads down the course around 4 ball. Easy peasy out of 5, and he made that look very standard fare, that 14 metre pass, Gary.
Yeah, that's a beautiful pass. He's really skiing well, Joel. He's very capable to get right down and press these lines. He'll be looking to. He's got to hold that technique though. That being smooth like that will certainly buy him the ticket to the next pass.
Be interesting to see that some of these guys PBs. I'm not sure whether we have any PBs in the. Even if we just had PBs, it'd be nice to know where people are.
Yeah, I don't have.
He had a score of 2 at 11 in his opening round, so you have to half think that maybe he would get through that 11 metre pass on his day. Maybe we can get some scores from live scores. Alright, what have we got? 101 webcast viewers. That's 101,000, I'm pretty sure, is what it is, Gary.
Yeah.
Out there watching us here.
Just the round numbers. So K on the end of that, isn't it?
Yes. Big shout out to all our live stream viewers out from around the world watching the Australian national titles. And we have got Joel O'Toole on the water, and he's going to be coming back at the 12 metres. So we've got a 12-metre line here. Can Joel get through this pass? Let's see how he goes. Joel O'Toole, New South Wales. He's made a nice turn at 1. Maybe a little bit of slack line there. Turn 2, maybe a little down course. He's going to need a big 3. I think he's got the big 3. He's going to need a big 4. He's got it. Can he turn 5 and bring himself home? I think he can. He's going to get himself home. Nice pass. I think he had to work at that one. I mean, who doesn't have to work at 12, I suppose? But I'm not sure he got all of 2. And then he had some work to do to get himself home, but he made it.
Yeah, that ability to scrap. He was in a little bit of trouble there, running a bit late, so he's really throwing it in, pulling a little bit long into the balls, which sometimes you have to do to make sure you're going to make it. But the problem is you've got to carry that speed around the ball to make the next turn. So he did it. He did it beautifully. He's very strong. Make sure his edge change was strong so he could get to the next one. He's through the line. He's into the 11-metre line.
Just looking at the replay there, he looks good. He's just, we can see from here that he's turned a fair way down course at 4 ball. That's where we're starting to panic a little bit. But he actually didn't look too bad at 5 ball there. And being a lefty, he got himself home pretty easy in the end. So nice skiing from Joel O'Toole from New South Wales. So he's on that pass, that 11-metre pass that he got 2 balls at in the opening round. And he would love to run it. I think all of these guys now that have got scores in 11, there's 2s, 3s, 4s, 4.5s at 11. All of these guys, I'm sure, want to get through this pass. So keep an eye on the rhythm. If the rhythm changes, it generally means curtains for them. If the rhythm stays the same, then they're still heading down this pass. Talk us through there, Gary.
Yeah, just looking Shane, pure concentration on his face as Joel hits the gate. Great 1 ball, pulls a little bit long into 2, dugs that ski in. I tell you, he just got a bit deep into 2. And of course, with that shoulder coming down, the boat sort of got the pulling. It's very unforgiving in that sort of position. You really have to be ready for it. But that's good skiing from Joel. Couple 11, I think it might give him maybe 1.5.
Just like you say there, though, Gary, a little bit long into 2 ball. So it's a catch-22, isn't it? If you don't get the swing from 1 ball, you might not get to 2. But if you give yourself a little helping hand with a bit more into 2, then you've got to deal with that extra speed and that loss of rhythm that's going to help you get around it. So that's why the game stops pretty quick at 11 metres if you don't have it just right. That's still pretty good skiing, though. It's consistent skiing. Score of 2 at 11 in the opening round and a score of 1.5 at 11 in this final. Don't think that's going to put him in a podium position. I'm pretty sure we're going to need to see a score at 10.75 in order to get some silverware in this open men's division.
And again, with 7 skiers to go, Trent Nelson Cranfield, 4.5 at 10.7, still holds that first position right now. So as he's sitting back watching the skiers fall, going, yep, there's another one. Yep,
I wonder whether he's doing push-ups down on the dock to keep himself warm and limit up.
That's a good point. If
Yes.
it ends up being a runoff, he's going to be very cold. So that wouldn't play in his favour. But I'll tell you what, if he gets into runoff, I think he'd be pretty happy.
He's a cunning character. He's a thinker. Trent's definitely a thinker. So nothing's going to catch him by surprise. That's for sure. We've got 3 skiers that are in that bracket with him in that round 1. Nicholas Adams from Victoria scored 4.5 at 10.7. All right, we've got a new skier on the water, though. It is going to be Jack Christie. Jack Christie from Victoria. He's heading down the pass. I'm not sure whether that might be 13-metre start for Jack. He's around 4 ball beautifully. He's a big lad, isn't he?
He is. I'll tell you what, he'd be one of the strongest skiers.
Big on the water. And I remember you guys saying, whether it was maybe Rob Wing or someone saying how big a spray he throws. Because what are we thinking? Is there 100 kilos on the water maybe there, Gary?
Oh, I'd have to be pushing it. He's super strong. I know if he gets a little bit out of shape, he does have the ability to scrap, but he'll test Shane's driving on this course. He's got the ability to pull that boat sideways. He's so strong, but it stands so tall. So he's sort of a combination of a great body for a slalom skier. So yeah, it'll be really interesting. And just looking at his score, I reckon Jack's probably got a bit more in him. Like he's 3 at 11. I think he'd be a bit disappointed in that. He'd be looking for somebody in the mid-10s. Maybe even a bit shorter.
I agree. I think this guy's a player. So the same as Trent, he's gone in a little early on the prelim round, and he's got more in the tank, and possibly we're about to see it. He knows at the moment 4.5 at 10.7 is where it's at. and he's got his eye on the prize for that. So he's coming back at 12 metres. He made that 13 look really smooth and easy. So we have got Jack Christie from Victoria on the water. He skied 3 at 11 in the opening round. We think he's got more in him. He's going to have to get through this 12-metre pass. He's coming back 12 metres.
Jack's got a PB of 1 at 10.25.
1 at 10.2.
He is definitely a player.
All right. He's around 3 ball in pretty good shape. This is a 12-metre pass. He's going to turn 4 ball. He's kind of making this look standard fair, to tell you the truth, and that's 12 metres. No one generally makes 12 metres look too standard affair. Well, a bunch of these pointy end guys do, but that just proves that he is one of those guys that's at the pointy end as well. Easily through that 12-metre pass.
So Jack skis on the HO Syndicate Works 02 with a Syndicate hard shell. He's got a PB at 1 at 10.2. He's a specialist slalomer, doesn't trick or jump. Skis out of Latrobe and Bridgewater, so hometown is Pakenham, of course out of Victoria. The Christie family, obviously big in water skiing.
There was a brother skiing, wasn't there, who was really good as well? Wasn't there 2 of them? Or
yes, absolutely.
I can't remember his name. But they were both good skiers, both solid. When I first started, well, early in the piece of going to nationals, and they were juniors, but they were noticeable juniors that were skiing.
Yeah, there's certainly a bit of talent in that family. Of course, supports the Hawthorn Football Club.
I tend to agree, though. I can see Shane Coulter in the boat there. Big guy like that, 100 kilos plus, who really pulls boat hard. I'm just wondering how much work Shane Coulter has got to do, how much wheel work he has to do in that boat to keep it down the centre here. Yeah, all right, so this is the 11-metre pass. We've only had Trent through this pass yet today. I've got half a feeling we might be able to see someone else get through this pass. We got Jack Christie from Victoria on the water. 11 metres. He has turned 1 ball and over to 2. He's out of 2 ball, not too bad a shape, and turning 3, heading over to 4 ball. Fairly early for 4, so I'm kind of thinking this guy's going to get himself home. Big 5 ball, big splash. He's turned 6 and he's home on 11-metre pass. Jack Christie from Victoria.
Yeah, that's a great pass. In control, super strong, huge wall of water he throws up. He's really making Shane that boat work. He's got 430 horsepower. He's going to say, well, if you've got it, I'm going to use it. So you better hold that thing straight and let's go. So he'll come back on 10.75, but again, PB of 1 at 10.2. So this is get deep into this pass.
This is our first player that's potentially going to make a play for the lead here. He's going to try and push his way into the lead, and he can rattle the cage here. This is where a bunch of these guys can potentially run 10.7. They all run 10.7, and then it's where are we at 10.2? You know, getting a start at 10.2 is just ridiculous. It's almost mind-numbing. This is where quarter balls come into play. I don't want to get too early home, though. He's got to get himself deep down this 10.75 pass, but he's given himself a chance.
It's just as the water glasses out, so hardly a breath of wind. It's set for him. If he's ever going to do it, this will be his time.
All right, Jack Christie from Victoria coming down from that southern end of the lake. This is 10.75 metres. Current lead is 4.5. Talk us through, Gary.
All right, he's up nice and high on the boat, so he's going to want to get a good swing out of the 1 ball. All important 1 ball. Skips that ski across, gets the start. A little bit shaky out of 2, heads across to 3. Really had to muscle at 3.
Oh,
he didn't quite get the start he wanted out of 2, so 3 on the 10.75 metre line. That's going to take him up, I believe, into the second place.
Second position.
Second place.
Could just see him throw his head back there, Gary. What could have been, like we were talking about before. What could have been.
Just watching him come in, the ski just skipped a bit. Just as he got into, he might have leant back a little bit, tried to look for the load of boat a little bit too early. Had to pull long into 2 ball. Held a lot of speed, which means he really had to drive that shoulder in to get across to 3. Rock back a bit. Pushed himself across the 3 ball, and of course he was carrying a mile of speed in the 3 ball. But got round it, had the awareness to take the hit, get back to the centre of the boat, and that makes the ball count. So that'll be 3 on the 10.75 for Jack.
See him throwing his head back there going, what could have been? Anyway, sensational score though, 3 at 10.75. holding second place, but we have still got our leader, Trent Nelson Cranfield, 4.5 at 10.7 is the lead score. So where are we now? We have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 skiers to go. And all of these guys are going to try and make a play for this title, this coveted Open Men's Slalom title in the 2025 Malibu National Waterski Titles. We're at Stoney Park in New South Wales, Australia. If you're joining us from around the world, we're at the pointy end of our Open Men's Slalom. So get ready for some action.
I reckon I can nearly see Shane starting to sweat in that drive. See, he's working that hard. He's going to have arm pump by the end of this comp.
Who wouldn't be? So what do we got? We got Corey Saddington on the water now from Victoria. Skied 4.5 at 11 in his opening round. He's coming in what looks to be 13 metres. You concur on that, Gary? I think 13 metres. And he's making it look pretty standard fare out there around 6 ball. Just happy to get everyone through that opening pass.
So Corey, of course, the older brother of Jacob Saddington. He's been doing a lot of work on his body this year. He's really pushed himself. He's been skiing beautifully. He's got some scores this season well into the 10.75 metre line. So he could be a player. He's strong, he's fit, and he's ready to go. I reckon he's probably dropped a good 5 or 10, but he's really skiing well. So can't wait to see what he brings.
All right, just reminding everybody our canteen is open. Bacon and egg rolls, coffee. What else have they got down there? They've got the wraps this morning as well, Gary. The brekkie wraps. Everything's on the go down there. There's all sweetie stuff there.
They're pretty good.
Not sure about Easter eggs, whether Easter eggs are on sale or whether we have to go hunting for them.
I think we have to go hunting for them, mate.
Yeah, that's right. They should be just dropped on our lap. All right, Corey Saddington from Victoria scored 4 at the 11-metre line in round 1. Those scores don't count, but it's put him in line to ski right here, right now. He's going to be coming back at the 12-metre line, 58K in this Open Men's Slalom division. Let's talk him through it here. We're heading over to 1 ball. Oh, he's turned nice out of 1 ball, early for 2. Pretty good out of 2 as well. He's on this pass. He's made a start for sure. He's around 3 and over to 4. And if there's not going to be any trouble at 4, he's home at 5 and then around to 6 ball. Nice completed pass at the 12-metre line. So he's going to get another shot at 11. But he's going to need to get through that as well, hopefully.
Yeah, Corey really dives the nose of that ski in on the turns. And he's the Connolly scores such a deep riding ski. He really throws it in and he trusts that fin's going to stay in the water. Seems to suit him, seems to suit his style. Of course, there's a couple other guys down the top end who also ride them, so they must be doing something right.
What's he riding there? What skis he riding, Gary?
He's on the Connolly. I think he's on a TV8.
Yep.
Really dives the nose of the ski, and we're just watching the replay and locks and loads and trusts it to get him back up and across the wake to the next buoy.
All right, exciting stuff. So Corey Saddington from Victoria is going to get his shot at 11. Skied 4 in the first round. That generally means you can get through it. He's going to need to get through it if he wants to push the lead score of 4 at 10.7 by Trent Nelson Cranfield from the ACT.
Oh, he'll want this. He'll be going for broke. There's nothing to lose here. He'll throw it out there. All right, we see the TXI come into screen. It's a little bit narrow on the gates, I sort of thought, but he's got the 1 ball he wants and gets the swing across to 2, and he's on the pass. He's not going too bad. Seems to be quite comfortable. A little bit of slack off 3, but not too bad. Running a little bit late. He's going to have to hook around 5 if he's going to make it to 6.
Oh.
I don't know. Oh, he's going to be a little bit disappointed with that. I know he's run a few of those this year, but I think it's going to be about a 5, maybe a 4.5, just depending on the boat call.
I think a 4.5 there, Gary. Yeah, you could see here at 4 ball, he was well late at 4 ball, needed all of it, and just got that handle got pulled away from him. Still got to 5, but he almost needed a miracle at 5.
It's going to take a big 5-ball to pull him back to get him across to 6. And once you start to get late, it's really hard to pull it back. And just because there's no time. There's just no time to think. You've got to just throw it in and lean back and hope.
Well, that's still consistent skiing for Corey. So 4 at 11 in round 1, 4.5 at 11 in round 2. Obviously, he would love to sneak through that pass because if you can get that deep, you want to get through it and get a little score of 10-7. But it wasn't to be today. But still nothing to be sneezed at out there. 4.5 at the 11-metre line.
Of course, massive strain on these ropes that they use in these boats. Looked like they might have a small problem with one of the ropes. Of course, the G-forces that when the guys come off the ball, probably looking at 3, maybe 4 Gs. So the weight on the handle, if we put that, if they weigh 100 kilos, or it could be 3, maybe 400 kilos. So the grip strength of these guys is so strong, and those ropes are under a huge amount of strain.
I remember in the old days when maybe they didn't have such good quality ropes, they used to snap one every now and again. You know, those big guys, those 100-kilo guys, and you'd snap a rope on occasion.
Yeah.
I don't see it much anymore now. I think they're all pretty good quality, and definitely don't see us snapping any S-lines these days. But there is, you know, and the TWBC coverage used to use that strain meter that on the rope to see how much pull was, and I'm pretty sure they were up around I think it was 1,000 pounds, which is more like about 400 kilos. So those guys are holding on to 400 kilos of pressure, which is obviously, you know, 4 times your own weight. It's crazy town, really.
Yeah. Next skier on the water will be then Mr. Nice Guy of water skiing, Archie Davis from the ACT. Archie's, of course, looking for, he's a 3-eventer, great tricker, fantastic jumper, and he'll be in he'll really want to throw a score down for his 3-event. Of course, he'll be battling out with Lucas Cornell. I think Archie might have him in jump, but Lucas might have him in slalom. So the further he gets down this line is where he wants to be so that he can further improve his 3-event score.
Alrighty, so Skeet 4.5 at 11 metres in his opening round. What has he got for us today? Looks like a 13-metre start again as well, so it'll be 13.58, and he's heading down that pass pretty comfortably around 6 ball. No problems for the opener for Archie Davis from the ACT. Alrighty, we're starting to get, Gary, to the pointy end of our open men's slalom final here now. We are on our 5th last skier, Archie Davis. We've got Archie Davis, then Patrick Crisp, Nicholas Adams, Joel Howley, and Lucas Cornell is going to be our top-ranked skier at this stage of the game. Trent Nelson Cranfield from ACT sort of come off the dock early and really threw a score down for everybody to chase. 4.5 at 10.7. No one's quite being able to chase it down. Jack Christie made a really good effort at it, getting to 3 ball at 10.75. So currently we've got Trent with 4.5 at 10, and we have got Jack Christie with 3 at 10. That's where we're at the moment. We got Archie Davis on the water. He ran a beautiful opening 13-metre line. Here he comes at back at 12. Take us away, Gary.
Yeah, Archie's got a beautiful style with how he skis, and you see he's strong. He's not that tall, but he's just technically correct. Course on the radar ski. See him get right up over the ski, really bounces it, and swings it around as hard as he can, muscles it up as he gets across the wake and through into 6, and there, just penciled that one down. No problems at all.
Nice job. That's the 12-metre line gone down. That's a nice looking pass for Archie Davis from the ACT. Yeah, I know he can jump. I watched him jump yesterday as well. Beautiful jump. Was he the only one jumping 6-foot ramp, 1.8?
Yes.
Yesterday, noticed that they put the ramp up for him at the end there, so he's potentially front runner on that line as well.
He's got a PB and jump of 67 metres.
Ooh, that's a long way to fly through the air, 67 metres.
That's over half a football field. You're in the grandstand, really.
And he's not a bad slalom skier by the looks of it as well, so obviously spends a little bit of time on the water. So he's through that 12-metre pass. That was his second pass. He's got through the 12-metre. So you half feel that he's confident with 11 metres. He started at 13, back at 12. He's going to be coming up at 11. We haven't had too many. Well, we've only had 2 skiers. Trent and Jack get through that 11-metre line. I've got half a feeling we're about to see another skier potentially get through it. We have got Archie Davis from the ACT on the water right now, coming back at the 11-metre line in this open men's slalom final.
4.5 in the first round. Yeah, he'll certainly be looking to improve on this. Will Arch? He's pretty competent at this line length, so as long as nothing goes wrong, he'll be okay. Again, wanting that good 1 ball, which he's got. Waiting for 2, swings out, cross to 3. Not too bad. Hear the bang of the ball on his shin. His head's across to 4. Does it again. Swings out to 5. Never in doubt. Just chalk it up, Coops.
All right,
that
beautiful
is a
pass.
beautiful 11-metre line.
So we've got another
never
skier.
going to miss that. Never.
We have got another skier into the 10-7. We've got another one who's got a shot at it. Another one who's got a shot to take the lead. Yeah, funny, Gary, what you were saying there. You can hear his leg hitting the ball. You hear that little punch on the way through. Kind of a bit of a sign that he's on time, on track to run through that pass. Beautiful looking 11-metre line.
Yeah, that certainly is. You're absolutely right, Coops. That means he's backsiding the ball, which means he's completing his turn back onto the ball, and just watching the replay here, which means it just gives him time into the next buoy. And so when you're doing that all the way down the course, you just know that you're running on time and you've got time to let the ski slow down so you can take the next turn.
I'm not sure. Have we got a PB for Archie? Do we know where his PB might be? Like that pass, like I was saying before, if he looks in good shape on that pass, then potentially he's got the next one in him. I've got a feeling that he can get deep into this line length, can he?
His PB is 4 on the 10.75 metre line, so this is a PB run for Arch.
Alrighty, 10.75. We've got another skier in our open men's division who has got a shot at the lead here. He's on the 10.75 metre line length. Let's see how he's going to go here. Heading into 1 ball. He's got to turn at 1. A little scrappy out of 1, but maybe you've got to be at 10.7. Oh, must have been a little too narrow at 2 ball. Thought he was going to make a play on that. A little fist throw, so he's happy. Maybe he's kind of feeling like that's good territory for him. That is 2 at 10.75. Puts him into 3rd position as we stand at the moment. Yeah, it was a little scrappy out of 1 ball, and I think he was just a bit too narrow into 2 to make a play at it, was how it panned out. Let's have a little bit of a look on that replay there. Yeah, only squeaked around it and said, I'm going to S-turn and take a full 2. And a little fist throw there, so he was happy.
Yeah, I think he's thinking of the overall. Like, he didn't want to throw everything at that. He probably could have thrown everything at that 2 ball, but he's got the men's jump final to come.
Interested in the 1 ball there.
He certainly does not want to hurt himself. It was a big 1 ball. He knew he was out of shape, so
buckled
that was
a little
okay.
bit.
Pulled long to 2, get the ski out round 2, take the S-turn, take the score. So he's improved his overall score because his first round was 4.5 and 11.25. 2 on the 10.7. That's only 2 buoys off a PB anyway.
Yeah, well, maybe
so
that's
he's pretty happy.
Maybe that's actually why he's throwing the fist there a little bit, because he's thinking that helps my overall score.
Absolutely.
Has he got someone barking at his heels overall, or is he?
Lucas
Oh,
Cornell,
Lucas
Lucas
Cornell.
is head in slalom, and I think might have him in trick.
Oh, beautiful. But he's got the meters in jump. Oh, it's going to be super interesting to see how that pans out. So totally agree, Gary, there. I think he's just happy to get a deep score here in slalom, push him closer to the leader, and that's going to help him out potentially in overall. Alrighty, who have we got on the water next? We have got Patrick Crisp from Victoria. He's coming in for his shot at the title as well. Looks to be about 13 metres the start that he's doing here, and he's turning around 3 ball nicely over to 4. And heading back towards 5 ball. It's all looking pretty standard fare for Patrick Crisp from Victoria on his opening pass, as you would expect, as we all hope. We want to see him get his shot at 10.75 as well, see whether he can get deeper up this line. Oh, look at that. We've got a winner here now. Thank you very much, Rory.
The Easter Bunny has delivered.
People bringing us chocolates up here. Got to love that. Alrighty, we are getting to the pointy end of our open men's slalom final. This is the big guns of slalom in Australia. We're going to score deep at 10.75. Who's got the moxie to run 10.75? Are we going to see it? I half think we are going to see it, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. We're going to give Patrick Crisp his chance to see whether he can run it. Run a beautiful 13-metre opener there. He's going to be coming back at 12 metres, so he needs to get through a couple of passes here to get himself onto the lead pass. And none of these are gimmies. I mean, this is 12 metres on your second pass. This is not a gimme. Full speed 58 for the men, 58k. We've only at 12 metres only just got enough line to get ourselves around the ball there. A little half a metre extra. Anyway, we've got Patrick Crisp from Victoria coming back in 12 metres. Let's see what he's got. Let's see if he gets a one ball. Nice looking one ball, so he's in good shape for two. He's on this pass because he's turned two, so it has started. He's walking his way up here around four ball in not too bad a shape. Just going to need to turn five ball and made it look fairly standard fair, did Patrick Crisp from Victoria. So he's through that 12-metre line and he's going to be coming back at 11.
Yeah, Paddy looked in control of that pass. Pretty regulation sort of a pass. Had plenty of time. Made a few adjustments as he slid down the course. Nice and locks and loads as he head across. Uses the swing of the boat nicely, getting from one side to the other. Certainly no problems with that pass, Coops.
All right. Excuse me, Paddy won at 10.75 in his first round, so we know he can get through this 11-metre line. So we're going to see whether he's going to get through it in the final. The final is the only score that counts, so it's important. Unless they'd be running off for first place if there was any ties in first place. But I think minor placings, if there's ties, they are separated by the first round. That's the only where it does maybe count a little bit. But I'm not sure that's coming into play today. We've got Paddy Crisp on the water from Victoria coming back. Then this is 11-metre line. Ran it in his opening round. Can he run it in the final? Out nice and wide there, turning in for one ball. Can he get a one? Got a half reasonable one. A little bit of a wheelie at one ball. He's around two. I think he's a little down course, but he is around three. Yeah, I just think just had a little bit of... the tip was just a little high at those first couple of balls, which generally means you've got to get back down on it, and you just lose that little bit of time and put yourself under pressure. Thought he was just a smidge slow out of two ball, so had to throw it all in at three. Just didn't come off for him, so that's going to be a final score of 2.5 at 11 metres for Patrick Crisp from Victoria.
Yeah, I don't think Paddy quite got the setup on that 11 that he would have liked. Struggling just a little bit behind, carrying a lot of speed into the ball. And of course, when you rock back looking for the load of the boat because you've come in hot, it's a huge amount of strain. Just getting a little bit late. The start is so important. He'll be a little bit disappointed with that, but he's still had a pretty good competition. So yeah, good skiing, Paddy.
Yeah, really solid score in that opening round too. Won at 10.75. Not sure what his PB is, but that's a solid score, like a score at 10.75. Alrighty, Gary, our final three. We've got Nicholas Adams, next skier in the water, well known through the ski game for years and years. Been skiing on the Pro Tour for a bunch of years. I've seen him reliably run 10.75. I don't want to put the mocker on him, but I have seen him do it a bunch of times. Can he do it today to make a play? Like I feel like he's been skiing at the national titles for year after year, and he just gets pipped by Joel a lot of the time. Now Lucas has thrown his hat in the ring, but he's a player. He can pull a big score out and put some pressure on.
Yeah, absolutely. Just watching the dock down there now. Nick has been skiing quite good. He does quite a lot of training, and he does quite a lot of coaching around the country. Goes right up to North Queensland. He spends a bit of time up there. Spends a lot of time with the junior kids. I know he does a lot of work with young Dylan Wright, who's at 14 was running into 10.75 at 58 Ks. So He's no slouch when it comes to being a coach, so it's good to see he's passing the handle and passing his knowledge on.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Definitely loves to help the kids out. I mean, I think that's his main source of income these days, really. He roams around the countryside and coaches, spends a lot of time in America coaching over there too, I think. So he certainly knows his trade, and he's about to try and show us a little bit of how he does it out here. So we have got Nicholas Adams from Victoria, and he'll be starting out at 13 metres for short conditions. Still beautiful out on the water. We have got a score of 4.5 at 10.75 is what they're all chasing, Trent Nelson Canfield. But we have got Nick Adams from Victoria heading down the course, and he's around 4 ball heading over to 5. He's one of those guys that makes it look like slow motion. Big character as well. He's got to be all of 6'2", has he? 6'2", 6'3", who knows? And I wouldn't doubt that he might be pushing the 100 kilo boundary.
Yeah, he's makes that look so easy. Super tight line, whole of the pass. And as you said, Coops, it just makes it look slow because he's just got that much time. Cruising through, just a lazy 13 metres.
Definitely always been renowned for making it look like he's not doing much work. But I've driven for him a couple of times, and I got to do, I suppose we've got a little 196 boat at home. I feel like I've got to do a fair bit of wheel work when he's on the back. So he's holding a solid edge, and he's a strong character. And that's what I was sort of saying about Shane before, I think, with Jack Christie. I'm looking at him ski thinking, that guy's pulling the boat around hard. Like, he's solid.
Yeah, that's his warm-up pass done, so he'll be up there just relaxing, going, righto, got that one under my belt, start thinking about turning the dial, just come back a little bit stronger, working his way into the pass.
Alrighty, we got Nicholas Adams on the water from Victoria in this Open Men's Slalom final. He is our third seed, our third last skier on the water, coming back a 12-metre line. Had a lovely looking 1 ball, plenty of time at 2 ball, turned around that, heading over to 3. He's on track, I think, and on time around 4 ball, and can't see things going wrong from here. At 5 ball, he's going to turn 6 and get home. So he's got through that 12-metre pass, and he's going to get his shot at 11 metres. Hopefully he gets through that and gets his shot at the 10.7 as well, we're about to see.
Yeah, Ski just had a little bit of a skip as it come around 2 ball there. Not sure whether he just hit a few little wakes, but
I noticed that too, actually. I think maybe he just had a little moment. We've all got an opportunity to have a little moment when we're skiing. Yeah. And maybe he did just have a little one. If you look at the replay here, I think that's showing him going around 1 ball and into 2.
Yeah, just off 2 ball. Had just a few little bumps, and it's amazing. That can put you off and in trouble, but Nick stayed over his ski. No problem for him, just pushed through on his... he rides a syndicate, HO syndicate, so...
Not sure if that might be a Workso 1 or Workso 2. I think he does a little bit of development work with Syndicate and HO, and he can potentially be skiing on anything. I'm sure he does some testing, so he gets the opportunity to get a bunch of different skis to play with, and then I'm assuming he just picks whatever feels the most comfortable for him that he's skiing well on. So I don't even know if it's an 01 or an 02. It is a 2. I'm getting someone let me know from the crowd there that it is a 2 that he's riding.
So Nick will be coming back on the 11.25 metre line. So he's going to have to walk through this and hopefully walk through the next one as well, to obviously take the lead of that 4.5 on the 10.75. Trent still sitting in the grandstand going with a smile on his face going, yep, they got to chase me down. So here we go. Nick's into the course. Nice 1 ball. Slides across to 2, locks and loads. A beautifully tight line as he heads across to 3. On to 4. No dramas with this pass so far. I'll tell you what, if he had a bit of a skip over 12, he's certainly not had it at 11. And I reckon that is the nicest 11-metre line we've seen run today, Keeps.
Alrighty, we are going to see another skier get their shot at 10.75. Nick Adams from Victoria. We know he can do it. I've seen him do it. Current lead 4.5 at 10.75. What do we got? Is this our 3rd skier, our 4th skier? So we've got a few scores. We've got a score of 2 at 10.75 for Archie, 3 at 10.75 for Jack, and 4.5 at 10.75 for Trent. So we have got our fourth skier who's going to get a shot at the 10.75 line. We haven't seen anyone get through it yet. I know all of these three skiers can get through it. I know Nick can get through it. I know Joel can get through it. I know Lucas can get through it. Is Nick going to be the first one? He's going to get his shot at it anyway. Let's see. 10.75, considerably shorter. Like you were saying before, Gary, it's 11.5 metres to the ball, and we've only got 10.75 metres to play with, so we're a smidge short.
So Nick will be chasing 4.5 firstly to take the lead, and obviously try and get through this pass to really put the pressure on. Of course, Joel Howley and Lucas Cornell standing down there on the dock waiting to go.
It's a big gig getting a start on this though, isn't it, Gary? Like, it's so hard.
Gates and one ball. If you don't get the setup, it's near impossible to pull it back. So we see Nick pull out for the gates. That traditional one-handed turn in. Hits the gates nice and hard, or rocks back a little bit off one. So not too bad. Bit of a skip again into two, on to three. He's going to have to work hard for this one. Locks and load off 4 into 5. Oh, just couldn't pull the handle back.
So close, and his head goes back as well. I think he was a little narrow into 2, and I thought he came out of 2 well. I went, we're back on track out of 2. Let's have a little bit of a look at this replay. It'll be interesting to see here, Gary. So close, what could have been as well. Yep, rocked back a little bit out of 1, but I thought turned well out of 2 and got himself back on track. Really nice 2 ball. What happened at 3 here, Gary?
Just sort of dipped down. He carried a lot of speed into 3, so he just couldn't get that ski round. Yeah, get that big twang off and tends to pull you down course a bit. So once you get into 4, he was struggling, and of course the pull of the boat got him.
Yeah.
Just got the hand. He made it back to the wake, so that'll be a good 4. So that'll put him into second position currently.
Oh, this is where it gets
with
close,
2
doesn't it?
skiers to come. Starting to hot up, Coops.
So have we got? Is that an official score? Did we hear a score of 4? We've heard a score of 4 at 10.7.
Judges have called 4 over the radio, so
Alrighty. So not quite enough to take Trent Nelson Cranfield, and I think that guarantees Trent Nelson Cranfield a little bit of silverware. At the very worst he can do is 3rd position.
can't tell me he's not sitting there somewhere in the crowd with a little smile on his face going, yep, my plan worked.
Alrighty, so we have got our 2 standouts in this Radar Open Men's Slalom Final 2025 Malibu National Waterski Titles. This is the marquee event. We have got our 2 front runners, Joel Howley, going to be followed by Lucas Cornell. Joel Howley, known pretty well to everyone around Australia if you're involved in water skiing. He's been involved in Pro Tour stuff. He's won the national titles over the last bunch of years. Is he going to win it again this year? What's he starting out at? Probably 13 metres, Gary, I'm assuming.
Yeah, Joel should be starting on the Green Monster 13 metre line. It's pretty regulation for him. He does do a little bit of training where he'll start at 12 just in case if he's got to start earlier in a runoff or something like that. But that's a pretty regulation warm-up for Joel. Of course, he's got the traditional yellow boot that he wears. It's a bit of a prototype custom thing that he's put together.
It's always a little bit of a talking point, isn't it, Gary, that Joel's set up. He's definitely got an unconventional setup for a slalom ski, but it works for him. That's why we're all saying it works for you for sure. And he hasn't changed it over the last few years. It seems to be that same yellow boot. He's got that that rear boot that looks like, I'm pretty sure it's a cycling boot that he's converted into his rear boot, and it definitely works for him. Not sure how much skiing he's been doing over the last few months, whether he's trained in, but he ran 10.75 yesterday, so pretty sure he got 1 at 10.25 yesterday. That's the score I'm looking at. So Lucas just pipped him at the post for the final position, but anything could happen today. We've got a few passes to get through. He's going to be coming back at 12 metres first, so we won't make light of that. We've got to get through a few passes to get him up to that lead pass, but we're hoping he's going to make it.
Must be something in the water up in Queensland. Of course, Lucas and Joel all ski at the same lake. They train at the same lake up there on the north side of Brisbane.
Do they train a bit together, those lads, or do they?
They don't train together, but they do. They train at the same lake. We all actually same lake we ski at as well. So, but they certainly work off each other. It's good to see the competition coming in as Joel comes in, heads round 1 ball, heads across to 2. No dramas with this pass so far. Nice and smooth. Getting that edge change in early, of course, swinging that deep riding Connolly ski into the water, heads across to 6. Yeah, mark that one down, Coops.
Beautiful.
That's another beautiful
All
pass.
right, we're through the 12-metre pass here as well, so it's hiding up a little bit. Didn't look like any issues there. He just cruised down that pass. Might be seeing just a slight shimmer of breeze on the water, the first slight little shimmer of breeze. Not sure whether that's going to make a play at all. There's not much really in there. We've got 2 skiers to go in this Radar Open Men's Slalom Division. We have got a lead score with Trent Nelson Cranfield, 4.5 at the 10.75. Not sure where Trent is. We need a little shot of him out there pacing backwards and forwards potentially, trying to keep himself warm.
So Joel's PB is 5 on the 10.25 metre line.
5 at 10.25.
5 on the 10.25.
Holy.
Currently riding the Connolly DV8 2020 Tyre 5, and of course they've got the adjustable tail on it. So he runs the stock block tail.
So he's staying on the DV8 because I believe there is a C1, which is a new ski. So he's obviously decided he prefers the DV8.
First, he prefers the DV8 at this stage.
That's interesting stuff. And he's got the stock tail. He's even let us know what tail he's running, so we can match that gear that he's running.
We can copy him, mate.
Actually, maybe Greg down the front here can tell us how he's been training a fair bit. Greg, into this event. All right, so he's trained up, ready to go. He's coming back at 11 metres. We don't want to make light of this, but we really hope he gets through this line so we can get a little bit of a look at what he might be able to do on the next one. Let's get him through 11 metres, though. We have got Joel Halley from Queensland in this final. He is turning 2 ball in pretty good shape over to 3. He's around 3 ball. Saw a little snap of the line there, but waiting for 4, so he's in good shape. He's going to get around 5 ball and get himself home out of 6, so he is going to get his shot at 10.75. He's going to get his shot at the title. I'm pretty sure he's stolen the title for the last bunch of years, hasn't he? It's quite a few years that he's had it. 3 or 4, maybe. He is on a C1. We think maybe he is upgraded himself to a C1. Maybe he's just not wanting to let us know what he's riding. We know he's a Connolly man, that's for sure. He's been with Connolly for a bunch of years.
Playing a bit of ducks and drakes there.
Yeah.
I've heard he's not on the DVA, he's on the C1. Maybe he's not giving everything across. See the Howley clan and family, extended family down on the bank here, of course, giving the normal support to Joel. Gav and Helen sitting there chewing their nails away.
All right, I heard a little whisper there that they were doing a review, but in the same breath I heard them confirm that was 6, so happy days. Maybe they're just keeping a tight eye on what's going on, keeping an eye on turning balls, keeping an eye on gates.
Did you just do that to give these guys a heart attack? Because I think it worked.
Well, in the same breath as them saying we're completing the review, they said 6 balls, so we're happy to go. He's going to get his shot at it. This is 10.75. Is he going to get through this pass? We got Joel Halley from Queensland. Is he going to push himself into the lead? He needs to get around 5 ball in order to push himself into the lead. Take us away, Gary.
All right, he's up traditionally nice and high on the boat, swings through the gate. Good 1 ball, which is exactly what you want. Nice and early for 2. Blocks that ski in for 3, across to 3, over to 4. I'll tell you what, he's not looked doing too bad so far. Heads to 5. He's going to pull hard like nice and early to 6. Bang through the gate. There is the 10.75 metre line. Done and dusted. He's going to wick this up. He's going to have a crack at it.
We have got ourselves a new leader in this Open Men's Division, this Radar Open Men's Division, with a full pass 10.75. Someone had to get through it in the end. We were sure someone was going to get through it.
He just looks so good. He was on it.
He's been pretty reliable at it, realistically. You don't want to say that before they ski, but every time I've seen him in Nationals, he seems to run 10.75. So... yeah. No different today. Probably the only little difference from the past few years is Lucas seems to be fairly reliable as well. I don't want to put the mocker on him, but he's got some competition. So now Joel is going to be thinking, oh, Lucas is going to be up my clacker here after I ski. So I need to try and go a little deeper to put some pressure on him to force him to turn. We know that Lucas never seems to be scared to turn, mind you. He never plays safe, Lucas. He just powers in.
He doesn't play safe.
So
it'd be interesting to see what Joel does here, though, because he obviously knows he's got Lucas behind, so he's not going to ski for a ball. I think he needs to ski to win. He needs to ski this pass.
And I must admit, just thinking about it, I think in previous years, generally Joel has been skiing last. So he knows what he's got to do. Well, he hasn't got that luxury this time. He needs to push it a little bit to see what we've got. Anyway, we are on the 10.25 line. Joel Halley from Queensland, what has he got for us? He's taken the lead. How far can he take it by? He's turned one ball. He's heading over to two. Is he going to turn two? I think he's decided that that's enough. He's let go of the line early, so this is where halves and quarters matters. We're going to listen to what the boat and the judges have got to tell us.
Just looking at the replay, it's like he had a great gates and great one ball. He was on the pass, but it's like he missed the handle as he come in around two. Like looking at his one, he was stacked, he was good. Throws it in, the DV8 locks and loads.
Yeah, this shot's the one that's going to give us the money. They're calling one. I'm hearing scores of one from the tower. He was certainly heading out there, and maybe that's what it was.
He's just dropped the handle.
Yeah, do you think he let go of the handle, maybe trying to squeeze to stretch around one ball, or clincher? He's wearing clinchers, is he? I like that. I'm a bit of a clincher man myself. Anyway, we do have a new leader. We can't make light of that anyway. We've got a new leader with one at 10.25. Not sure whether that just leaves the door ajar. What do you think, Gary? If you were the final skier and you could get through 10.25 or 10.75, sorry, and get a shot at it, does one, probably 1.5 would have just put him under a bit more pressure, or two would have put Lucas under that tiny bit more pressure.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he's Lucas will be down on the dock. He won't actually be thinking too much about that. I think you find he'll be just worrying about what he has to do. I've never seen an athlete like Lucas who doesn't sort of overthink things. He goes in, knows his process, runs through what he's got to do. He'll be thinking about his first pass, just his warm-up, and following his process. That's what he'll be thinking about. So
he looks reliable on the water. Like, he really looks great on the water. And I don't want to make light of it, but he seems to be running 10.75 very reliable lately in all the comps that I see him skiing. So,
of course, youngest.
So good on him.
Youngest athlete ever to win a pro tournament in the States at 19 years old. He's taken out his first pro tournament, so he'll be looking to make a real go of this. And I know he wants to run that.
It's an interesting gig here. Are we seeing a slight changing of the guard, or are we going to see someone hold on to that guard for another year? We're about to see. We're going to have Lucas Cornell on the water in a minute. Pretty sure he's going to be going out at 13 metres like he usually does.
Be 13 metres for sure. I might just race over and grab Joel for a quick interview. Joel Howley, fresh off the water, mate. It looked like you got a good start at 10.25, mate, but you just got a little bit narrow out of two.
Yeah, stretched a bit and dropped the handle, so should have held on to that and we might have gone for three.
Did you have it? Did you get it? Did you feel like you had the two ball?
Yeah, for sure, just dropped the handle, which is a big mistake. Can't fix that.
Oh, wow, that's so disappointing. Joel Howley, congratulations, taking the lead.
Well done, Joel.
One on the 10.25 metre line. So he'll sit back now and just see what Lucas can do.
Alrighty, thanks Gary, thanks Joel. We have got Lucas Cornell drop down in the water, made that opening pass of 13 metres look fairly standard fare. We're kind of used to kind of used to Lucas making it look standard fare. We are at our pointy end now, so our new leader, Joel Howley, won at 10.2. In second place, we have got Trent Nelson Cranfield with 4.5 at 10.75, and pretty sure then we have got Jack Christie with 3 at 10.75. But we've got Lucas Cornell from Queensland in the water. We're pretty confident that he can make a play for this. Can he squeeze around two ball at 10.2? He's got to get there first. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. He's got to get there first, and he's got a bunch of passes that he's got to ski through. He's been pretty reliable. This is the Open Men's Slalom Final. This is the last skier. Lucas Cornell out of Queensland. He's our top seed. He's coming back in 12-metre line, Gary.
Yeah, the 19-year-old. Look, it's just so interesting to see where Lucas can get to. He's got that unique stack where he nearly comes off the ball and he's stacked ready to go again. So coming into course now, gets that traditional swing and dumps it into number one like he traditionally does. Of course, that deep riding Connolly bites and goes, and Lucas locks and loads and heads across the wake. On to 4, now on to 5. No dramas with this pass. Super strong, this kid. Super strong. Mark that one in the books.
Never seems to let his shoulders get behind his hips anywhere in the course. More than any other skier I think I've seen, his shoulders are always behind his hips in the ball. Almost never lets his hips drop back. I've seen him like spiral like a starfish, when he finally gets into trouble at his shortest line length, but he still never drops his hips. Anyway, he's through the 12-metre pass, so that's one of the ones he's got to get through. He's got to get through this next one, the 11-metre pass as well. If he's going to make a play for the lead, we have got Lucas Cornell on the water.
Yeah, I can see Dad nervously standing on the bank down there, giving us a bit of a glance. He's got his fingers crossed. He's looking like Mr. Cool, but I reckon there's an outboard motor going inside of him right now. All right, Lucas will be coming back on the 11.25 metre line. Cream of the crop. Best in the country we're seeing today. Perfect conditions here at Stoney's Waterski Park. Jason's got a absolutely beautiful setup here. Campers everywhere, sun shining. Doesn't get any better than this, Coops.
Yeah, exactly, mate. This is the final. This is the exciting part. Last skier on the water from Queensland, Lucas Cornell, 11 metres. We're relatively confident we might be able to get through this one as well. Needs to get through it. Needs a 1 ball. 11's no gimme though, but he's made a nice start at it. Looking good at 2 ball, heading over to 3. Over to 4 ball by the looks of things, making it look fairly standard fare. Lovely out of 4 ball, around out of 5, and he's going to run this pass. He's going to run the 11-metre pass and get his shot at 10.7. All right.
Yeah, that was a beautiful pass, Coops, and you can hear the crowd down on the bank really getting behind him. They can sort of sense something a bit special this year. Everyone's here. They're keen to see how far he gets.
I hope he gets through this next pass, not because I necessarily want him to win more than Joel. I just want him to get a shot. I love him when they got the shot. So if he's got his shot at 10.2, and so then it comes to full crunch time.
Yeah, it's just buying the ticket. And these opportunities don't come around that often. There's a lot of work in setting up a competition to being an L-class competition so that it is record capable for the country. They don't come around every day. Then you put all this work in and sometimes you'll get bad weather. It could be raining, could be windy. We've got none of that today. We look at the water glass out in between each pass that Lucas does. It is absolutely primed and set.
That's exactly right. You don't always get the opportunity to do. They can set up comps, but the weather gods don't always play. And the weather gods are playing for us this weekend in the 2025 Malibu National Water Ski Titles. Malibu has sponsored us, and we are behind a Malibu boat. And we have got Lucas Cornell coming back. This is the 10.75 metre line. Needs to get through this if he wants to make a play for this title. Talk us through, Gary.
All right, things are about to get real. Here comes Lucas. All important 1 ball. Bangs that ski round nice and deep early into 2. Cross to 3. Looking okay now. Heads across to 4. Going okay. Locks and lows across to 5. Chucks it in deep. Heads good swing out of 5 into 6. There's the gate. 10.75. Done and dusted in the books. He is going to come back on the 10.25 metre line.
I think he was waiting for 5 ball there. Waiting for 5 at 10.75. Probably the nicest 10.75 I've seen so far. It bodes well, but there's still massive pressure here. Crazy pressure. Getting a start at 10.25 is crazy town, and he does have to turn one, so he can't safety turn one. He's got to turn one to get to 2. There's a chance he may safety turn one if it doesn't look good. We could end up in a run-off situation here. Like we were saying, though, Lucas never seems to play it safe. He just seems to go for it, so we half feel he's going to turn 1 ball. But you do see skiers go down at 1 ball at 10.25 because it is so short that they've got to stretch around. The timing's got to be perfect. He has had scores deepish into 10.2 recently, though.
Yeah,
but I've seen him blow the tail at 1 ball as well. So
yeah, that's right. So that'll be. I'm not sure what he's thinking. Is he going to ski for 2, or is he going to have a crack at the pass? So we're about to see. We can hear the Malibu TXI come up to speed. So
can he make a play on 1 ball and get himself over to 2 ball? Or are we maybe going to be in a run-off situation? Anyway, we've got Lucas Cornell from Queensland coming back through the entrance gates. What has he got for us? He has turned one ball, heading to 2. Is he going to get around 2? I think he has. He set it up past 2. He's around 3. He wants to ski down this pass. That is 3 at 10.25 metres for Lucas Cornell, throwing the fist. He is our Radar Open Men's National Slalom Champion, the best slalom skier in Australia today.
Sensational skiing from Lucas. I know he really wanted that pass and he really wanted to run that 10.25. So hard. It's such a hard pass to get round and get set up. Everything has got to go spot on, but I'll tell you what, getting 3 at 10.25, world-class skiing in such a beautiful state, beautiful country. We're extremely lucky. I think they're going to put him on the back of the boat to bring him in. They're going to put him on the TXI and they'll run him past.
We better listen to this radio. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. It looks pretty good. I'm pretty sure we've got a score of 3 here. Alrighty, we have got a final score from our judges. That is 3, so it is confirmed. That is our national champion there. I think they are going to put him on the back of the boat. And I have half a feeling he might jump out of the back of the boat around about the centre here so he can have a big tunnel of love from all the Queenslanders and the whole crew. What a good show all these skiers put on for us right through the range there. So final positions are going to be Lucas Cornell is our champion. Joel Howley from Queensland is going to be in second place. And in the bronze medal position, we're going to have Trent Nelson Cranfield from the ACT with 4.5 at 10.75. But here comes Lucas Cornell down the lake.
Your Australian men's champion behind the Malibu TXI with his Connolly ski. Rounding applause from the crowd.
How good is that? How do we come back from that?
We'll try and get Lucas up here in a little bit, give him a bit of an interview and so he can talk us through his passes. I've no doubt he'll have some hugs and high fives down there from the Queensland team. Well, not only the Queensland team, it's water skiing in general. It's really got behind him.
I don't want to say he made it look easy, because how can that be easy when you look at that? But we were semi-confident that that's what he could do. He never seems to falter to be able to do it in those crunch positions that I've seen. You know, I would think nerves get in play in your head a little bit at 10.7 and go, oh, can I slip up? You know, and you can slip up. Anyone can slip up. But and all credit to Joel Howley. He feels to me a little bit the same. Every pressure position I've seen him in, he just seems to perform and run it, and he did today. It's just that Lucas had the wood on him in the end, and he had that advantage of being the last skier. So for those guys, maybe that prelim round was kind of important to be able to get a look to see what they had to do to win. Really exciting open men's final, Gary.
Yeah, I've got a feel for Joel. You know, it really is a sport of million microseconds, you know, and he just missed the handle coming off, going into that 2-ball. He actually got the ski round 2-ball. So, but that's water skiing, you know, like he's done a fantastic job to get to this stage, and this stage in his career, you know, and he's still pushing him. He's going, well, you know, Lucas, you're the young buck coming through. Well, I'm going to make you work for it, and that's exactly what we want. We want these boys to push each other, and that's exactly what they do. So. Fantastic. From all of the men's, all of the women's, you see the class that comes through, and the cream does raise to the top. So fantastic all round. I'll tell you what, Coops, I don't know how I'm going to come down from this one.
I know. What are we doing now? Where are we going now? I shouldn't say it, but I feel like a bear now. I shouldn't say that as a commentator. It's too early in the day. It's Easter Sunday. Surely we can get away with this sort of stuff. Where are we going to? I almost feel smidge disappointed for our poor skiers that have to follow that. Imagine following that as a show. But I'm pretty sure we might have some under 12 girls down on the dock there. Is that where we are, Gary? And it's going to be a final for them as well.
Yeah, so we'll be heading into the under 12 slalom round 2, and followed by the big dogs, the under 10s, the subbies, with young Xander Wing in their final ski for this tournament. And then we go into the under 17 boys slalom.
That's going to be exciting. The under 17 boys slalom. Couple of heavy hitters at the end of there. That's exciting to see, but a big field as well, 17 skiers and then under 17 boys.
There's certainly some skiers in that, and under 17 boys, they're traditionally they go for broke. They either crash, they don't like to miss a ball. They'll have a crack and they want to win.
Alrighty, guys, we are back underway with the under-12 girls final here as well. We're going to have to do a little bit of math, so I've taken my shoes off because I'm going to need all 10 fingers and toes here, because in the under-12s division we've got to start adding some scores up. I'm assuming we've got Tilly Thrower on the water from New South Wales, and I think she might have had a bit of a funny. I seem to recall, I'm pretty sure she might have got pinged on her gates on her first pass in round one. But she's run through her opener now because she's coming back on pass number 2, and I have got Rob Wing come up to join me. Take a little bit of load on the commentary. Good on you, Rob. Good to see you today. All right, Tilly Thrower getting through that. Oh, I was just about to say getting through that second pass and popped the handle out of 5 ball there.
Yeah, that's a shame. Well, what a field we got, though. We've got 9 skiers in this under-12 girls slalom event, so just shows how strong the sport is in under-12 girls. And Tilly, our first competitor, running a first pass, which is great to see. And then, unfortunately, well, she would have loved to have run that second pass, but unfortunately falling around 5. I'm not sure exact score, 4.5 or 5 on the I'm not quite sure what she started at either.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah,
we're catching up. We're still coming down a little bit from the open men's there.
Oh, what an event
Rob,
that
our heads were spinning off our shoulders towards the end of that, and apologies to Tilly because we just took a moment, and every one of these divisions is super important, under 12 girls included, and this is the finals for them. But she's run a couple of passes, so we're going to work it out. I'm just looking there, Rob, that she got a score of 0 at 34 in her opening round, so I think she's done better.
All right, we do know one thing. Our next competitor from Queensland will be Peyton Spelter. She is starting at 37 kilometres per hour. I think the girls are allowed to start a little slower if they wish, but of course, if you want to start a little faster, that is also an option. And Peyton about to come in at 37 Ks.
Alrighty, Peyton Spelter from Queensland. She is heading through those entrance gates on her opening pass. Around 1 ball, looking pretty comfortable, heading over to 2. A little bit of rubbiness in the line there. Around 3 okay though, heading over to 4 ball. 37k we believe is the start speed. She's heading on down that pass and is about to turn 5 ball and get home on that opening pass, so she'll be happy about that. All of our skiers love to get through that first pass so they can settle down and relax. This is the final for them, so they know what's going on out here as far as where they need to ski in order to push the boundaries.
Okay, good work there for Peyton Spelter. The opening pass, 37 Ks, getting the full complement of 6 boys, and she'll be coming back at a speed of 40.
So how's your morning been, Rob? So Joel was happy with his ski in the open. Like, there was a pretty good performance there for him.
Yeah, look, he, you know how when a skier finishes, they kind of analyse their own...
their own demise. Usually their own demise for me.
Yeah, what they did, but he's generally speaking reasonably happy, I think.
I thought that was pretty good skiing. Like, that was deep 11, wasn't it? So
in hindsight, he might have approached boy 2 a little differently, he said, and maybe might have got a bit further down the course, but that's a bit of the woulda, coulda, shoulda stuff as... Peyton back on course at 40 kilometres per hour. Perfect conditions. Let's see if she can get all the way through as she turns around the 4th buoy. Round 5. I wanted to say looking comfortable, but I was a little bit frightened in case I made her fall off. But well done. 6 buoys there for Peyton.
Commentators are always scared. I was going to try and get everyone to sign an agreement to say that we will take no responsibility for saying you look good just before you fall. It's the commentator's curse, which happens occasionally. Always nervous about that.
I mean, all the skiers on site will surely relate to things like when you're skiing yourself, you think, geez, this is feeling good when you get to about buoy 4.
Yeah.
Actually, you're having a swim around
That's
5.
right. Next minute, you're in the drink.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Oh, yeah. Oh, so you've done this in the crafty thing.
Well, 2 successful passes, a great way to approach the second round for Peyton Spelter from Queensland. So she's just run the 40k pass, and she's now going to increase the boat speed to make it a little bit more difficult in this under 12 girls. 43 k's will be the boat speed. So she pulls out to the gates. Pretty good looking width for a start for a 43k pass through the gates. Splits them nicely, turns around. Buoy 1, it's beautiful conditions. Turns 2, a little bit of slack rope, but pretty much on time, and a nice turn there at 3. Gets to buoy 4, the ski bobbles a little, but locks back into position. Fraction late out of 5, it pulls nice and hard to 6, and runs the 43-kilometre pass. Because I just saw Shane Coulter walk past, our boat driver for the Men's Open, and what a wonderful boat driving display it was when he drove past with Lucas Cornell standing on the engine hatch. I was sort of wondering how Shane could even concentrate having someone standing on the engine hatch, but such is a professionalism of Shane, he managed to pull it off.
That may have rattled his cage more than actually running the lead pass in that event.
Yeah, well, he'd probably never done it before.
Yeah. I'm assuming he was sweating a bunch of times during that event. Alrighty, so we are into the under 12 girls slalom, and we've got Peyton Spelter on the water. She got through that pass, so she's got through 3 full passes now. So, got trouble. I'm hearing trouble on the radio of a gate problem there for Peyton, so sounds a little bit like she has missed her entry gates on that last pass.
I don't know if this is a replay that we're going to see, but actually I don't think she went outside the gates, so I wonder if she went inside the gates. I'm having trouble picking it up on the screen, but because our vision's slightly obscured by a flag.
I can see it there, Rob.
Okay, so she went outside the gates.
She's gone outside the gates on that pass. That's a shame for her. But sometimes those gates are a bit tricky. You've got to pull out to the left. You've got to make timing to have some momentum through the gates. And it looks like in this particular case, she's just missed them. So she'll be disappointed about that. But she's still skied a couple of passes. So not too bad. Well done, Peyton Spelter from Queensland.
Yeah, bad luck because, look, our view's partly obscured by a Malibu flag, the gates. And I thought they looked fine. But, of course, I mustn't have been able to pick up the buoy as she went past it, and that's really unfortunate.
Yeah,
there.
it's a shame for her. But it's the nature of the beast. It's definitely a pressure game, this slalom skiing game.
Because she would have been coming back at 46, and I mean, in
what have we got at the pointy end there, Rob? So we've got Sienna McCarthy 3 at 16:52k, and we've also got
girls into 52.
Yeah, Avena Hay at 52, Alana Hare.
And her scrubbed a gate, so she's a 52k skier.
That's right. So we're not really sure where she might be because they've pinged her on at gates at 52. Kenzie Coburn 1.5 at 49, and also McKady Mitchell is half at 49. And then the scores start to slip down a little bit. I think.
Then when we look at those scores are all on 34, so they're skiers that didn't run their first passes. So
that's right.
They're probably capable of an extra couple of passes, moving up into the 30, 40, 43k mark. So they were the girls that didn't run their first pass. So we're really a bit of an unknown.
Yes, that's right. We are an unknown quantity here. Probably. If you blow your opener in that first round, though, it makes it pretty tricky to claw your way back. So, because it is a fair way down from 52, 34k. So there's lots of passes, lots of ground to make back up. Anyway, we're about to see what's going on. We have got Bethany Sutton from New South Wales now is going to be entering the course. New South Wales skier in this under 12 girls division. Kind of looks like she might have missed her opener in the first round. Let's see how she goes second round, Rob.
Yeah, well, you just wish them all the best, don't you, as far as our young under 12 skiers of the future. Good start, though, around buoy 1. Now turning 2. I'm not sure what the opening speed was, but turning now around 3 in these glorious conditions here on Lake 1 at Stoney Park. Malibu's Nationals 2025. Turns around 5. Nice tight turn around 5. Waits for 6. Well, that's a comfortable opening pass, and I guess if you are one of the girls that didn't run your first pass in the first round, you just throw caution to the wind and, really shoot for a PB in the second round.
Yes, definitely. And through that first pass, so I've said it a bunch of times, when you get a chance to drop down in the water, you can take a breath, you can get rid of that apple that you've got in your throat, you can reset yourself, and then at some point in time, well, it used to be this way for me anyway, at some point in time, especially if you get to drop on that second one, the fear starts to turn into excitement, and then adrenaline kicks in a little bit, and that's where you can hopefully maybe get some performances happening. So each time you run a pass, you just feel a little bit better, a little more relaxed, and a little bit more excited about how well you might do. So we love those skiers to get through that first pass to start that process underway, especially in our younger divisions where they're feeling the pinch a little bit. All right, Bethany Sutton. Has Bethany got a bio? I need another dad joke today. No. Is there dad jokes? We probably should just go through those bio for the dad jokes, Rob.
Yeah, look, we should. We don't have a bio for Bethany, but she's coming back at 43. And let's see how she goes at this 43k pass. She looked really good at 40. Looks to get a good approach through the gates. A tight turn around 1. Turning around 2. Has a pretty good looking style going there. Turns 3. 43k's, of course. If she can run this, she'll be coming back at 46. I think she was just waiting for buoy 5. And a good pass there for Bethany Sutton from New South Wales.
Yeah, nice second pass. I don't really want to play into it, but it's interesting to see some of these people that didn't do so well in round 1, where they're at and whether they would have been a player and maybe they've missed the boat a little bit because of that round 1.
Yeah, it works both ways for skiers, doesn't it, really? For some of them, it gives an extra chance, and in others, if you don't have a good first round, it kind of puts you out of the event. So it's kind of a bit of an interesting, bit of a double-edged sword, really.
That's right. It's the name of the game, though, isn't it?
Mm. Yeah, I think I told you that dad joke, but I haven't broadcast it yet about. The 2 dogs that I've got.
The 2 dogs. Tell me the joke about the 2 dogs.
Seiko. Their names are Seiko and Rolex. They're watchdogs.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Watchdogs. For anybody who doesn't know, we've got skier bios. We've got a bit of a folder of skier bios, and one of the questions in the skier bio was, tell us a dad joke. So if anyone has got a dad joke that they want us to broadcast, Rob, I think I just saw the webcast viewer numbers just plummet then. Maybe they don't like our dad jokes. No, we've still got 81 people online with us at the moment. So I'm pretty sure that's in thousands.
It's funny it should have plummeted because
81,000.
It's funny it should have plummeted. That's normally I open my stand-up act with that one. Okay, so this should be 46, I think, from memory for Bethany Sutton. Starting to have to work now with this increased boat speed. Turns around buoy 2, but she is working hard. Turns 3. I think she's A on time still. Turns 4. Once again, the conditions ideal. Gets around 5. Tight turn out of 5. And runs the 46k pass.
46k, so she's starting to push her way through there, and she looked pretty reasonable there, Rob, too, so she might be a chance to even run the next one. I've said it a couple of times that when you look pretty good at that pass, generally you might have the next one in you, so I kind of think she might.
Yeah, confirming that the boat speed's now going to start to get a little bit serious. It's moving up to 49k's, and remembering these girls shorten if they can complete 52k's.
And we had one skier, Rob, in round 1 that did that. Sienna McCarthy from Queensland. She got 3 at 16 metres, 52. Next closest store we've got is Ivana Hay from New South Wales, 5 at 52. So they're kind of the players at the moment that just 4 balls between them. Alana is another 5 balls back. But she might be able to make a play too, depending on what's going on.
Okay, now the boat speed, 49, starting to hum along and get up to a pretty decent sort of a clip is the Malibu. As Bethany now a little bit late out of 3, she's working now, but she does get to 4 turns 4. I don't know if she's going to get to 5, just goes inside 5. Leave that one to the judges though, because she did actually make a turn, so whether she went around it or inside, I'm going to wait for the message to come around via the radio, and it is in fact 4.
4 balls, yeah, confirmed back from the boat there, Rob. 4 at 49. A pretty good score, pretty solid score, and maybe if she had have done that a couple of times, she might have been a little bit of a player in this game, maybe just touching on the potential for getting on to the podium. But 4 at 49 is all she wrote. Much better second round than the first round, so she'll be happy about that for sure. Just catching up on a few of the live chat messages come through here, Rob. Wayne Bryant has come through and said huge congratulations to Lucas. Good on you, Wayne. And Wayne Bryant also mentioned Connolly 1, 2, 3. We didn't make any mention of that, so that's what it was in the Open Men's Division. Connolly 1, 2, 3. Very interesting to see.
Definite bit of domination there.
Yeah. Brad Williams has chimed in and said it's 10 Thirsty Coops, and he's correct with that. That's an old buddy of mine, the Fox, Brad Williams, just letting me know what time of day it is and where I should be. And how do you pronounce that second name there, Rob? Naomi. Naomi Sachs has chimed in there. Blackshore Real Estate in Canberra. Let's go, McKady Mitchell, and she is coming up shortly. So McKady's got some support from Canberra. From Naomi, good to see you. Who else we got chiming in here? Len Davis. Shout out to our grandson, Jack Davis, in the under 10s. So Jack Davis, if you're out there, Len has had a shout out to you.
Okay, so our next skier is Athenia Wing. Not sure of a start speed for Athenia. She might have started at 34 in the first round, but we'll just wait and get news through from the judges of the completion of this pass as she turns around buoy 4, pulls out there to 5, stretches around 5, and she gets back to the wake and must have been kind of pulled straight and didn't kind of have a crack at buoy 6. I don't quite know what happened there.
That was a little bit funny, wasn't it? It was almost like she might have been a smidge confused as to where she was heading there, because she looked like she might have been able to make it over to 6 ball, but didn't quite make it over there. I thought she might have known the start speed there.
No, I'm trying to remember what the start speed was from the first round.
Yep.
But
2.5 on the opener in the first round.
Yeah, and she unfortunately fell around 3, but that time looked a bit strange. It looked like she should have, she didn't really try to commit to get to 6 and just went around 5 and then straightened up in
We can see it here in the replay, actually, Rob, if they're replaying right now. So that's her turning around 5 ball. She was a little bit late, and maybe she got pulled up, and I think she just realised that she wasn't going to make it, and what's the point in trying to head out there?
Yeah, because I guess under 12 girls, still a lot of experience ahead of them, so early days in their skiing careers, so maybe in future she'd sort of approach that turnaround 5 or coming out of 5 a little differently, but in the end, a score of 5 on the opening pass.
I'm sure that crew is going to have a big future in front of them, Rob. You've got somewhere to ski up there in the Gold Coast. They all ski at the Gold Coast Waterski Club, I'm assuming, is the best place.
They do, yeah.
Yeah, they still do a bit of skiing on the river. We used to ski on the river years ago up there, and I know Joel used to ski on the river, didn't he, up there somewhere?
Yeah, he did.
Yep.
He had a ski school for a while with a boat, and they'd probably ski on the river a bit, but most of the skiing's at the ski club.
Yep. Is there any issues with sharks up there these days? Do you worry about sharks in the rivers and the canals, or it's all pretty good?
I wouldn't be swimming the canals too
Yep.
much, but I mean, no one I know has ever seen a shark in, say, for example, the Coomera River. If you want to go open water skiing in the river there, and I think plenty of people over the years have done quite a bit of skiing and training on the Coomera River. Like Taylor Simmons did a lot of tricking there, and
I can't remember the name of the one, but it was out the back of the Gold Coast. We used to go up to the Gold Coast and drag the boat up occasionally, and we would ski out the back of there. There was an old ski school out of the back of there that someone used to run years ago. Who was that? I'm testing your memory now. You know the one I'm talking about, don't you? That was deep out the back of the Gold Coast.
At Coomera, the other side of the highway, not the Brett Wing Waterski School.
No, it wasn't the Brett Wing one. There was somebody else that ran a school. I'm going to have to find out who that was now. There was somebody that ran a ski school. Is it the Nerang that's up there? Right on the Gold Coast maybe. It was, southern end of the Gold Coast. And we dropped our boat in there and skied up that way.
Yeah, I'll think about it for a bit. I'll come up with something.
Alrighty, you guys over on the other side of the lake there who are throwing rocks into the lake, if you can stop doing that for us, that'd be good. Thanks, guys. They've put those rocks on the edge of the bank there to protect the shore, so if you can stop throwing the rocks in the water, that'd be great. Thanks very much, guys. You reckon it was Jody Skipper ran that ski school up there on the Gold Coast? Fair enough.
I might come up with someone else's name soon, but before we put everyone to sleep, I'll wait till I think of who it is.
Fair enough. All right, we're back to skiing. Who have we got on the water there, Rob? It's gonna be McKady Mitchell
from South Australia. We don't have an opening speed because we were trying to remember who had a ski school 30 years ago on the Gold Coast, but let's see how she can go. She had a first round score at half a buoy at 49, so I think there's room for her to move up the ladder. If she can get these opening couple of passes, we'll bring you a start speed pretty shortly as she runs her opening pass.
Alrighty, so we got plenty more slalom skiing to go today. Lots of finals. We are in the under 12 girls finals at the moment, and we are about halfway down the pack. And we've got McKady Mitchell on the water, and we're pretty sure she's coming back 43k. She's got some support from Canberra here, from Naomi, who is wishing her well. Let's see how she goes here on this 43k pass. Not a bad turn at one ball there, heading over to two and looking pretty good. Big wave to the crowd as she goes around two ball, almost there, but she's on time, heading down the pass over to four, and I'm pretty sure she's going to be on time for five and head over to six, and she's going to run that 43k pass, and let's see how that's going to position her. 43k, so I think McKady from South Australia, well, what do we got? We got half at 49, so she could make a play. So she's got a score on the board in the first round there, Rob. So if she keeps skiing passes here, she's probably the first player to have a solid score to give herself a chance for some silverware.
Yeah, so in the first round she scored half at 49. She's about to come back at 46. Her PB coming into the tournament was 4 at 49. So hopefully at this time of the season we'd be hoping for at least hopefully a full pass at 49 and move on into the 52k pass. But still bit of work to do. She's got to run 46 on the way back, and let's hope she can do that.
Quick shout out to Tara County, Craig Rankin up north, up my way. They've said g'day to us on the live chat here. Hopefully Smiley Eiley and Bailey Bailey are hanging out, watching our webcast too. Hello to you guys out there. Maybe you're sneaking in a ski. I'm pretty sure they're up the lake at the moment, up Tinaroo. All right, we have got McKady Mitchell on the water. This is going to be 46k, we think, Rob, is it, or 49?
46.
46k. She's around 4 ball, heading back over to 5, so she's making pretty good work of this. Turned around 5 ball nicely, headed over to 6, so she's going to get through this 46k pass. And what do we get there? She has skied a half at 49, so she's right on track to repeat the score from the opening round.
Coops 4 at 49 is her PB, so we're really looking for a full pass, I'd reckon.
Yeah, that'd be
in
good,
these
wouldn't
conditions. Well, that's what we'd be hoping for.
And if she can run a full pass, I think it does make her a little bit of a player.
Home club's Bedrock just out of Adelaide. Well, hometown's Adelaide, and of course Bedrock up on the Murray there. So good little site there. I've skied there at least once. I can only remember once, so that'll do it. But good site there at Bedrock there up on the Murray.
You've been for a ski there, have you? I hear about Bedrock, but I haven't snuck down to there yet. I'd love to go and have a look. I hear you've either got to come in by boat, or it's a fairly steep climb down the
it looks
tucked away sort of site.
It does look a steep climb. I went in by boat when I went in, so skied out of the boat. So that was.
Would love to go and have a look, and have a ski down there. See what. Because I heard about Bedrock years ago when I skied with a bunch of blokes from South Australia.
Okay, so 49 Ks. PB we think is 4. First round score, she only got a half. Let's see if she can get to 2 and keep going. Oh, not a bad start. Turns around 2, working her way back to buoy 3. She's down course now at 3. If she stretches to 4, it's a PB just inside 4 or 3 at 49 Ks for McKady Mitchell from South Australia.
All right, Viv is just letting me know from the canteen they are fired up and ready to go. She's got a special of the day, and we have got an $8 special of the day, South Indian veg and chicken curry. Who wouldn't want to get a bit of that action? I'm pretty sure she's starting to get a bit crazy imaginative as time goes by. So we've got a South Indian veg and chicken curry. So if that floats your boat, that's the special of the day, $8. She's got hamburgers and hot chips, sushi bowls, wraps and sandwiches. I think there is all sorts of stuff going on at that canteen. So it's getting close to lunchtime. If you're getting a bit peckish and you like the idea of a South Indian and veg chicken curry, then head over to the canteen.
Thank you. I would love to. I would love to come. Yeah? All right, come in, son. Come in, son. All right, sounds good.
Couple of little more shout outs on the live chat. We've got Vanessa Leopold all the way over there. What's listed here is Vanessa Leopold. I thought it was Vanessa Veek. Congratulations, Lucas. Great Saturday night entertainment over here. So they're over there watching it just before they go to bed. Yes, it was good fun, Vanessa. Thanks very much for dropping us a line. Emma Haberman, go Athena. Congratulations, Sadie and Lucas. Go Queensland. So thanks very much, Emma, for shouting out to us on the live chat. All right, who we got on the water here, Rob?
Kenzie Coburn skiing on her home site. Young lady from Newcastle, but skis up here at Stoney Park. Her parents are one of the leaseholders. Because the name Coburn, a household name in Australian water skiing for many, many generations, and great to see Kenzie there completing her opening pass.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that dynasty family's going anywhere in the short term. Similar to your family, I think, Rob, as well. 2 names in the game, Wing and Coburn, that just seem to keep going on and on and on. And we love it.
Yeah, well, I'll be around for a while until something something unforeseen happens.
Until we fall off the perch. Don't worry, mate. I'm there with you.
Yeah, well, when we were talking earlier about my granddaughter Athenia skiing at the Gold Coast Ski Club, I was just going to mention subtly that her grandfather is a member of Ski North.
Yeah, that's correct.
Although I'm not a
love the
local
fact,
member.
Well, we call you a
remote
remote member up there.
Yeah, remote member.
Remote member, which we love. As many members as we can get. So that just gives you the opportunity to come and visit us whenever you want and ski at our lake and feel like you're insured under our system, being a member of our club.
Yeah, because I just renewed it. It'd be a waste of money not to go up to Cairns
That's
from
right.
Sydney.
That's part of the game, Rob,
Yeah,
I think.
that's part of the game.
Yeah, come up and visit us. Anyone come up and visit us up in Ski North. We're out of Cairns. We're about 50 minutes south of Cairns. We've got a sneaky little private, well, not private, it's an open club. We've got a sneaky little club up there where we do some skiing, and you don't need to bring your own boat.
And Kenzie Coburn coming back on site. It's on course, I should say, for pass number 2. In all the chit-chat, didn't get the opening speed, but we'll bring that to you shortly as Kenzie now. Let's wish her all the best on this second pass as she turns 3 now, gets to buoy 4, turning 4. Pretty much on time, so she won't be late, I don't think, to 6. She's just waiting for 6 and now out through the gates, and great pass there for Kenzie Coburn.
All right, well done, Kenzie. So score of 1.5 at 49 in round 1. So that might come into play. We're starting to get to the pointy end here, Rob, so we're starting to get some people who may make a play for this title. All right, we've got Kenzie Coburn on the water. She's coming back here. Not 100% sure of the speed she's coming back in. Says he started at 37, so I'm going to think that's 40 and 43. So pretty sure this is going to be 43K for Kenzie Coburn coming back from New South Wales. She's turned 3 ball there and heading over to 4 ball in good shape. Just a little bit of shimmer of breeze on the water now. Around 5 ball and heading over to 6. So she's got through that third pass. Pretty sure she started at 37. So it would be 37, 40, 43. That would be 43. So she's going to be coming back at 46. And she got 1.5 at 49 in her opening round. All right, she's going to be returning 46. So that was 43K.
Okay, so Kenzie ran the 43. I was just on the phone to my Brains Trust. Apparently the Birminghams had a ski school on the Gold Coast at one stage.
Birminghams?
So, yeah, and then Les Walters had one on the Brisbane River.
Oh, I do remember the Les Walters. He was a player in the game in Queensland, I'm sure. Skied with him a couple of times.
You want to know something
sure.
about a binding? You talk to Les, a bit of a tech guru.
Yeah, I think he still chimes in on Waterski Hub a fair bit. I see that on Facebook every now and again. He's probably listening to us there now. He's probably pricked his ears up, ready to go. We're with you, Les.
He probably thought he heard the word binding, so binding. Someone wants to know about a binding.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he chimes in on a lot of tech stuff.
Yeah.
So when people are thinking about doing stuff, I see, and I remember him skiing years ago at a state titles in Coolum. I'm pretty sure it was.
No, he skied, competed.
Yeah, and he was good. Like he was almost a ring-in at that comp where I went, who's this guy come out of somewhere and skied very well and was a lovely chap too, I remember at the time. So good on you, Les.
Yeah, well, he's the guy I was thinking of that I think he's managing a resort in Asia. somewhere, and it's got some skiing there as well, whether it's Philippines or Thailand or somewhere. But it's got a bit of everything: water sports, aquatic activities, and accommodation. But that's what he's been doing, I think, the last couple of years.
Give us a shout out, Les, if you're on our live stream.
We've got a question for you about a Connolly overlay from 1983 that we've sort of trying to deal with.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, but still, these girls weren't even born till after 2010. The under 12s.
That's right.
They're watching the slalom at the moment.
We're in a different era right now, Rob. So we are up to Kenzie Coburn at the moment from New South
49,
Wales.
I think.
Yeah.
37.
I'm pretty sure.
46.
Yes, I'm pretty sure the judge in the boat said she was coming back at 46. So we won't get ahead of ourselves. This is the under 12 girls slalom finals. So we're getting towards the pointy end. We kind of don't think those skiers currently. What have we got there? Hold on one sec.
What you got? Okay, well, I'll call it through the 46, and you could read the text message about Les that I just got.
Waterski World in Brisbane. All right.
He's back.
He's
All right.
back.
Oh, no. We thought she ran the pass. This sunk her.
Yes, this must have been a problem, potentially been a problem at a gate or something, but she is coming back not skiing anymore and looks like she's about to ski into the shore. So we're not 100% sure what's happened there, but obviously she's being pinged somewhere. Watching a replay now here, Rob. Maybe she's had trouble with her gates. I can see a gate ball there and a gate ball there. Oh, it's hard to tell, isn't it? For sure, where I think they might. So we're seeing, we're seeing an angle from the boat. The gate judges in the tower get a much better angle at. Boy, I think it's somewhere between being homologated, somewhere between 41 and 44 degrees or something is the angle that they look at. If you look on the other side of the jump ramp over there, you'll see a camera that's mounted on a pole over there, which has got a really good angle on those gates, one on this side as well. Yeah. So they get a very clear view as to whether the skier skis through the gate or not, and unfortunately kind of looks like Kenzie Coburn missed those gates.
There for Kenzie. It's a shame, but we're going to stick with New South Wales, and our next competitor will be Alana Hare.
There we go. Gus is giving us a bit of a look at that camera. That's the gate camera there that's keeping a close eye on whether they ski through those gates. And if you don't ski through those gates, you get a fine in the mail from that camera.
Yeah, and being in New South Wales, it's double demerit points this weekend too.
That's right. It's hard down here. They work you hard. I'm not sure whether they do that in Queensland or not. Maybe they do. But I find that a little bit of a tough game. So you definitely want to be watching that speedo in the car. All right, Rob, I think we're getting to the players now. Who have we got on the water?
Yeah, we have Alana Hare from Mulwala, New South Wales. Start speed at 43 Ks.
And she got a score of 0 at 52 in the first round. So she skied past us, obviously, to get to 52. And she must have missed her gates at 52. Maybe she can ski deeper. She's heading down this first pass over to 5 ball. Oh, got a little bit of a shoulder dip at 5 ball. Gave me a bit of a moment, but no problems getting to 6. And she's going to ski out that first pass, Rob.
Yes, well, as you mentioned, like a pretty aggressive turnaround, Boy 5, but still probably augurs well for being able to move up around that 52 speed. So she's completed 43. She's going to come back at 46. So a couple of the girls, by the looks over the time, have had their gates taken away from them. So it's so critical to split the gates at those sort of speeds and make sure that you can keep continuing down the course, because if you don't go through the entrance gates, unfortunately, you're being given a score of 0. So the boat speed now will move to 46. In tow will be Alana Hare, and she'll definitely be looking to try and make her way into the 50k speed at least. And of course, if these girls complete 52, they then get to shorten the rope.
So that's the top speed for them, Rob, 52k. That sounds fair. She's going to be coming back 46k now, so we need to get through Alana Hare through these next couple of passes so she can put a good score on the board and make a little bit of a bid to push her way higher up the podium. She's turned 1 ball pretty nicely and heading over to 2, looking pretty good out of 2 ball as well, so she's on it at the moment. She's turned 3 and over to 4, and she's on a good side at 4, so I'm pretty happy she's going to turn well there. Early for 5, going to get to 6, and she's going to ski out of this 46k pass, and she's going to give herself a shot at 49. I'm not sure about the maths, but I don't feel like she's going to have to ski too many at 49 in order to guarantee herself at least a bronze medal position. All right, so it's confirmed back from the boat. She's going to be coming back at 49k. Let's see if we can get her through this 49. She's got 0 at 52, so she ran the 49 in round 1. And 0's it's a funny score. It's like she may well have missed her gates, so maybe she can get deeper and push her way up the podium a little bit.
Yeah, because I guess the next 2 skiers to come, well, first round we have a score of 5 at 52 and another one at 3 at 16. So if she can run 49, she's going to be wanting to get deep into the 52 pass, maybe even run it, and then she'll be really competitive. But I think actually if she probably, without doing the maths, if she runs 49, it may guarantee her a place on the podium.
That's what I was kind of thinking there, Rob. I think she's probably up the line enough there where if she runs this pass, she will guarantee herself a little bit of silverware at least, a bronze at least probably.
Yep, I would think so, because we do have... anyway, let's look at the task at hand, 49 Ks. To me, the gates look good turnaround 1. Turning around boy 2 now, working hard. Good conditions, turns 3, looking like she's still in the game. Turns 4, great turnaround 4, but hangs onto it. Waiting there for 5. Well, that was a good-looking 49-kilometre pass. Well skied, Alana Hare.
That was nice, wasn't it? She had a couple little moments, but she clawed it back very well and kept control, and she has skied that pass. And we kind of think that that's guaranteed her at least a minimum of bronze in this under-12 girls slalom final. And like I keep saying, a score of 0 at 52. Maybe she can get deep at 52. Maybe she can push Ivana Hay a little bit. Maybe she can even push Selena McCarthy a little bit. Selena getting through the 52k pass and 3 at 16. But she's going to get her shot at 52 now.
Yeah, well, it's often like part of our job to stick our neck out, and then if we're wrong, we can just sort of make an idiot of ourselves. But really, like when you're saying a couple of moments, she had some great angle out of a couple of those turns. So really, she probably skis aggressively enough that if everything can click, I think will definitely have the ability to run that 52k pass.
If she does that, we're going to have to get the calculator out, Rob. Work out where we're at. So she's 5 balls down on Ivana, and that is going to make her potentially 8 balls down, I think, maybe even 9 balls to tell you the truth. 9 balls down from our lead place getter, so she needs to get through this pass. 52k.
Okay, let's see what sort of a start she can get. Pretty good start, I think. Looking smooth, turns around 2. Good aggressive pull, gets pulled up through the wakes though. Now she's late out of 3. Works to 4, turns 4. She's not going to give up though. Gets to 5. She's got around 5. Can she get to 6? She's working for 6 and just sneaks inside 6. Oh, she was so close to running that 52k pass.
That was close when it rolled. I thought maybe out of 5 balls she was home, and I stuck my head around the other side of the TV to see her sneaking around 6. And I could just see her with her head back, just couldn't make a play on it. Yes.
He's got a pair of them.
Final score, 5 balls
Okay, well, breaking news. Ashley's just updated us on the Phantom, Les Walters, because Mel Collins it was that told us about Les. So apparently he's got a pair of jump skis, that Ashy started. He desperately wants to buy them. He offered him $2,000 for them, $4,000, $6,000. Now the bid's up to $8,000. So, Les, if you're listening,
Yes.
you're getting closer to parting with them. I know you sleep with them every night, but Ashy desperately wants to buy those jump skis from you. Hand them over. The check's in the mail.
Les Walters is going to be famous. He probably already is famous, but he's going to be more famous by the end of this broadcast, I'm sure. It'd be lovely if we could find out whether you're listening to us out there, Les. I know he's all over water skiing. Like I said, I see him chime in there every now and again on Waterski Hub, so obviously still loves the game. All right, our next under-12 girls skier, we have got Ivana Hay from New South Wales. Didn't quite catch that start speed, but she skied 5 at 52 in the first round. She looks tall on the water. She's a bigger girl, potentially. Maybe got a little bit more strength in there. She's working her way down her opening pass around 4 ball, heading over to 5. Conditions look beautiful, and she has made that pass look beautiful as well. So she's made a start on the world. Didn't hear the start speed. We'll listen to the radio to see what she's coming back at, because it's kind of pivotal now. We've got a score of 5 at 52.
Yeah, so we'll get the confirmation. Yeah, we'll get the confirmation. I thought the start speed was 43. Yeah, so start at 43. She's about to return at 46.
Alrighty, so she has got 5 balls head start on Alana, and Alana scored 5 at 52, so that's fairly simple maths that...
if she runs 49,
it's all levelled up.
Well, she'll be a tie, yeah.
Yeah, it's all levelled up at 49, so if she gets around 1 ball at 52, Ivana will hold on to that second place
makes it
position
pretty
at the
simple,
moment.
the calculations, because when you were saying the calculator, I was getting a bit nervous.
Yes, that's like I've said a couple of times, that's why I've taken my shoes off, because I may need the toes.
Yesterday I did a calculation and I went up and I won't say what section it was, but I just thought, well, this skier is won by 2 boys, and then someone would go, oh yeah, the other one's won by 2 boys. And I go, okay, all great.
All unofficial at this part of the world. We assume no responsibility, all care but no responsibility in the commentator's tower here. We'll leave that all up to the judges' tower, but we do listen to the radio pretty closely to try and get that as accurate as we can. And we have got Ivana Hay coming back from New South Wales. This is going to be 46k coming back, I'm pretty sure. Is that right, Rob? 46k coming back?
Yep, started at 43.
All right, she has turned 1 ball heading towards 2, looking in pretty good shape so far. Can see that nice blue bib that the New South Wales guys have got. She's turned 4 ball, heading over to 5. I think she might even have a little slight head breeze from that side there now. First little wisp of breeze that I can see on the water today. She's certainly got through that 46k pass looking good. And it's starting to get serious now for her, because needs to run this 49. We've kind of done a bit of a calculation to say that if she runs 49, she will push herself into no worse than the silver medal position. We've still got Sienna McCarthy from Queensland, who is a bunch of balls ahead of her. Currently, the lead score, Alana Hare, 5 at 52, but a corrected score because it is an aggregate there of potentially 0 at 52. So, has anybody else got some juicy information about Les Walters? Have we got anything else that we need to know? Jump skis. He likes to hoard jump skis. Surely he's not jumping.
No, I don't know. Well, Ashley said he's got a couple of pairs.
Couple of
They're
pairs.
brand new.
And Ashley
I don't know why Ashley wants them.
He wants those skis. They sound. Did he say 88s? That's big skis too. So that's later model skis. It's hard to get a hold of jump skis, I believe, these days.
Okay, 49, so a pretty important pass here for Ivana Hay. Running this pass, well, 1 on the next line would guarantee her a silver. Turns now around buoy 3, gets to 4, strong pull out of 4. Turns buoy 5, needs to get to 6, does get to 6, And out through the gates for Ivana Hay from New South Wales.
Alrighty, so I think that's locked it up then, Rob. So we can half assume that she's going to get somewhere on this next pass. So her focus might now change from thinking about second place to thinking about first place. So Sienna has got through, what would you count that as? 4 balls. Actually, it's 4 balls head start Sienna has got on her from that first round with a score of 3 at 16. So that was 49k. She needs to get through probably this 52 as well. She did get 5 in the first round, so she's capable of it for sure. And I kind of think, oh, maybe that little bit of breeze has gone away. It was just a tiny little wisp of wind I thought might have been a head breeze from that northern end. Can't see much on the water now really coming into play.
No, you wouldn't think you'd really notice the breeze. Although sometimes on protected sites, it doesn't look like there's much breeze, and it's a little more breezy than it is, but there's looking at the flags, there's not much really happening as far as the wind goes. Okay, so Ivana Hay. 52k pass. One boy gets a silver, but she would dearly love to run this pass. Not a bad start. Turns around 1. Now, turns around boy 3, a little bit late out of 3, but she gets to 4. She's late out of 4. I don't think she's going to get to 5. Oh, well, I'll leave that one to the judges, but a minimum of 4, and she won't get 6. But good skiing nonetheless. Ivana Hay from New South Wales.
Alrighty, so hearing scores back of 4 there, Rob. So that does put her into a minimum of silver medal position at the moment, with Sienna McCarthy from Queensland still to ski.
Yep. So Sienna probably needs about needs around 1 at 52, 1 or 2 at 52, makes it pretty much assured for the gold. But that's around the mark she's heading at. We'll just crunch a few numbers and. You've got your shoes off, that's good. So you're ahead of the game.
Yeah, that's right. I'm prepared here, Rob. Just another little note for anyone who has spent a little bit of time at the Trick Lake this morning. Lake 2 over at Mike Casato's place. There is some lost property left over there, so it sounds like they've completed skiing over there for the day. But there was 2 jumpers, so if you went there in the morning, one grey, one black. If you went there early in the morning and you're a little chilly and then you took your jumper off, it's going to be waiting for you at the canteen. So 2 jumpers left behind at Mike's place. If you want to pick them up, they are at the canteen.
Okay, Sienna McCarthy about to depart the dock. Boat speed on her opening pass will be 46 kilometres per hour.
So where did you end up here, Rob? You think maybe 49, something at 49? Or is it something at 52?
Yes, I'm going to say she has a 4-boy head start, so 1 at 52 should give her the gold.
All right, heading down this opening pass, heading over to 4-ball, looking pretty good so far from Queensland. Sienna McCarthy around 5 and over to 6-ball, so she's got the first one in the bag.
PB at 2 1/4 at 16, so she certainly, well, that was coming into the tournament, so
new PB.
New PB.
Alrighty, so that was the 46k pass, Rob, so she's coming back 49k. Needs to get through this one, though, as well.
I really like her nickname. Sienna McCarthy's nickname is Skienna.
Skienna. Nice.
Good one.
She's got a dad joke for you there, Rob?
Yeah, why did the balloons run away from the concert? They were playing pop music. That's pretty good.
I quite like that one. That's a pretty good one.
Well, she came 3rd at Nationals on snowboard cross.
Oh, so she's
could be heading for the Olympics.
Yeah, so she's a bit of double eventer. So there's quite a few skiers, I think, especially in the States, who are snow ski junkies in that off season, because in some parts over there it's quite seasonal. We're up north, so we don't get any snow ski sort of action. Do you head down to the snow ski fields every now and again, Rob?
Every now and
In the-
again.
in the
I
winter?
haven't been for a couple of years because COVID sort of interrupted a lot of that stuff,
Yep.
particularly from Sydney and going down to. But prior to that, I did a couple of years. I just ducked down for a week or so.
Yeah, I used to like to sneak down there and have a bit of a ski.
Yeah, because of course from Sydney it's just a 5 or 6 hour drive and you're there.
All right, Sienna McCarthy coming back
Yeah,
in. This is going to
49.
be 49k. Needs to get through this pass in order to put the pressure on to hopefully take the win. She's turned around 2 ball heading to 3. Looks in pretty good shape at this stage of the game. Maybe a little down course at 4. Maybe not really. I think it's well within her grasps. She's
a little bit
turned
late.
5 ball and headed over to 6. Yeah, she might have had a little moment, little narrow maybe at 5 ball and had a little moment over there, but still got herself home pretty comfortably, I think. So that is a completed pass at 49. And yeah, I'm pretty sure she's not going to need too much at this pass here to lock up the win.
I've got another dad joke because I've just had one of my script writers just remind me of one. The
Understand?
Invisible Man married the Invisible Woman and they had children, but the kids weren't much to look at. Well, the kids were nothing to look at. I should have said. I'll say that one again. The kids were nothing to look at.
I quite like it. I quite like that one as well. I'm giving that one credit.
So I'm thinking that one boy on this pass, because she has a 4-boy buffer. Ivana scored 4 at 52, so 1 at 52. I'm thinking, I hope I'm not giving the wrong information out, but I'm picking that 1 at 52 gets her the gold medal.
I'm concurring with you there, Rob. I think your maths is pretty good. So we kind of think we are about to crown our under-12 girls national title winner. If she can just ski a couple of balls up here, Sienna McCarthy from Queensland and the under-12s. She's gone around 1 ball and heading to 2. Can she get through the whole pass? Hopefully she can. She's around 3 ball heading to 4. She's turning 4 relatively early at 4, to tell you the truth, and hopefully she can turn 5 and get herself home. Looks like she's going to. She's going to run that full pass. So that is definitely your champion, your 2025 Malibu National Water Ski Titles champion in the under-10, under-12 girls slalom division.
Yeah, well done. Well, it's probably 3 words you could use to describe that pass: nice and neat and tidy.
Yes. That sounds exactly right. She never really looked like she was going to miss it, did she, Rob?
Fantastic. So smooth.
And you were saying that it sounds like her PB was only, was it 1.5 or 2.5 at 16?
Well, it was 2 1/4 on a bio sheet, so then she scored 3 at 16
She kind of looked
in
like
the first round, so now she's going to come back at 16.
She kind of looked like
So
she
looks like, yeah, I'm seeing a nod from one of the party faithful down there at 3 at 16 would be the PB. So
Fair enough.
Chasing a PB. Well, she's got the medal, so now she's going to be
looking
chasing
at that pass there. I reckon,
personal
I
best.
reckon she could run 16 here. She's a chance. She's run it in practice a couple of times, has she? Maybe yes, maybe no. We're getting head shakes.
Yeah, but
It's
it doesn't
kind of-
matter because the conditions are right.
Yeah,
for
that's
it.
right. That's a good
Look,
point.
if there's a breeze, it's a tiny headwind. The rope's shortened up. She's got every chance. So 3 is a personal best. She has the gold medal. Just chasing a full pass really at this stage, or see if she can move that personal best up from 3. So needs a good start. 16 metres, turns, pulls through the wakes, gets a good turn around 2, keeps the rope nice and tight still. Turns 3 late. Can she get to 4? Gets to 4. There's a personal best. Will she get to 5? She just squeaks inside 5. And had a good look at 5 though, but great skiing there. Sienna McCarthy, under 12 girls champion. For
All right, get around to
2025.
Queensland. We have got another champion. Sienna McCarthy from Queensland takes out the under-12 girls title and kind of does it emphatically in the end, I think, Rob. Solid score, PB. PB both rounds. How much fun is that? PB first round, PB second round. And taking the win.
Yeah, if you're going to do it, this is the place to do it. The Nationals, the Malibu Nationals 2025.
So Xander had a first round score of 5 at 34 kilometres an hour. So thinking he probably started in around about that 28 kilometres an hour. So this will be coming back on 31. Of course, with the boat running that speed, it drops it down into the water a little bit. So he's got a mountain to climb either side. He seems to do it with without any trouble, this young fella. I'll tell you what, he pulls out just like his dad. He rips it straight out. He's got a spray bigger than him that comes off the ski. Heads out around one ball. Oh, a bit of a moment off one ball. He holds on to, I don't know how he held on to that, but that's going to be awesome on the live feed to watch that one again. Bounces across 2, 3 into 3. Here we go. Pulls it hard and hits that ski. The whole ski comes out of the water. Heads hard, pushes hard into 4 ball. Here we go. Swings out nice and wide. Coming round. He's going to have to take the slack as he comes up into 6 ball. Yeah, mark that one in the books. Big fist pump going through the gates. I'm keen to see this replay.
Boys with a time at 3:004, returning 34.
Tower 6 and 6.
Confirmed.
He really created some angle and got in a lean lock coming out off one. He was all over the shop there at one stage. I'm sure his shoulder was in the water. I'll tell you what, that's got to be the save of the competition. After 2 weeks, that would have to be the save of the competition. Okay, young Xander Wing. Of course, we saw his dad ski in the open men's, so he's got a pretty good coach. This will be coming back at 34 kilometres an hour, so he did 5 in the first round. He'll be looking to improve on that. Queenslanders down on the bank. All right, swings out past 1 ball. Hits those wakes hard, doesn't back off at all. Out round 2. Pushes hard into 3. You see the wake take up and see the line take up as he heads through into 4. Oh, just pings the handle off 4 ball. So I reckon it might be a score of 3.5. Great skiing, Xander. Good job, bud.
3.5 with a time of 1588. 3.5, 1588.
Tower 3.5 and 3.5.
Confirmed. Final score was 0 at 34.
Yeah, well, of course, the future champions are the under-10 boys and girls slalom events, and the tricks, of course. So great to see competitor number 1, and that's what we've got in store for us in this event. Our next competitor will be from New South Wales, because our first competitor is Xander Wing from Queensland. Then we'll go to Moby Gordon from New South Wales. His mum was a previous, actually, Moomba Masters slalom and trick champion. Catherine Humphreys back in the day. And also trying to think of any other credentials. Australian team member. So great to see Moby taking off where his mum left off. But his dad skis as well. So great family of competitors. The Gordon family and Moby, our next competitor. I missed his start speed, but no doubt see what he can put together in this event.
Yeah, it's great to see the Queenslanders getting round young Xander, give him that tunnel of love. A grin from ear to ear, you couldn't wipe it off his face. Thinking might be 31 kilometres an hour Moby's going to come in with. Looks around about, we'll get that confirmed from the boat once he comes through his course. So anyway, he's into it. He's looks nice and early for this pass. Handling the course with ease. I reckon this will just be his warm-up, Rob. He's nearly going around with two hands on the rope there. He's nice and wide and early. Heads through the gates. Yep. Mark that one down to 6.
Yeah, good to see. Opening pass there for Moby Gordon. Full pass at, we think, 31. We're about to find out, but just confirming. Well, we're about to confirm that there was 31. Yep, started at 31, so he's going to come back now at 34. Oh no, and Moby Gordon unfortunately falling around buoy 2 at the 34k pass. Well, he ran that pass in the first round, but disappointment there for Moby in the round 2 of under 10 boys slalom.
All right, I'm here with young Xander Wing. He's just come out from his set. Mate, how was it out there, Xander?
Well, on 31, I was like, my back foot came out and I was like leaning to fall in, but I put it back in and kept going, and I still made 31.
You showed a fair bit of heart to do that. There's good conditions out there. You found it pretty easy though, other than that?
Yeah.
And what's your PB, Xander?
Probably making 34, but missing gates.
Well, mate, you've had a super competition. You've done a super job. Have you got one round of trick left yet, or are you done?
I think I'm done.
All right. Well, congratulations, mate, on your first national championship. I'm sure this is going to be the first of many. Did you have anyone who you wanted to thank?
My mum and my dad, and especially my dad for helping me get here, because I wouldn't be at this stage unless my dad had taught me how to ski. And my pop.
All right, that's wonderful, mate. Well, I look forward to seeing you next year in the subbies ripping it up.
Thank you.
Okay, now we move to Jack Davis, competitor number 3 from Victoria. through the gates, turns around boy number 1. Remember, folks, these are all, well, I'm sure everyone's aware, but under 10s, so our youngest division in the tournament.
Yeah, these are certainly the up-and-comers of the sport. It seems like yesterday that my kids were in this division, ripping it up, but you blink and next minute they're in 58 Ks running short line skiing. So certainly doesn't take long, but you can certainly see some talent that's going to grow very quickly.
6 with a score of 2-3-2-9, returning 43.
Tower 6 and 6.
Confirm 6-4, skier returning at 43.
Okay, just confirming the start speed being 40 kilometres per hour. Now we're going to wind it up to 43. So Jack Davis looking good on that opening pass. I think from 4 to 5 we get a pretty good angle of him going through the wakes. I think he did a bit of a double wake jump going through the wakes there. I suppose these guys are extremely light on their skis, light on the feet, and hit the wakes and often get a little bit airborne. And as we saw with Xander Wing getting nearly out of control, but got it back together through the wakes on one of his passes. But Jack Davis, good to see him running the 40k opening pass, and he's coming in now at 43 kilometres per hour.
Yeah, you see him coming at this speed. You see the boat sort of starts to sit up in the water and starts to go. And you'll find that the skiers will find that they'll be able to hit that wake a little bit hard and really start to push and lean and use the power of the boat as it comes through the wake. This looks like not a bad time, not a bad set. He's getting through this pass okay, heading across to 6. A little bit narrow for 6, but made it there okay in the end. It was great skiing.
With a time of 2-1-6-7, returning 46.
Tower 6 and 6.
Confirm 6-4, skier returning.
Tell you what, the conditions don't get any better than this, and it looks like it's going to hold for most of the day. Rob, we've been extremely lucky. Scores are starting to reflect it.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Hardly a breath of wind, the sun's out, hardly a cloud in the sky. I'm just not sure whether we might have some rain coming. I'm not sure if it's tomorrow or hopefully it stays off until Tuesday. That would be absolutely a dream come true for it to finish off the Nationals with another day like today. But now the boat speed is at 49 Ks. Jack Davis from Victoria, under 10 boys. Oh, well, similar thing. He was in all sorts of trouble out of 1, but I think he's got it back together at 2. He gets to 3. He's fighting for the pass. Slack rope there again at 3. Oh, and he just tries to do the transition, the edge change into 4, but maybe it was a bit too late, and that tug of the line came on. And of course, these guys only weigh about 40 odd kilos, and pulled into the water there, and unofficially 3 on a 49 kilometre pass. His troubles kind of started at 1, but he was never going to give up. Fought hard all the way down the course, and a very gutsy effort there for Jack Davis.
Yeah, young Jack was certainly going to give it a crack. He wasn't going to let go. He got ragdolled a bit as he come off, and pull of the boat got him round that 3 ball. He's okay though, swimming back in. Our next skier on the water is going to be young Toby Thrower. So young Toby Thrower is going to be our next skier on the water from the ACT. Quite an accomplished skier. I think we can get into the shortenings with Toby if he pulls out what he's capable of. See his dad down there on the dock with young Toby ready to go. Give me some last final instructions. Bit of a pep talk.
Yeah, and of course, looking at the scores, it's two rounds added together. I'm thinking pretty much Toby probably, with the buffer he has, he needs to just get into 49, and he's assured of gold. So we'll see what his start speed is, and we'll count him through the passes and see if he can get not only on the podium, but if he can take out the win in this under 10 boys slalom championship.
Toby's going to come out at 40 kilometres an hour on the 18-metre line, so yeah, I reckon he's got a few passes in him. So he'll want to go out there, just settle the nerves, get through the first pass. That's what he'll be aiming to do. All right, here's Toby Thrower working his way through his first pass. Seems nice and in control, nice tight line. It's funny, you start to see these kids emulate the bigger guys. They start to work it out. They work out that technique is everything in this sport, and keep that line tight. And you'll get through that pass, no dramas at all. Well done, Toby. Don't have a bio for Toby. I'm not sure what his PB would be.
We know it's at least, well, these guys shorten at 49, it's at least 1.5 at 16 metres. Because, there you go. You got a PB in the opening round of 1.5 on the 16 metre line, but still a bit of work to do as he comes in at 43 Ks. Turns around one. Well, he's pretty early, and a good transition, a good turn into two as he now turns around three, leans through the wakes. Nice and strong through those wakes. He turns around five. Plenty of power out of five, and runs the 43K pass.
Yeah, no problem there for Toby. All right, Toby Thrower is going to be coming back 46 kilometres an hour. So the boat will really start to settle down and work properly now. You'll see the speeds pulled up. He's pretty strong, this boy. He's a pretty solid boy, so he'll like that speed. He'll be able to use that and use the boat. Or a little bit of a moment just off one ball where he dropped his shoulder, but came back into it okay, used his strength and pulled that ski back. Round through 3, so he's in the pass now. He's running just about on time. So good 4 ball, heads out over to 5. But we'll just want to clean this up a little bit, which he does in round 6 and through the gate. So that's a good pass for Toby. He'll come back on the 49 km/h.
Yeah, well done, Toby Thrower. Even though it's under 10s, he probably knew that pretty much he's probably been worded up with the sort of thing he's going to need to do to take out the event. But he's, I'm thinking that just 1 or 2 on this next pass will make it a definite for him to be the under 10 boys slalom champion for 2025. But a bit of work to do though. But he'd be looking at wanting to run this 49 because he did in the first round, and actually on the next, well, the first shortening, the 16-metre line at 49 Ks, he scored 1.5, which was actually a PB. So great work, Toby Thrower, in the first round. Let's hope he can back it up in round number 2. Okay, the 49K pass. I'm saying that 1 or 2 boys is enough to give him the gold medal. Turns around 1, gets a good start around 1. As his boat speed increases, he's looking probably better and better and comes out of boy 3 now, heads to 4, turns around 4. He's still on time. Well, I think he was pretty much waiting for 5 there. And now around boy 6 out through the gates at the 49K long line pass. He'll now shorten up to the 16-metre line.
He looked pretty good, pretty comfortable with that pass, Rob. He had a little moment as he come around that 1 ball, but he certainly pulled it back, used his strength and worked his way into it. So I reckon he'll like the short line. I think he'll be able to use that boat a bit more.
Confirm 6 ball, skier returning on a 16-metre line.
Okay, we can hear that Malibu TXI get wound up. Young Jack Sutherland at the wheel, one of our youngest drivers, but most talented drivers coming through the ranks. So this will be Toby on his 16-metre line. So he got 2.5 in the first round, which was a big PB, big 1 ball, heads across, locks and loads across to 2, really cranks it off 2 into 3. We're in PB territory now. Here we go, Toby. Come on, crank it, bud. Oh. 3 on the 16-metre line. I think we'll get him, but that will be another PB for Toby because he had 1.5 in the first round. So he's put another 1.5 on top.
Yeah, well done. And that gives Toby Thrower the event. So great stuff for Toby from the ACT, winning the under 10 boys slalom in the Malibu National Australian Waterski Championships for 2025.
See his sister Ellie throwing the fists around. Loves to fight with him, but loves to support him when he wins too.
Well, that brings the under 10 boys slalom to a conclusion. We're going to now move to our next event, which is the under 17 boys slalom final.
Yes, of course, this event, Rob, is actually a final. There is the first round is purely seeding, so all the scores from the first round are purely for where you start off the dock. That is it. So if you didn't have such a good round in the first round, doesn't matter. You go out with what happens in this round that matters. So quite a big field, 17 odd skiers. And I'll tell you what, I reckon the last half a dozen to dozen skiers, you could throw a blanket over them. Anyone could do anything in this group.
Yeah, well, of course, the guys, the under 17 boys, many of them very, very solid skiers and very consistent skiers. But as you said, anything could happen, because back in the old days, they sometimes used to call the under 17s the loose cannons for that very reason. They could come out and set the world on fire or have a disappointing result. They were just at an age that still reaching that level of consistency, so it promises to be a very, very interesting event, not to mention exciting.
I don't think young Dylan Wright, he's one of the youngest in the competition, but he's got a PB of 3 on a 10.75 line. So we're talking, he could challenge in the open men's. Fletcher Green, of course, from over there in Perth, with his dad, Ryan Green, being the national coach. He's got some pretty good coaching pedigree. Finn Mitchell, really tall skier. I've seen him run some pretty good 12s and get right deep into 11 from South Australia. Oscar McNamara, the chippy from down in Victoria. Since he's got out into the workforce, he's strong and lean, and yeah, he will certainly have a go and push these top guys.
Riley went 52k, 18 metres.
Riley went 52k, 18 metres.
Right, buddy, here we go.
All right, looks like under 17 boys is underway with our first competitor, who is, I'll just have a glance, is Riley Went from New South Wales. Don't have an opening speed or line length, but I'll bring that to you pretty shortly. I think it's going to be 18.25, and I'll just confirm the boat speed. All right, well, what I think I heard on the radio, that could be 52k boat speed, but I'll might double check that after the next pass. So should be returning. Riley Went for New South Wales at 55 kilometres per hour. Okay, we'll confirm falling around 3, unofficially 2.5, I think, on the 55k boat speed long line, which according to our score sheet is around about where he finished in the first round, but we'll just confirm that when the scores come through.
Yeah, final score there for Riley was 2.5 at 58 Ks. Little shake of the head from him. He's probably a little bit disappointed with that. But he got out there, he's having a go, and that's the main thing.
55A2, orange. You well, buddy.
So next skier on the water will be Nate Pigden. Of course, the Pigden family are really well presented at this Nationals. I reckon they make up a fair percentage of the New South Wales team. Nate will come in at 55.16, I believe. There's a Courtney Williams on site. Your merchandise is there to be picked up. It is at the bar. If you ask for Emma, Courtney Williams, your merchandise is there ready to be picked up.
All right, Nate Pigden, opening pass. 55k is the boat speed. He's elected to come in on a line length of 16, so the first shortening. Now these guys shorten at 58k, so he's going to stay on a 16 metre line and now move up to 58k boat speed. course, his dad, Murray Pigden, he's actually named after a river system because I heard him being called Murray Darling the other day. So I'm assuming there's a bit of truth in that. But it was great to see all the Pigden clan here at the Nationals.
Okay. Nate's coming back into the course. I think he might have clicked that boat up a speed now. Looks like he's somewhere near the top speed. Really starting to use the back of the boat, moving forward on the ski quite nicely. A little bit disconnected going through the wakes. Not too bad going from one side, from coming on from 5 to 6, but we'll chalk that one up, put that pass in the book. Again, this is a final for the under 17, so really what you did in the first round does not matter. So that was a 16 for Nate, so he will come back on the 14-metre line.
Bobby? Do you get balls to your pass starter then, or do you get it dropping out? No, it's dropping out. Can you check the aerial connection, please, on that your pass? Yep, just checked and just reset.
Okay, we can hear that Malibu TXI fire up. Hear it coming around the island. Nate coming back on the 14-metre line, 58 kilometres an hour. Of course, the under 17 boys go to the top speed of 58 kilometres an hour, same as the open men's. The boat comes up to speed and settles as they go through the pre-gates. Yeah, nice gate from Nate, and one ball wasn't too bad. He's going to have to pull a little bit hard. Oh, Billy pulled over the front. He's rocking hard to three. Didn't quite get the three. Big tick-tock, though, on the back end, and a nice crash to boot. I don't know whether he was too concerned about not getting the ball or not getting the tick-tock. One or the other. Final score for Nate. 2 on the 14-metre line.
Just going to do a full reboot on the shore path down here and
Okay, good work there for Nate Pigden. Now we're going to go to Brother Max. Also, of course, under 17 competitor from Albury, New South Wales. Okay, confirming the score of 2 at 14.
Just slight pause at the moment, just doing a couple of little technical issues. Of course, the the boat has, with its GPS control, has to pick a signal up, and if for some reason that signal drops out, they'll reboot it. Runs off up to about 18 satellites. Up to about 18 satellites, that runs off the zero off, and the shore path runs off its own communication device, just like a phone. So as we've all had a phone drop out from time to time, they can drop out as well. So they'll just do a reboot, get it fired up, and we'll be back into it soon.
Yeah, well, of course, modern technology is absolutely fantastic, but at times you're relying on modern technology which sort of can have its glitches. I know that the NRL, when they communicate from the referee to the bunker to the sideline officials, they were experimenting with some technology that was using mobile phone technology and SIM card type technology, and they were finding too many black spots at the footy ground, so they had to ditch that one and stick to the old system. So a bit of an example of as far as what can happen with using your mobile phone. But you think if it's bouncing off up to 16 or 18 satellites, if they missed one or two, they'd still get a signal.
Yeah, they will. They'll take signals right down to about 5 for the throttle control on the boat. For the shore path, it runs a little bit different. It needs that constant signal because it'll actually it judges the driver basically on every pass, and they can see the numbers of how far out he is, either left or right, because of course, and it is a cumulative. So you get a maximum of 100 mil out. That's all they're allowed to go. Otherwise, the pass is scrubbed basically, which can be pretty tough on the skier. So we rely on the drivers to drive as straight as they can.
Yeah, I suppose if we have any issues with satellite communication, if anyone on site has a phone number for Elon Musk, can they bring it to the PA tower? We'll try and track him down and see if we can get it sorted out.
Got a funny feeling we're already using the Starlink. I think Elon got the call a couple of weeks ago, so it's over my tech brain. So I'll let the Gus Stewarts of the world look after that one.
We do have in-course running, don't we? So we can just keep going.
Right, I think we're back online. Looks like the boat's heading down to the start dock. Pick up next skier will be Max Pigden. Max had a score of 4.58, 18.25 in the first round. So Max going to come out at 52, 18 metres and work his way through the speeds up to 58 k's hopefully.
And maybe a bit of a head and a tail wind starting to develop, but ever so slight. As Max Pigden. Oh, kind of jumped through the wakes there and caught me by a little bit of surprise there as the ski became airborne. 52k, a long line around buoy 4 through the gates. Through the wakes and around 5, and now negotiates 6 and out through the gates, but. Maybe just let his pull up a little early through the gates there, and kind of the ski jumped and skipped through the gates, but no problem in running that opening pass there for Max Pigden. So just a reminder, this division shortens the rope at 58 k's. So Max selected to start at 52. He's going to move the boat speed up to 55 now, and then go to, if he can complete the 55, boat speed at 58. If he can run that, then we will start to shorten the line.
Okay, Max in on his second pass, working down the line, working down the course. It's a fair bit of angle off that 3 ball, through onto 4. Locks and loads, a little bit of bounce off 5, a little bit of trouble, running a little bit late, but that's okay. Got round the 6, so all you got to do is get round them, doesn't matter how you look.
Yeah, certainly working hard there, and it's a little bit narrow around 3. Whether he clipped the buoy, but kept him. 4. I'm thinking whether he clipped the buoy, but kept going, and fought his way through to run the pass on that 55 kilometre per hour pass. Now he's going to increase the boat speed to 58 kilometres per hour. All right, the sweet sound of the Malibu coming on course, 58 Ks. Max Pigden in tow, 18.25. Long line is the rope length. Gets a pretty good start by the looks. Turns around 2, still A on time. Skips through the wakes and now turns 3. Gets to 4. He's still in the game as he leans up to 5. Pretty quick into 5, but a little late out of 5, but scraped around 6, ran the pass, and in the end was never looking like missing it, but had to work pretty hard down at the tail end of the pass and successfully running the 58 Ks. We'll short him up to 16 metres now. The full long line is 18.25, so we'll shorten up to 16 to bring him back to see how he goes on the 16-metre pass.
Yeah, not a bad pass there from Nate. He'll be able to just get through it. He'll be able to use the boat a bit more coming into 16, get a bit more whip off the boat. He's got to be careful as he's ready for that stack point. Once that boat takes up though, because if he's not ready for it, it will pull him over the front. So he'll be enjoying himself out there.
Okay, Max Pigden, pass number 4, the 16-metre line, 58 Ks. Gets a pretty good start, it looks like. Once again, now he takes in buoy 2. Turn, well, he pretty much, whether he's run over 3 or he was just late around 3 and couldn't turn it, we'll wait for a score to come through, 2.5 or 3 or thereabouts on the 16-metre line. Okay, final score for Max Pigden. I call it 2.5. Wasn't sure if he ran over the buoy, got around the buoy or what happened, but apparently must have according to the judges, so we take their word. Inside buoy 3, so a score of 2 on the 16-metre line. Now we're going to go to a guy who knows these waters like the back of his hand. From Port Macquarie, New South Wales, Tiger Stone will be our next competitor. Okay, Tiger gets out nice and wide on the Malibu. Through the gates, edge change, turns around 1. Now comes into buoy 2, turns. Now buoy 3. Turns 4, good looking turn, good pull out of 4. Takes in buoy 5. And there's a successful opening pass for Tiger Stone. Okay, so for those of you keeping an eye on the score sheet, which obviously you can do on your phone, but I'll just keep relaying it to you in case you haven't got the phone open or you're not following the scores. Online, Tiger Stone started at 55 Ks, but on a 16-metre rope length. He's now going to move the boat speed up to the maximum speed of 58 and be back on a 16-metre line at 58 Ks. And if you're watching the Australian Waterski Championships somewhere in America and hope you're enjoying the show, he's coming back at 22 off. And through the gates now. Gets a smooth, consistent, concise turnaround. Boy 1 and then now he's up to 3. Turns around 4, he's down course. He's going to have to work now. Gets to 5. Can he get to 6, Tiger Stoney? Does get to 6. I thought he was a little bit late on the last couple of turns, but no problem in the end in running that 16-metre pass. Getting an all clear from the judges, so 6 boys. We're going to shorten him up now to 14. Okay, Tiger Stone once again gets a good wide start, good pull out on the boat. Got a good start on that pass around Boy 1 now, gets to 3 now. He's a little bit down course, but he's still fighting for it. Turns around 4. Oh, I think he can do it. He turns 14. He's late as, but he gets to 6. Scrapes around 6 and out through the gates and runs the 14-metre line. Tiger Stone. Good work. Well, I suppose if you can run 14, shows the first round must have been a bit of a disappointing score. 5 at 58k was the first round score. So he's really picked the right round of skiing to make it his best. It's the final. The event will be decided on today's scores alone. And Tiger Stone just watching, or I'm just watching the replay there as he scrapes around Boy 6 and was just a little down course, maybe a fraction narrow, but really had to work for it at the end, but he did. And really good display of slalom water skiing there on the 14.25 metre line. He's now going to come back at 13. Okay, sets himself up, eyes off the gates, 13 metres, starting to get a little bit short here for these under-17s. Turns, pretty good start, gets around 2, he's a little bit down course, but he's still in the game, maybe, no, too much speed into 2, turns it for the extra half a boy and gets 3 on a 13 metre line. Tiger Stone, good skiing performance there for our under-17 boys competitor, Tiger Stone. Okay, out of Victoria now, our next competitor, Mitchell Bray, starting on a 55-kilometre boat speed. 18.25 is the rope length, the official long line for slalom. Turns around 4, gets to 5 and runs the opening pass. Okay, confirming the opening pass was successful. Of course, that means entrance and exit gates all good. And we're bringing Mitchell Bray back at 58 kilometres per hour into a gentle head breeze here on Lake 1 at Stoney Park. So it should be pretty much ideal conditions for slalom for the under-17 boys competitor from Victoria as he turns around 5 a little late out of 5 and runs the 58k pass.
07, returning on 16.
So, Bryce.
6 balls returning at 16.
Said he was going to look for her to make it wasn't asleep, but he wasn't. Who knows where.
How are we doing, Rob? Exciting looking under-17 boys division. What have I missed? Just got back a little bit into the pack. Saw 3 or 4 skiers into the pack. Plenty to go in this under-17 boys, sponsored by Southern Region. Waterski Queensland Southern Region.
Yeah, well, Coop, something you missed was most of the guys are improving on their first round. So really it kind of shows that, I mean, conditions may well have been good in the elimination or the seeding round, but they've all started to get a bit of a feel for the tournament, maybe a feel for the conditions, and it really shows that the guys at the top end of the seedings that ran into 12 and 11, well, we could be expecting some pretty big scores here today out of the under-17s.
Yeah, fair enough. One thing about the under-17 boys is that they won't die wondering, I reckon. These under-17 boys. Plenty of testosterone and adrenaline flowing around.
But I mean, a great example of improved performance. But let's just go to Mitchell Bray on the 16-metre line. This was the pass that he failed to complete in the seeding round. As now he turns around, boy 3, gets to 4. I think he's still on time. He's going to have to turn 5 with a fair bit of speed. He's got to stretch to 6. I think he's just managed to do it from this angle. I'm going to say yes. We'll wait to hear from our judges, but completing the 16-metre pass.
That was close, Rob. Just come out of 5 ball late, tight over to 6, and had to stretch around 6, I reckon, and get himself back to the wakes. But he's done it successfully, so he's got a 4 completed past 16 metres. Going to be coming back in 14 metres.
Yeah, well, another one of the guys. We're only up to competitor number 5, but first round he scored 3.5 at 16. Tiger Stone scored 5 on long line and came out in this final round with 3 at 13. So really, the boys are bringing out. Well, they're just most of them are improving on their opening rounds. So
that's the score to beat.
Another one.
That's the score to beat. Is it Tiger Stone at the moment? So under 17. So this is the only score that counts really in the final, and we've got 3 at 13 from Tiger Stone. Is where we're at. Yeah, there's a bunch of big names in there. Bunch of future open skiers in there I can see for sure as well. Nice little mix, starting off with a lot of New South Welshmen. A couple of Vickies in there, some Western Australia, a scattering of Queenslanders. Queenslander out top speed, Dylan Wright. But on the water at the moment, Mitchell Bray coming back here. This is 14 metres, so always had a nice tight turn at 1 ball. Around 2 balls, so he's still in the game. Handle pulled away from him a little bit there at 2, but he's still in it. Around 3, over to 4. Is he going to run this pass? He's heading over to 5 ball. Oh, a lot of slack line. Not sure he can get to 6, can he? He has. He's done it again. He's out of jail again.
Well, I was thinking out of 3, I thought, well, great performance, but I don't think he's going to run or go much further than 4. Then he turned 4 and he got out of 5, and somehow, when you said he's going to run it, I thought, I'm not so sure about that. And then there he goes, and it 6 boys on the 14. He's going to come back and have a crack at Tiger Stone's lead.
And he didn't get out of 16 first round. Is that what you got there, Rob? Score in first round?
3.5 at 16.
3.5 at 16. So now he's just run the 14-metre line at 58. And the 14-metre, as you know, Rob, is a bit of a different beast. So when you're starting to go through the line length, 16 is not that big a deal after running 18 comfortably, but that change to 14 really starts to send a bigger swing on the line, and it takes a little bit of time to get yourself organised with that one. All right, this is our final, Rob. Who's going to take it out? Who's got one hand on the trophy? No one really yet. Tiger Stone leading out 3 at 13 metres. And now I've got Mitchell Bray with a shot at the lead. He's coming in 13 metres here. Heading over to 1 ball. He's turned. 1 ball is, he's folded in half a little bit there. So I think 2 is going to be all she wrote. That is a full score of 2 at 13 metres. I'm pretty sure he'll be fairly happy with that, though, because it well surpassed his score in round 1.
He seemed pretty happy with running the 14.25, whether that was a sigh of relief, how he did it, or just the fact that maybe that's kind of moving up towards PB territory for him. But he seemed pretty stoked coming out of the gates at 14.25, so good on him with a score of 2 at 13. Yeah, it's going to be interesting at the top end, because the guys, the last few competitors, are just going to be putting out as big a score as they can, but then Dylan Wright's going to come off the dock knowing exactly what he has to do. So it's going to be a bit of a pressure cooker situation by the time we get to the last half a dozen skiers.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm sure the majority of those guys at the top end then can get through 12. Not sure about 11. I know I've seen Dylan Wright get through 11 a couple of times, so he's capable of that. So I think more than likely we're going to see scores in 11 or possibly even 10-7 to take this under-17 boys division out. Well, the weather's hanging in there for us, Rob. There's a little breeze. What we call it maybe a little tail breeze off the dock, little head breeze into the northern end maybe. Not really much to speak of, but just a little wisp on the water.
Yeah, a light zephyr they sometimes call it, but yeah, just wouldn't be doing much, but it's just ever so slightly there.
Bailey Butler. Sorry, Butler Bailey. 55-16.
Bailey, 55-16.
Alrighty, next skier on the water from Western Australia, Bailey Butler, under 17 boys slalom final. Skis 4 at 14 in his opening round. Yesterday or the day before, whenever those guys skied. But we are in our final round at the moment. And I have a feeling he might come in maybe, well, we'll see. I didn't hear it from the boat. Let's see where we're at with Bailey. Looks like a 16-metre line to me. Is it 58 or is it 55? We'll find out in a minute. I kind of think maybe 55 as an opener. A couple of the lads tending to start at one speed down, but we'll find out where Bailey Butler from Western Australia is once that boat pulls up. So that is correct. He started at 55.16 and he's going to be coming back at 58.16. So we've got a big field, 17. This might be probably the biggest field of the whole lot. The Open was huge as well. What were they, 14 skiers or something? But we've got 17 in the under-17 boys, and it's really nice to see, actually, because it is kind of the future there, this under-17. So we've got 14, 15, 16-year-old boys fit and strong and ready to hammer down, and there's 17 of them, all vying for position. And Bailey Butler is the 6th skier out of 17 off the dock, so we're not quite to the centre of the pack. So these are some of the earlier skiers. Still lots of scores right up there at 58 and 16, 14 for these guys. Then we start to probably, what have we got? We've got Jagger King. Bailey was into 14 metres, and then the next skier, Jagger King, 1.5 at 13. So we're into the 13-metre bracket after Bailey Butler. So the scores are probably going to start to improve a little bit here as we work our way down the line, but we do have Bailey Butler on the water from Western Australia. Got into the 14-metre line in his opening round. This is still the 16-metre line, though, at 58k, coming back from that southern end. Let's see what he's got for us. Nice turn at 1 ball, over to 2. Looking really nice here on this pass. 3 ball, around 3 ball, over to 4. Heading over to 5 ball. Can't see any problems going on here, so... And out the exit gates. Nice job for Bailey Butler from Western Australia. All right. Lots of Queenslanders, actually. I'm just noticing lots of Queenslanders in there along the way as well. There's a whole run of them. Starting out with Rory Habman, Hamish McCullum, Callum O'Connor, Ethan Roberts, Bryce Smith. Although we've got a spattering from everywhere. We've got South Australians in there. We've got Vicky's got Western Australians. So we've got a good little field here in the under-17 boys. Current leader with a score of 3 at 13 is going to be Tiger Stone. And close second to him, Mitchell Bray with a score of 2 at 13. So at the moment, low 13s is where it's at. I don't really think that's going to hang in there. It's going to get a little deeper than that. So let's see how we go. Alrighty. Bailey Butler from Western Australia coming back in this under-17 boys division. This is a 14-metre line. Didn't get through it in his first round of this event. Can he get through it in the second round? He's turned 1. And he's off to the races out of 2 ball, heading over towards 3. Maybe a little narrow and late at 3. I think he's going to need a big 4. Yes, a little too narrow and late. I could just kind of see only squeaked around that 3 ball. And I thought he's going to need to do something special out of here if he's going to continue. And inside a 4 ball. So that is a score of 3 at 14 for him. So pretty consistent skiing. 4 in his prelim round, 3 in his second round. Potentially that's where he's at. And he's done a pretty good job of that. Under-17 boys, Waterski Queensland Southern Region has sponsored this event. So all those, which is probably pretty good because there is a whole bunch of Southern Region skiers coming right up now, as a matter of fact. After Jagger King, we've got Jagger King from New South Wales. We're not going to forget about him. 1.5 at 13 in the first round. Kind of feel like we need a little 12 action if anyone's going to make a play for the podium here. So... top 2 skiers were both into 11.
Third ranked skier was 4.5 at 12. Then we went down to 3 at 12. There was a couple of 2 at 12s. So there's half a dozen skiers there, right from Ethan Roberts, that can all run 12 metres. So it's a nice tight field. It's going to be an exciting finish here to see who pushes themselves ahead.
I can take it from you if you like. He just went for a walk.
Jagger King, 55-16.
Alrighty, confirmed from the boat that Jagger King is the next skier, and he is going to be starting at 55.16 as well. Just one speed down from his maximum speed, but at also one length shorter than what you can run as well. So it's a 16 metre line. A lot of people seem to like to play that game these days. One speed down and one line length down. So Jagger King from New South Wales now in the under 17 boys, coming in on his opening pass, 55.16. What's he got for us, Jagger, in that blue bib from New South Wales? Pretty nice looking gate. He's turned one ball nicely over to 2. Looks on track to me so far. In pretty good shape. Skiing nice and smooth. Early for 4 ball, so this is looking pretty easy for him. And he's turned 5 ball and heading for home. No problems. Oh, little inside hand drag there from Jagger. I haven't seen many inside hand drags, but I've seen one now. Does that set the bar a little bit? I thought maybe these under 17 boys would be having hand drags all the way down the course. There's a lot of cockiness amongst those boys, and I like it. I'm hoping they can hear us down there at the start dock if they know there's been a precedent set of a hand drag. All right, current leader in this division, Tiger Stone, 3 at 13 metres. Tiger pretty familiar with this site, I'm pretty sure. He knows his way around a slalom course out here. Don't really think 3 at 13 metres is going to hold up, though. We're going to see how it's going to pan out. Second place, Mitchell Bray from Victoria, 2 at 13 metres. And we've got Jagger King from New South Wales coming back now. This is going to be, they're going to pump this boat speed up 3 kilometres an hour. This is going to be 58k now, so it's going to be 58.16 for Jagger King from New South Wales. Alrighty, lining up for those gates there. Heading over to 1 ball. Nice turn at 1 ball, so he's early for 2. Looks in pretty good shape. Nice and easy at 2. This is a nice looking pass. It's almost a carbon copy of that opener for him. Just as early, just as on time. He's going to turn. Oh, no. He was looking the goods. Not sure what happened there. Just dipped his shoulder, leaned over, got into the lean of death. Was trying to pull it back out. I think he had a little horror moment himself. He's going, oh, is this going to happen? I hope it's not going to. And he ended up in the drink, unfortunately for him, for Jagger. So pretty sure there is a score of 4.5 at 16 for Jagger King, and he won't be happy about that. He'll be disappointed about that. Never mind, that's the way it goes.
Yeah, particularly after scoring 1.5 at 13 in the first round. He would have been looking to build on that score, but unfortunately wasn't to be. Yeah, we're going to move to Queensland now. Rory Haberman will be our next competitor. Rory scored 2 at 13 in the first round, so he's a chance of putting his mark on somewhere on this event.
Obviously skis up at Oski. Pretty sure he gets some pretty reasonable coaching up there. There's a few people that know what they're doing hanging around that site, so pretty sure he's grown up in the game. And just got keen again recently, I think, so he's into it. I've seen him out there doing some flips on a trick ski and skiing pretty well in slalom, so we're about to see Rory Haberman from Queensland.
Okay, Rory Haberman coming on course now for his opening pass. Now, turns around buoy 2. Good transition and edge change through the weight series. Now he turns 4, now comes into 5 and runs that opening pass.
Alrighty, so confirmed back from the boat there. Rory Haberman started out at 55.16, like a bunch of our lads have been doing, and he's going to be coming back at 58.16 now.
Okay, now 16-metre rope length. The boat speed winds up to 58 k's as Rory Haberman now working his way down the course and working pretty hard. Comes out of 4 for action, down course, gets to 5, still a little down course. He should be able to run at those squeaks around 6 and runs at 58 kilometre per hour, 16-metre line.
That was a nice pass. Like, he was, you could see him working. He was working, but he was never given it an inch. Looks to be... I think that might have been a Radar Vapor Pro there that he's running around on, and I thought he did a really good job because he looked a little unsettled early on in the piece, and I thought, oh, how this is going to go, and he just hung in there all the way, and in the end, never really looked like missing.
No, he didn't, but he probably... Well, to me, it looked like he was a bit narrow around 1, and sometimes you don't get the grace of starts, and then even if you're running it and it's one of your earlier passes, but he sort of had to fight the whole way down because then you can never really get back ahead of the game. So I'm kind of putting it back to maybe a bit of a narrow start at 1, but it doesn't really matter because in the end, 6 boys out through the gates and he's coming back at 14.
And I was right, Rob. He is on a Radar Vapor Pro. He is 67-inch. And getting to the important part, he does have a dad joke for us. Not sure whether we heard this one or recited this one yesterday. I'm reading a horror story in Braille. Something bad is going to happen. I can feel it. Did we have that one yesterday? That was a good one.
No, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Tower to bow, bring on the skier.
You're returning 14 metres.
All right, we have got Rory Haberman. He's going to be coming back at 14 metres.
so he's come off the dock in the mood to put a pretty good score out there, I would think.
So he's up the list a little bit there. What did he ski? Must have skied 3 at 13. Is that what I'm seeing? 3 at 13 in his prelim round.
Oh, yeah, that was the first round. So then he's going to have to run, if it is having any effect on them, if he can run the 58k 16, he's going to have to run 14 tailwind, but it's going to really give him a great shot at the 13-metre pass coming back. So interesting to see how this all unfolds over the next few minutes for young Hamish McCullum.
Hamish, the 9th skier out of 17, so we have hit the halfway mark here now in the pack, in the field, in the 17-strong field. Dylan Wright, our top seed, he scored 4 at 11 in the first round. Fletcher Green, 2 at 11, so they're pretty close. Finn Mitchell, 4.5 at 12, was probably disappointed, didn't quite squeak through that one. Anyway, that's our pointy end, but at the moment we are with Hamish McCullum from Queensland. He's going to be coming back in 55.16. Let's see, 58.16, I'm sorry. Excuse me, let's see how we go. Nice looking one ball, pretty early for 2. So all bit off a lot at 2, but he held on to it, so good on him. He's around 3 ball and on schedule. Over to 4, no problems. He's going to turn 5 ball. Oh, had a little bit of a funny 5 ball as well. Got a couple of hits in there, but held on to those hits, so he's tenacious, we'll call it that.
Yeah, and he also seems to be pretty aggressive. I noticed that on the way down, and he just likes to turn that ski nice and hard, and then just sort of, using one of Gary's terminologies, he kind of locks it and loads it there as he comes out of the turn and hangs on, and away he goes.
I suppose in the end, if the under-17 boys are good at anything, they're potentially good at taking hits. You see them down on the dock smashing one another to pieces as it is, so they're taking hits out on the slalom course and they can handle it. It was, real tight turn there at 3 ball. Was that 3 or was that? No, that was the 5 ball. He took a hit at 5 and got out of it, no problems. All right, so he's still in the game, going to be coming back at 14 metres.
Yeah, leads into the... this could be another dad joke. I mean, the under-17 boys are having out there on the course, are having more hits than the Beatles.
Little shot of the canteen area there. There's a lot of people hovering around in there. Hopefully they haven't started the mojitos. What time of the day is it? It's a little early, but it has passed the yarn arm. Smidge early for me.
Well, 17 minutes past 1, so I don't know. It's got to be... It's probably 6 o'clock somewhere in the world.
Got to remember, my body is a temple.
I'll come back to that one. Okay, Hamish now at 14 metres. Not the tidiest start, but turns around one and just about overturned and just got pulled out. Couldn't take that hit you were talking about. So 1.5 at 14 unofficially for Hamish McCullum.
I think I was mentioning that earlier, Rob. It's he didn't let go of that. That was ripped out of his hands for sure. So he's turned fairly tight, taken a bit of a hit, and it stole that handle away from him at 2 balls. So he might be a smidge disappointed at that, but that's still pretty good going. That's into his 3rd pass, 14 metres. Good job for Hamish McCullum from Queensland.
Okay, so the Queensland Tunnel of Love about to welcome Hamish out of the water, and we're still sticking with Queensland. Our next competitor will be Callum O'Connor.
Callum O'Connor, 58-16.
Callum 58-16.
All right, Queensland, we have got Callum O'Connor on the water. 58-16, Rob, I think I heard. Definitely 16 metres heading down the course here on his opening pass. Looks to be, is that a DV8 maybe, Rob? I'm not sure. I can see a flash of red underneath it. Not sure about that ski, but I know he's looking good on that ski. Was early for 5 ball and for 6 balls, so that's a nice opening pass for him, and he's going to be feeling good about that.
07, returning on 14.
Confirmed from the boat. That was 58k. He's going to be coming back at 14 metres. Current lead. Where is our lead? Are we still at... We've stretched up to 4 at 13 now, haven't we, with Rory Haberman? Queenslander, 4 at 13 is the score to beat. Tiger is in second place with 3 at 13. But the start speeds are starting to go up, so we're going to need less passes to put some pressure on those scores. And Callum O'Connor is going to be coming back at the 14-metre line on his second pass. We had a tiny little head breeze, I reckon, for a while here, and now I think it's faded away to nothing. So it's just wisping in and wisping out. We wouldn't complain at all about conditions today or yesterday. Been super lucky with all these divisions of slalom skiing. Everyone's had an opportunity to score a score here without any trouble, without having to battle the elements. All right, around the island they go, and we have got Callum O'Connor coming back here.
Well, score of 4 at 13 in the first round, so he absolutely would want to be running this 14-metre pass. Nice tight turn, a good start. Waits there for boy 2 now. So far, so good as he turns around 3. Callum O'Connor turns 4. He's just waiting for 4 there. Turns 5 in fine fettle and runs that 14-metre pass. Looking the goods at the moment. Now we're going to shorten him up to 13 metres.
All right, nice job for Callum. That pass looked pretty nice, really. Like I've been saying all day, if that one looks good, he's potentially got the next one in him. So with a current lead of 4 at 13...
You know, I think it's fair to say, Coops, at 4 at 13 in the first round, he's got to have the pass in him. If he can get to 4, I mean, gee, if he can just have a good day, he's round 5 and 6 and coming back at 12. Fingers crossed.
I think you're right there. I think we might be going to see this 13 go down for the first time in this under-17 boys division.
Hello, buddy. Here we go.
All right, Callum O'Connor, 13 metres. Pristine conditions. Can he turn it into a full pass? Gets a pretty good start on round 1. It overturns and pops the handle, and bad luck there for
I see the head go back. I've seen it a few times. What could have been. Yeah, I think he's a little bit disappointed with that for sure. Got a little deeper round 1, and I think he saw his shot because lead score was 4, and that stays intact at the moment. Lead score of 4 with Rory Haberman from Queensland is holding on to that. I kind of thought we might have seen that snatched away from him by now, but there is how many skiers? I think there's 6 skiers to go. It's a pretty solid pointy end of the field, though. This 13's going to go down shortly, I'm sure of it.
K's, 14 metres.
55-14.
Skier on the water, Ethan Roberts from Queensland coming here in this under-17 boys division. What has Ethan got for us? He is one of the skiers that got into the 12-metre line in his opening round. So I'm assuming, looks like 14 to me. I wonder if it's 14.55. I'll be interested to see that. But he's certainly looking the goods down there early for 6 ball. That was an easy pass. I half have a feeling that might be 55.14. Might be the 9.5. So I think I'm correct there. 55k start, but a 14-metre line, so he likes the swing of that 14-metre line, but he is going to have to up the ante to 58k for the return ride. That'll be 58.14, and then hopefully he'll get his shot at 13, and we'll see how Ethan Robbins from Queensland fares with that.
Nicely picked up there, the 55k start, but at the 14-metre line, as you sort of mentioned it, then I sort of saw that little bit of yellow just peeking out there. So now he's going to go to 58, and he did actually run 13 in the first round, so watching him just work through the lines, but now it's going to be 58k's at a 14.25 metre rope length.
I've gone straight for the important stuff here, Rob. Ethan Roberts does have a bio for us. 4 at 12 is his PB, and his dad joke. How do frogs ski?
Gee, how do they?
They rip it.
It's like their shoes. They like to wear open-toed shoes, frogs, apparently. With a 14.25, 58 Ks. Nice, tidy little start there. Good turnaround too as well. Takes in boy 3. Well, he's just got to keep skiing the way he is as he turns 4. Now he gets around 5. And that was a very well executed 14.25 metre pass.
I thought he might have had a moment or two in there where the handle was just trying to get away from him, but he ripped it back in there and held tight through those wakes, and in the end made that pass look pretty nice. So Ethan Roberts is going to get his shot at 13 metres. See if he can snatch the lead from Rory Haberman, who holds it at the moment with 4 at 13.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I think did you say 1.5 at 12 is his PB?
4 at 12, it says here.
4 at 12. Okay, because I was going to say, a lot of these guys, they're either knocking on the door of a PB or they're creating a PB in the first round. He scored 2 at 12 in the first round, so he'd be looking to move himself into PB territory, you would think, today. And what better place to do it than in the finals of the Under-17 boys slalom?
He's on a Radar Pro Build Vapor 22 65-inch. It's kind of maybe a little smallish, maybe not, depending on how big he is. He's only an under-17 boy, I suppose.
Okay, Ethan Roberts, 13 metres, see if he can run this pass. Gets a good start around 1. Waits there for 2. Good turn around 2. Now he gets to boy 3. Turns again out of 3. Turns around 4. Stands up a fraction. But he's still in the game as he hooks it around 5. And in the end, never in doubt of running that 13-metre pass.
Alrighty, we have got a new leader, Rob, with a full pass at 13 metres. I was sure it had to fall at some stage of the game, and Ethan Roberts has been the one to make it fall for us. So score in the first round, 2 at 12 metres. He's going to get his shot at that, but whatever he scores here, he is going to push the boundary. He's going to take the lead. Not sure. Well, he's got a PB of 4 at 12. If he could push all the way to 4, that does put a little bit of pressure on. There's a chance that puts a bit of pressure on our pack.
Yeah, it sure does, because our next 4 or so competitors all ran deep 12, but it was only the last 2 that ran 12. So it puts him right up with a chance of being in medal contention. So it's pretty critical. If he can go deep 12, he's really going to give some of the other guys something to think about. So Ethan Roberts about to come back on a 12-metre line.
Alrighty, Ethan Roberts from Queensland. This is 12 metres. He now has the lead. How far can he push the lead up there? Heading through those entrance gates. Turn one ball, pretty tight. Not turn at one ball. He's turning two, so he's on it. Maybe didn't get all at two ball. I don't think he did, so he's got a bit of slack line at three. He's pushed himself out for four, but didn't quite get there. So pretty sure that is going to be a final score of three. 3 at 12 metres for Ethan Roberts from Queensland. That's still pretty good going. He has pushed that score up by 5 balls.
Well, he put the ski out to try and turn it, but didn't do anything silly. Didn't throw himself at the buoy and have a humongous crash like we occasionally see people do. But 3 at 12 is a very, very competitive score. Interesting to see how the next few skiers, how their scores unfold.
Now, I will just drop in with a little bit of a notice for the Queensland team. If the Queenslanders are hanging around, I've been informed by the team manager that we are going to try and do the Queensland team photo after the under-12. So when the slalom event finishes and they're changing courses for the trick event, he was saying the sun is beautiful, so the shot is there. It is the under-12 boys. Once they have completed, which is there, the next one's off, probably about an hour away, I would suggest. Before tricks get started, we're going to try and do our team photo right in front of the announcers tower here. I'm assuming they're going to be snapping shots from up here in the announcers tower. Is that right, Marty? Any special dress? Got to all have our maroons. I don't have my maroons on me at the moment. I'll stand behind someone. Alrighty, I think we've got 5 of our top-end skiers left in this under-17 boys. Pretty sure we are going to be looking at Bryce Smith from Queensland here now coming into course. Gary was commentating this morning, the son of Gary Smith, who was one of the main men in Waterski Queensland. So we got Bryce Smith on the water coming in 58k, looks like 14 metres, 58.14. So he's up in the ante, Bryce. Confident skier. Turn 4 ball heading over to 5, looking in pretty good shape heading to 6, so no problems with that opening pass, but certainly notably up the ante on the start speed, Rob.
Yeah, confirming the rope length is 14.25 and was the maximum speed of 58 k's.
All right, so he's put himself in reach almost straight away. He's going to be coming back at 13 metres. And we would have to think that he feels pretty confident with that being his second pass. So the score is going to start to get pushed now, I think, by these last 4 or 5 skiers.
Well, all of these guys would desperately like to take the title, and our top 2 seeds ran the 12 and ran into 11, so the mindset's got to be, hey, I've got to run 12 today, so that's what the guys will be doing everything they can to try and achieve. So Bryce Smith, see what he can do over the next couple of passes.
Not sure how the overall battle's going there, but I'd half think that Fletcher Green's got the wood on that whole crew there. Second top-ranked slalom skier. Pretty sure he'd be right up there. He might have, I think the tricks is already done. He's already won the tricks, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and I think he was kind of nearly double the second score. So
and definitely a good jumper as well, so he's probably got that stitched up. Anyway, we've got Bryce coming back here at 13 metres on his second pass. This is 58k, maybe a slight head breeze here. Early for 2 ball, he's turned 2 nice, over to 3 ball, he's going to come back for 4. He's looking pretty good at this stage of the game. A little bit of a pumping sort of style as well. Pumps around 5 ball and comes home at 13 metres. No problems for Bryce Smith there. Full completed pass. So we've got Ethan Roberts at 3 at 12 is where we're looking at here now, Rob.
Yeah,
easy
Bryce,
shot.
Very strong looking young lad. So he's definitely got the strength. If he can combine it with the technique, we might see our first 12-metre pass of the day completed at the end of this next run from Bryce Smith.
Yeah, like you say, he's a pretty big, solid lump of a lad. I think his nickname's Briceps, as a matter of fact. He's, I'm sure, Briceps.
Well, maybe he goes to the gym. I mean, they say that the curls get the girls, so...
I used to know that many years ago, then they start falling out on you. That's the problem. All right, we've got Bryce here. A little bit of a bio from him. D3 Ion ski with a reflex binding. So we've got a dad joke here. I go straight for the dad jokes. What's the best way to watch a fly fishing tournament?
I read that earlier. So should I just spoil it and say it? Live stream.
Live stream, I like it.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Favourite food is lasagna, and I reckon he could pack a fair bit of it in, to tell you the truth. Now, he's coming back 12 metres, so this is the lead pass. 3 is the leader at the moment, Ethan Roberts, but we've got Bryce Smith from Queensland on the water coming back. So if he gets a piece of 4 ball, he's going to steal the lead. What's he got for us? He's around 1 ball in pretty good shape. Oh, trouble. Did not get around 2 ball. I thought 1 didn't look too bad from here, but... never really looked like he was going to get out of 2. Maybe if you look at the replay over there, Rob, we might see what happened. Not sure. Looked okay through the gate there. He's turned 1 ball pretty well. I think he sort of started off looking pretty good. He's got good angle out of there, and he's punched through the wakes. Edge change wasn't too bad. He's just driven that shoulder into the water, and just at the end of that, the tail of the ski released. So just gave it a little bit too much stick. Once that tail releases, it's all over Red Rover. It's a bit of a shame for Bryce with a score of 1.5 at 12 metres. Alrighty, the Queensland crew going to welcome Bryce Smith out of the water. I mean, superb skiing really, but a little disappointing for him, because I think he was hoping he might have been going to make a play for that under-17 boys title, or at least push himself onto the podium. Didn't quite work out, but still exceptional skiing.
Okay, Oscar McNamara, our next competitor, under 17 boys slalom final. He's starting at a 16-metre rope length, 58k, the maximum boat speed. As in these glorious conditions, Oscar hooks it around buoy 5 to complete the opening past the 16-metre line.
Yeah, he made that look pretty good, Rob. Looked pretty comfortable all the way down that pass. What was his score?
Look, you'd expect him to look pretty solid on that 16-metre pass, but he did look very solid. Beautiful conditions. That breeze is just nothing much doing, so good work for Oscar.
Alrighty, Oscar McNamara from Victoria on the water. Just having a look at that score, 3.5 at 12. So he's gone in around 4 ball at 12 metres. So to me, that means he was making a play for it. And if you can get around 4, you're on your way home. So half feeling that Oscar McNamara could make a play for the lead position in this under-17 boys final, slalom final, in the 2025 Malibu National Waterski Titles here in Port Macquarie, Stoney Park. For all of our live stream viewers out there, get a look on Google Maps and find us. Have a look at the site from the air. You can see how beautiful it is. All right, Oscar coming back. This is going to be 14 metres at 58k. Let's see what he's got for us at 14 metres. Lovely one ball. Just waiting for 2. Really coming back nice and wide. Coming back on the ball around 2 ball there. He's around 4 ball now and looking like no problems at all. Waiting for 5. He's got the goods right there, Rob. Looking tidy at 14 metres.
Yeah, that was a good-looking 14-metre pass. Excellent work there for Oscar McNamara. It was a great start. He got a good boy one, but just kept the line tight the whole way through and just looked so good through the whole pass. If you're watching live streaming, you'd be watching a replay right now. Copybook stuff for Oscar McNamara on that 14.25 metre line. Okay, so we'll shorten him up to 13, but he'll need to run a 13-metre pass, and then, of course, the 12 so far today has been the benchmark of how deep you can go there, but, of course, it's a seeded order, so we're working through to our top seeds, and our top couple of guys did run 12 in the first round, so things are starting to develop, things are starting to hot up.
What have we got? Remind me, Rob. 3 at 12, our leader, Ethan Roberts. I think it is 3 at 12. In second place, Bryce Smith, 1.5 at 12. That's where we're at the moment.
Yep, that's exactly where we're at. And Oscar McNamara now is going to try and run a 13 and have a crack at 12. Turns 1, gets a good tight turn around 1. Turns around boy 2 now. Turns at 3. So far, so good. Gets a good pull out of 4. Well, really, it was just waiting for 5. Gee, that was a good-looking 13-metre pass for Oscar McNamara.
Nice pass. I don't know whether it's because of the angle of hit from here, Rob, but 4 ball just always seems to make an impact on me. You can kind of see the sprays on the other side. Turned really tight. You could see the hit of that line, but he just catapulted out of there, and you can kind of see at that stage of the game that was a really lovely 4 ball, and it was going to be no problems, I think, to get home from there with such a nice 4 ball. So he's through that 13-metre pass, and he's on to the lead pass currently. The lead score, 3 at 12. So with that one looking as good as it did, and with the fact that he got 3.5 in the first round, I've got a feeling he might be going to try and push his way ahead of the pack at the moment. Oscar McNamara from Victoria.
Yeah, of course, if he can run the 12, it's going to really make it interesting because he's the 4th top seed. So then we have Finn Mitchell, Fletcher Green and Dylan Wright still to come. And Fletcher and Dylan both ran 12 in the first round. Finn Mitchell, 4.5, so he's fallen around 5. So we're looking at deep and running 12 as the benchmark now as Oscar McNamara coming in from the southern end.
Yeah. Alrighty, Oscar McNamara on the water, Victoria. This is the 12-metre, the lead pass. What has he got for us? Oh, he's had a funny 1 ball, sort of dipped his hand. That gate wasn't what he wanted. You can see him hitting the water. He's disappointed with that. Just, 12 metres is difficult to get a start at. Let's have a bit of a look at this replay, see what happened there. Shoulders maybe a smidge ahead of his body there through the entrance gates, but I didn't think looked too bad. Just reached down and almost that handles tapped the water, and I know what that's like every now and again. It really unsettles you. He just couldn't get back into a position to be able to take the hit, and then that's all she wrote. So that is a score of 1/2 at 12. So I kind of feel like the door is a little bit ajar for our final 3 skiers.
Yeah, he kind of dipped his handle into the water. I'm kind of wondering if he was just mistimed the transition through the gates and like the edge change, whether he was a little bit narrow and then he was stretched and just kind of maybe mistimed a little bit and just out of sorts there. But unfortunate because you tell by his reaction, he was just trying so hard to want to get the good start and to run that 12-metre pass. So now we move to South Australia, a guy who got to buoy 5 at 12 in the first round. Finn Mitchell, he's starting on a 14-metre line. Boat speed will be 55 k's.
All right, Finn's got a bio for us here. PB of 3.5 at 11 metres, 58k. Rides a D3i on 267 with a reflex binding. He's got a whole lot of detail in here, actually. Skis at Bedrock and Stoney Park. Pretty sure he did some work up at Stoney Park earlier this year, so really familiar with conditions here. Real likeable character too from South Australia. Finn Mitchell, our third top seed here. Pretty sure he's going in. Looks like 14 metres to me. 55, 14. Thanks, Rob. Getting down this pass. He's around 3 ball comfortably. Early for 4. Walking his way down. Maybe a smidge nervy there, but still a pretty nice looking pass. 14 metres, 55k. So they're going to up the ante to 58k down the other end. I've got one more dad joke for you here, though, Rob, if you want to hear it. Did you hear about the circus fire?
I just said I'd love to hear it.
Did you hear about the circus fire?
The circus fire?
It was intense.
Yeah, I'd imagine it would have been.
All right, good job, Finn Mitchell. Favourite colour, red. Favourite song, California Dreaming. Favourite
food. Goes back a bit.
Yeah, favourite food. He likes sushi, but hates the aftertaste, so probably a burger. He likes sushi, but doesn't like the other. I think he likes the little seaweedy flavour aftertaste in sushi, maybe.
Like, how is it that under 17 boys, their favourite songs like is it the same California Dreaming as I'm thinking of? Mamas and the Papas from the 60s.
I think it is. That's exactly what it says here.
It says here by the grandparents been feeding him.
By the Mamas and Papas. I think there's a lot of young kids these days. Maybe music hasn't moved along, and they're just discovering the good stuff that we had and deciding they like it too.
Yeah, I've got a story about that, but it's not a good story, so it can wait. All right. Now 58 Ks, and it's 14.25 is the rope length for Finn Mitchell. Turns around 3. Takes in 4. Round 5. Turns around 6. I wonder if he can take out the titles. His parents will shout him a trip to Woodstock or something.
Maybe. Can we go along for the ride? That'd be good. I'd be happy to play that game.
Well, I think it was quite a few years ago now. My son and daughter-in-law, Joel and Susie, were having I think it was their engagement party, and they were playing this music they'd sort of discovered. And Susie said to her mum, "Yeah, listen to this band. They're awesome, aren't they? Creedence Clearwater Revival."
New band. I like his answer to "Do aliens exist?" I don't know whether you've seen all of these questions on here, but we have asked everybody whether they think do aliens exist, and he said yes, Joel Poland.
Well, there you go.
So we don't think he's real. We think he's an alien.
Yeah.
Good chance of that. Who would he want to be stuck in a lift with? Not Hagen Bickerton. Because if you're in there for a long time and have to sleep, his snoring would be horrific.
Well, if Joel Poland's an alien, I just might have figured out how maybe the rest of the people that ski against him can beat him. Maybe get some kryptonite.
Yes, maybe.
Yeah.
That might work him out. All right, we've got Finn Mitchell coming back. This is going to be the 13-metre line, so he needs to get through this. We're hoping he will get through this, actually, so he's got his shot. He has turned 1 ball, I think a little down course at 2 ball, but he's still in it. He's turned 3, heading over to 4 ball. I think he's a little late, so he's going to need a big 5, but I think he's going to get it. He looks pretty good. He's turned out of 5, over to 6. Maybe I was panicking and he wasn't. I just thought he was a bit down course, but in the end, ended up relatively in good shape at 6 ball. So he's through that pass, and hopefully he's got a shot at 12 now.
No, I agree with you there, Coops, but he was kept working his way through, probably knowing that if he didn't panic, and even though if he was a little bit late, just keep working his way down, and in the end it worked out. pretty well for him because he did run that 13-metre pass. Yeah, a little bit late out of 2. We're just watching the replay going to live streaming, and then it kept him being down course, but he got a great turn out of 5 in the end, and got the bickies of the 13-metre pass, but now starts to get interesting as we're going to shorten him up to 12. He would dearly love to run this 12-metre pass.
This is the money pass here, isn't it, Rob? So what have we got? What did we decide? Was it 4 or 3 we're at? 3.
Well, he scored... Oh, yeah, well, the lead is 3. So he
3.
scored 4.5 in the first round, but he knows that the two guys that are on the dock both ran 12 in the first round. So... like Shaw, a bit more than 3, well, anything over 3 guarantees him a bronze medal, but he'd be probably shooting for gold at this stage and wanting to run the 12-metre pass.
Alrighty, we've got Finn Mitchell from South Australia on the water. This is the money pass in the under-17 boys title here. Didn't run 12 in his opening round. Would love to put some pressure on the 2 behind him here. What's Finn Mitchell got for us at 12 metres? Oh, I think that was too big. It was just too big a 1 ball, and he knew it. Really turned really hard, laid right back, and realised when that rope came tight, there was going to be no cigar on that one. So if we watch him on that replay, on the live stream replay, just turned too tight, leaned right back. And if he had held on to that, he was going to be catapulted onto the shore. So it's folded him in half, and he's let go at the wakes, realising there's nothing much he can do about that. So he's a little disappointed. Still a pretty good score, though. We haven't seen anyone through 12 yet, so we have still got Ethan Roberts 3 at 12. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rob. I think he's the leader, and I think he is now guaranteed some sort of position on the podium with a score of 3 at 12.
Yep, guaranteed a position on the podium is Ethan Roberts from Queensland. Well, no doubt Finn Mitchell, he'd done the work at 13. He'd be disappointed. Well, he fell around 5 in the elimination round, so probably disappointed not to at least get deep 12, but he would dearly have loved to have run that 12-metre pass.
If you've only run a few, 12 is a beast, and getting a start on it is half of the problem with 12 metres. If you're not confident and comfortable with 12, if you get that start, you can tend to get down the line a little bit, but it's easy just like that there to not quite get the start, and then it can be all over pretty quick. All right, we are down to our final 2 top dogs here, Rob. And you can almost throw a blanket over them, although Dylan Wright did ski 2 balls past Fletcher Green. They both ran 12 metres. But we've got Fletcher Green now here from WA coming in. Not sure what that start speed was. Did you hear it, Rob?
Yes, he has elected to start at 55 Ks, 14 metres. Because the guys that are already on 12, with 3 at 12, 1.5, half, and half at 12, you could throw probably a hanky over the top 4 at the moment, but Fletcher Green now. As we've seen a couple of the guys starting at a rope length that they're comfortable with, but dropping the speed to 55. So Fletcher at 14.25, just waiting there for boy 4. Now moves his way into boy 5. Turn 6, 55k boat speed, 14.25. He's now going to go up to 58 Ks and start to work. Then after that, work his way down through the shortenings.
Alrighty, yeah, nice, easy-looking pass for Fletcher Green from WA, our second top seed in this under-17 boys event. So ran a 55, 14-metre line for that opening pass. He's going to be coming back at 58k. So where is that going to put him? That's going to put him with 12 from that same end, if he ends up there, and we kind of hope he will do, that they're all sort of hitting it from. Pretty sure, actually, and this is what I think I noted this before too, that Dylan Wright will start. He'll start at 58, 14, and it'll give him the different direction for 12. I don't know whether that plays in at all. That breeze really is almost non-existent on the water, so I'm not sure that's playing into it at all. I don't know whether anyone prefers a particular end. At this, I've had a couple of passes here when I skied last weekend and a couple of famils. I didn't notice anything particularly good or bad about either end. I don't know whether there's any preferences.
No, well, I'm thinking because you got the islands, by the time you come around and straighten up, you're nearly up to speed anyway. So the run-in's probably equal from each end. But Fletcher now at 58 k's on the 14 metres. Eyes off those gates. Looking smooth through the gates. Nice start. Good turn around 1. Hooks it around 2. Turns around 3. You're just waiting there for 4 as he gets to 5. Strong and solid, great control through that 14.25 metre pass.
Alrighty,
Expect.
just as expected through the 14 metres, no problems, and I'm half assuming we're going to sneak him through this next one, a 13 metre pass, and he's going to get his crack at the lead. Still just 3. None of our skis seem to be able to get a start at 12 today so far, but we have got Fletcher Green and Dylan Wright yet to ski. Well, Fletcher's skiing right at the moment. Both of those guys run 12 in the first round. So we are half expecting one of them to get through this pass. It is an under-17s division, so it all comes down to the final. It's all just what we score here. And it kind of looks like the win is there for the taking. Fletcher being a very experienced skier. Obviously got some pretty handy coaches hanging around his neck of the woods in mum and dad. So gets plenty of time on the water and gets plenty of good advice. And you can see how that rubs off in the skiing world. So it's just the 13 metre pass. We're pretty confident he will hopefully get through this 13 metre line, but it's 13 metres, 58k. Fletcher Green from Western Australia coming in from that northern end. What has he got for us? He has turned 1 ball nicely, beautiful looking 1 ball, around 2 over towards 3. Doing a nice job at 3 ball and heading over to 4. At this stage of the game, it's looking slower than 58, and I've said it a couple of times before that when you make it look slow and easy like that, it's because you're in control and you're a good skier. So halfway down that pass, there was no way Fletcher Green from Western Australia was going to miss that. So he's got his shot at 12, and I've got a feeling he's a chance to get through this next pass, Rob.
Well, he's definitely a chance because you've probably been reading the form that in the first round, that's exactly what he did. So, but still, a couple of the guys that have gotten 3s and 4s and 4.5s in the first round just pulled up a little bit short. So the pressure's on Fletcher here on this 12 metre pass. But the way he looked at 13, he looked so controlled and so comfortable.
Never looked like missing that one, I didn't think there.
Never looked like missing it, but you know what it's like. You lop a metre off the rope length and the whole game really, a whole new perspective comes on to the approach of that slalom course.
I think definitely at 12 metres, Rob, for sure. And if you're iffy about it, like I was saying before, that 1 ball is really difficult. I don't really think Fletcher's iffy with this pass, so I think he's got a fair bit of experience with it. We're about to see call us through, Rob, on this 12 metre pass.
All right, so what have we got? We've got a lead of 3, but he'd be thinking about running it because he knows that Dylan Wright's on the dock. The 12 metre pass gets a good start too, on a good lean and a good pull out of 1. The ski rears up a fraction out of 2, but so far not a problem there for Fletcher Green as he turns around 4. Takes in buoy 5, and he's going to run the 12 metre pass around buoy 6 and out through the gates. And, well, now it's all to do and see what he can do on the 11.25.
Just as expected, Rob, through that 12 metre pass. Looked really nice. And I don't know what territory he's got at 11 metres. Can he push the boundaries at 11 metres? This is going to be very interesting because the pressure's on. But I love a little bit of pressure. So I do. They might not like it, and Dylan Wright might not like it.
Well, I think the pass at 12, I don't know if it was just a coincidence, but to me, the 1 and 3 side looked the strongest. So I guess on the 11, he got 2 in the first round. So maybe the second turn buoy is going to be pretty critical. We expect him to get a pretty good start out of 1, but if he can get a good piece of 2, maybe he'll get 3 and 4 and who knows where in the 11.25. So it's really certainly makes for interesting
watching.
Discussion and conjecture, but we're going to find out in just about 1 minute's time.
I've got the feeling he's a relatively competitive sort of character. Let's see what he's got for us here. I'm going to stand up so I can get a little bit of a look at his one ball here coming through those entrance gates, because we are well and truly at the pointy end of this under-17 boys title here. So current score, well, currently the leader here, Fletcher Green, having run that 12-metre pass. This is 11. What has he got for us at 11 metres? Needs a solid one ball. Not bad out of one. I'm not sure he got it all, to tell you the truth, and he definitely didn't get it all. Oh, and I think he has left the door maybe slightly ajar there as well, because I think that's going to be a 1.5 potentially at 11. Still a good score though there, Rob.
Well, it's a fantastic score, but it kind of leaves a pretty interesting sort of a situation for Dylan Wright, because he now knows that he's got to run 12 and he's just got to get around buoy 2 and back to the wake, and then the prize is his.
Yes.
But he's got there's a little bit to be done between now and then, and so what's going to unfold in the next few minutes is going to be absolutely riveting in this under-17 boys final.
If you just get that full ball, it forces that other player to turn that ball to head towards 3. They need that piece of 3 ball. That puts a fair bit more pressure on. But Dylan Wright, if he can get, he's got to get through 12, which is no mean feat. He does have to turn 1 ball. He has to commit to turning 1 ball and getting over to 2. All right, we've got raffle tickets by the looks of things at Malibu's over there, and we've also got T-shirts, or is the raffle for the T-shirt? So we're raffling a T-shirt. Better be special. Is it signed by everyone? Can we get some people to sign it? All the champions. The Malibu's T-shirt, the coveted Malibu's T-shirt. Get your raffle ticket to get that shirt. They are a one-off. You won't see them again. All right, well done, Fletcher Green from Western Australia. 1.5 at 11 metres, and he is our current leader in this under-17 boys slalom event. All right, so Dylan Wright. One thing I do know about Dylan Wright, because I do a little bit of skiing, he seems to perform under pressure. He likes to win. He likes a carrot in front of him. And I have a feeling, I mean, anything can happen in the world, but I have a feeling he kind of likes that little bit of pressure.
Yeah, I suppose most people feel some sort of nerves, but it's how you perform in that situation with the nerves. I remember just when reading about when Cameron Smith won the British Open golf, and everyone said, look, you were so calm and you were so Mr. Iceman in that last 9 holes, and he said, I could hardly breathe, I could hardly drink my water,
I can imagine. I don't think
hardly
I could
speak.
I don't think I could do golf. It's so hard. So many people watching you hitting that ball, and they get the yips. All right, we've got Dylan Wright on the water there, Rob, coming in on his opening pass, and I know that this is going to be 58, 14 metres for him. I think the wind's kind of swung around and given him a little slight head breeze for an opener, making it look fairly standard fare, and he's around 6 ball. Definitely a good skier. So that is 58-14 for Dylan Wright. So he's opened up nicely. Let's see how it pans out over the next few passes.
Absolutely correct there. I don't know if you heard the call before he left the dock, but the time came through at 07, which is obviously 58 Ks, and he's about to come back at the 13-metre pass.
All right, Rob, we've got Dylan Wright on the water. He's from Queensland. He's our top seed in the under-17 boys. He is coming back at 13 metres, so he doesn't muck around as far as starts at 14.58, coming back at 13 metres 58, looking good around 2 ball, heading over to 3. heading over to 4 ball, looking like he's going to get through this pass like we thought he would. Early for 5, over to 6 ball, so he's got through that 13-metre pass. He's going to get his shot at 12. He needs to run 12 in order to take the title here. Very interested to see how this is going to go. It's no gimme, and I have skied with Dylan a little bit. He does run it probably, I'd call it 80% of the time, but that leaves probably 20% of the time to be trouble. But like I said before, I know he's a competitor. I know he likes a carrot in front of him. He skied out of his shorts when he was skiing up against Lucas Cornell at the Townsville, the latest croc run. And I think it was basically because he was skiing against Lucas. He just upped his game, ran 11, and got 2 or 3 at 10.7, and he really made Lucas take the win there. But Lucas did turn around and say, no, I need that money. I've made the trip up here. I'm going to take it.
Yeah, well, there's nothing like a bit of huge competition to make you sort of go the next level, but it's going to be interesting to see what he can do here at 12. Well, he knows he's got to run it, so he's got to run the 12. Well, if he gets halfway, he'd get, I think, anything more than 3 gives him silver, but I don't think that's where he wants to be. He wants to be at the other end of the course with a score of 6 at 12. Does Dylan Wright? So let's see if he can get there, though, through the gates now. Turns around 1. I think he's got a pretty good start. Hooks it around. Boy number 2, now he takes in 3. He gets to 4, a big pull out of 4. But he's on time as he turns 5 and runs the 12-metre pass well. He's 2 boys away from possibly the national championships, but all to do at 11.25 metres.
You're right there, Rob. All to do, so he's given himself a shot. That's where we were sort of thinking if Fletch could have held on to that line out of 2 ball and made it a full 2, we might have been in for a runoff. Although Dylan did get 4 in the first round, so if he gets a start here, I've got a feeling that Dylan can do it. But he knows where he stands right here now.
Got to get to 2 and back to the wake. I mean, if Fletch had got back to the wake, at least it would have made him have to really
turn 2
and get to
3.
Get to 3, but still he's got to get a good enough start and a good enough turn at 2 to turn at 1 to get to 2. And anything can happen, as we've seen some of these earlier guys at 12. Like we've got scores of, well, a couple of scores on a half.
Just a little preempt here. Rob, you weren't here last weekend, were you, for the Overs event? Couldn't quite get up and make it, but we had 2 runoff situations in slalom up here last weekend. Haven't had one this weekend. Just a little thought in the back of my head here. Anyway, we have got Dylan Wright from Queensland coming back. This is the bogey pass. He's the top seed. He's giving himself a shot. Current lead 1.5. If he gets all of 2 ball, he is going to be the champion. Let's see how he goes here. Heads in for the gates, turning 1 ball. Had a relatively good 1 ball. I reckon he's going to get to 2. He's turning 2 and he's going to go. He wants to run the thing. Turning 3 ball, heading over towards 4. Early is for 4. He's turned 4. I'm not sure he got all of 4. He's going to turn 5. Can he get back down on and get around 6 ball? Oh, I'm not sure he got around that or not. Looks like he did. He's trying to sell it. Oh, I don't know whether I want to buy it just yet. I'm iffy about 6 ball, but how good was that pass?
Oh, fantastic effort there from Dylan Wright. Well, look, I'm a bit inclined to give it to him, but we'll just wait to hear what the judges are saying because obviously we're very provisional and we're having a look at the replay. Well, so far he's been given the 6. We're just watching the live streaming replay. Now we're going all silent. We're just up to boy 5 on the replay as he's now stretching for 6 in slow motion.
Oh,
and I'd say we're giving it to him.
He's got around that for sure.
6 boys about to come back at 10.75. The under-17 boys slalom champion of Australia for 2025.
And taking it emphatically there, running the full pass at 11 metres. He's going to get a score at 10.7. Pretty sure 3 is PB for Dylan Wright. 3 at 10.7. 3.5. And he's actually got a little wispy head breeze just pop up right now as well. The gods are on his side for sure. What have we got Dylan Wright from Queensland here? Extra balls on the water. We've got 10.75 PB of 3.5. He's turned one ball and headed over to 2. He's coming. Oh, not sure he was covered by the boat, but he's had a dig at 2 ball. Gone into the drink, but that is certainly good enough for him to be the champion of the under 17 boys division. 1.5, I think, at 10.75. All right, the whole Queensland crew down there ready to congratulate Dylan Wright from far north Queensland, who has got right through that 11-metre line. Got a couple at 10.75 to take the title. Come on, Dylan. Everybody's waiting for you, mate. Come on. You had to fall all the way on the other side of the course. All right, here is your champion in the under-17 boys slalom division for the 2025 Malibu National Titles. We've got Dylan Wright from Queensland. So those couple of young lads that we're talking about commentating before, that were up here before, if you want to come up and charge on for a little while, that'd be good, if you still feel like it.
Tower 1, radio check.
Tower 1, check.
Right to tower, are we good to get our first gear?
Tower to boat, you're good to go.
Yeah. Where is it? Under 12 girls? Oh. How do you say this guy's name? 6'7". Franklin. Nice opening pass there from Franklin. Joining me in the commentary booth today is Zane Lucif. Zane, I see you're not doing this Nationals, but will you be at next one?
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully.
So we got Franklin returning at 46 Ks for his second pass of the under 12 boys slalom. After Franklin, we'll have William Belcher, then Jude King, Jacob Lucan, and Cadell to finish us off. I believe under 12 boys is both rounds are added together, and it's the both rounds are added together. All right, here we go. Franklin coming in for his second pass. Out nice and wide for his gate. This is 46K. Coming in nice and early for one. Nice turn at one. Good turn at one. Around two. Nice and early here. Around three. Looking good so far. Goes over to four. A little bit of slack at five there, but he's alright. Around six. Good pass there. In the first round score, he got 0 at 49. So I reckon he'll be looking to improve that. Looking on this replay here, looks like he's nice and wide out for his gate. A little bit late on the gate there, but doesn't seem to phase him too much. Wheelies a bit through the gates there over to 4 ball, sorry.
Yeah, nice smooth run for Franklin. Hopefully he can carry that on through to the next pass.
Yeah, well, we hope he can improve his first round score of 0 at 49. So he must have missed his gates or something, or fell going to 1, but I'm sure he can improve the score. Here we go, 49K. Zane, take us through. Alright.
So pulls out for the first boy. Looks like a nice first gate. Round boy 1. Gets to boy 2. Looks like he's a little bit late, but he'll get around 3. Gets to 4 nicely, a bit early there, but hangs on to it. Round of 5, very nice here from Franklin. And he'll get to 6. Nice run there from Franklin.
Yeah, it looked like a good pass there. I believe the under 12 boy shortened at 52K. So he'll be coming back at 52, looking to get down the pass and have a crack at short line action. Better score there from Franklin, already 6 balls in front of what he got in the first round, so he'll be looking to improve it even more. Looked like a good pass there. Rip a 5 ball there on the replay, and nice 6. Easy as you like it. We'll have him come back in at 52K.
Yeah, we tied at 5 at 13. Yeah, that's right.
Here he comes. Hear that Malibu GXI get up to speed. Franklin coming into course now. Pulling out nice and wide. Looking the goods here. Nice cut through the gates. Around 1. Ripper 1. Gets pulled over to 2 a little bit. Gets a little bit slack. Come on, Franklin. Around 3. Oh, just running a bit late there. What do you reckon, Zane? He just looked like he was running a bit down course from 2 ball there, but that's all right. Improved his first round score, so I'm sure he'd be happy with that.
Yeah, no, he had a great Ripper 1 ball and a good gate. Got to 2 a little bit late and then just couldn't, got to 3 and then just couldn't really get to 4. But otherwise, a good effort there from Franklin. Really improved on his first round score, so he should be happy with that.
Yeah, he definitely should be. South Australia get behind Franklin. But next up on the water, we got William Belcher from Tasmania. In the first round, I believe he didn't really have a good round. I know how he can ski. He skis very good. But he'll be looking to redeem himself this round and get a solid score for his overall points. Looks like he's starting on the 52 kilometre, 18. Got Jack Sutherland there at the helm of the TXI skin up. Malibu TXI, 6.2 litre. Coming into course here, Will Belcher, 52, 18. Take us through, Zane.
So pulling out to the gates here, Will. Nicely through the gates. Beautiful 1 ball. Gets around 2. Looking very confident here, Will. Looking like a very smooth run. Keep it going, Will. Nice 5, and he'll get around 6. Very smooth run there from Will.
Yeah, it's a very nice pass there. Looking the goods out here. It's beautiful conditions. Not a breath of wind really on the lake. That was a nice opening pass there from Will, who'll be returning at 16. Here he comes, Will Belcher coming back into course here, around that North Island there. Coming into course 16 metres. Looking the goods here, nice and wide gate. Leans into 1. Looking like a good 1 here from Will. Over to 2, nice and early. Nice 2 there. Around 3 ball. Looking the goods here, Will. Over to 5 ball there. And nice and early for 6. Overall, a nice pass there from Will. He'd be looking to get down this 14-metre line and even having a crack on 13. What do you reckon, Zane?
Yeah, really smooth run from Will. He's looking really good out there at the moment behind the Malibu TXI. Yeah, let's go through the replay. So, good gate. Got to 1 nice and early. Down to 2. Good 2. Gets to 3. Very nice 3. Quick to 4. And then from there he just finished it off round 5 to 6. And then nicely through the gates there from Will. Representing Tasmania.
Yeah, looking the goods there from Will. I'm sure he'll be liking to get down this next pass, but we'll have to see how he goes. Here we go, 14-metre line, Will Belcher. Here we go, coming into course. Malibu's getting up to that speed. Nice and wide for his gate. Nice cut in from here from Will. Around 1, looking the goods here. Around 2, waiting for 3 ball there. Nice, Will. Over to 4. Nice and early for 5. Gets the job done there, Zane. That was a nice 14 metre from Will Belcher.
Yeah, fantastic run there from Will. He should be very happy with that.
Yeah, he'll be returning at 13 metres for his next pass. I'm sure he'd be looking to get a good score out there to put the pressure on, but the other boys below him got a bit better score in the first round, so he'll be looking to make up for it and see if he can get through this 13 metre line. Looking on this replay, he's nice and early, gets good angle out of the ball. Here he comes, Will Belcher, coming into course here, 13 metres. Pulling out nice and wide for his gate. Come on, Will. Nice cut in. Around 1, nice one here from Will. Go, Will. Around 2, nice and early for 3. Oh, drops the shoulder a little bit. Around to 4, nice 4. Around to 5, stoots up a little bit. Pulls long to 6 and gets the job done. Hands together, Tasmania. Nice 13 metre pass there from Will. He'll be stoked with that, I reckon. In the first round, he went down a bit early, but he'll be returning on the 12 metres. That looked like a good pass, Zane.
Yeah, get around him, folks. That was a great run there from Will.
Yeah, and also it's a good overall score there from Will. He'll be looking to get a good overall score if he's got a good jump and trick.
Yeah, so we'll be returning at 12 metres here.
I'm not sure what his PB here, but I reckon it's early down this pass, or maybe it's even a PB from running that 13 metres. I know he's been training hard down at Bonnie's, WA. Here we go, Will Belcher, get down on the banks and support him. Coming in 12 metres. Nice and wide for his gate. Come on, Will. Stoods up at 1 there a little bit. And just lets go of the handle there. But everyone put your hands together for Will Belcher. Nice skin out there. 1 at the 12 metre line. Will, is that a PB? Nice. He got a PB there. So, guys, get down and give him a ton of love. Good job there from Will. Will, come over here, please. So, just here. So we're out here with Will Belcher. Sounds like a good PB out there. What was your PB before that?
Yeah, it was actually 3.5 at 13. So, but I had a bit of a shaky first round with half at 16, so I'm really happy how I went just then.
Yeah, looking good out there. That 13 was very nice. And did you want more at 12, or were you happy with that?
I was happy with that. I think I overshot the gates a little bit and it was a bit unexpected out of 1, but I'm really happy with it.
Yeah, good job. Good job there. See, you've been training hard, so good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, PB in finals at Nationals. You can't ask for much more than that. Really well done there from Will. So next up, coming onto the lake is Jude King from New South Wales.
Yeah, New South Wales, get down on the bank and support Jude King. Coming in for his first pass. Here we go, Jude King, get behind him. Nice and wide gate. Around 1 here, nice one there from Jude. Around 2, looking the goods here. Nice 3 ball there from Jude, looking early as you like it. Around 4. Over to 5. Nice and early for 6. New South Wales, put your hands together for Jude King.
Yeah, Jude looked really comfortable through that run. Very little mistakes, nothing at all.
Yeah, looking on this replay here, he's looking real early. Nice cut there through the wakes, keeping his edge. Nice angle out of the ball. And overall, good pass there from Jude. So we have Jude here returning at 49k. Coming around the island. Zane, take us through this pass.
Yeah, so here comes Jude behind the Malibu. TXI. He's going to pull out for the gates here. Nice gate. Can he get around 1? He gets around 1 nicely. Oh, a bit of a bend there, but he gets around 2. He'll get to 3 very early. We'll get to 4 as well. Looking nice here from Jude. Gets to buoy 5, and he will complete the run as he gets around buoy 6 and completes the pass. Very nice run there.
Yeah, a bit of a shaky out of 1 there. Got in a bit of a lean lock, but we all have that and calmed himself down. So looked good for Jude. We'll watch this on the replay. Oh yeah, his back shoulder nearly touched the water there, but Jude recovered himself and didn't panic, and it was overall a nice pass there from Jude.
Yep, so in the first round, Jude got 2.5 at 16. So he'll be wanting to improve on that in this final.
Yeah, I know Jude's more than capable of running the 16 metre, so we can see if we can get him down that. But firstly, we've got to get him through these couple of passes first. Sounds good. Here we go. Jude King coming in. 18 metres. Around 2. Nice set from Jude. Over to 3. Around 4 there. Cruising through this pass so far. Nice lean over to 6. Oh, it just gets a little bit slack there through the exit gates, but overall he recovered, and that was a very nice pass there. So due to shorten up the rope here, and he'll be returning on 16. I know he's more than capable of running it. It's nice conditions, so he'll be looking to get through down the 16 metre.
Jude, coming around the island now, we'll hand you over the Taj to run you through this pass.
Yeah, here we go. The Malibu TXI getting up to speed here. Jude pulling out nice and wide for his gates. New South Wales get behind him. Nice cut in for his gates. Around 1, hooks up nice out of 1. Around 2. Over to 3. Looking the goods here, Jude. Around 4. A little bit of slack out of 4. Around 5. And easy as you like it for 6. Nice pass there from Jude. Looking the goods there. He improved his first round score of 2.5 at 16. So I'm sure he'll be looking to get something down at 14. New South Wales, get down to the bank here and support your boy Jude, coming in on the 14 metre line. I'm not sure what his PB is. Making his way around this island. Coming in 14 metres, here we go, Jude King. Nice gate pull out there from Jude. Good lean over to 1. Gets a little bit of slack out of 1, but can he get to 2? I'm not sure. It'll be a judge's call, but I reckon he went just inside 2 there. But New South Wales get behind him. Good score there from Jude.
Have a look at the replay here to see if he did get to that 2 ball. Looked a bit late. Oh yeah, we'll have to hand that over to the judges to decide.
Final score just come in. Jude King won it at 14 metres. I'm sure he'd be happy with that. Good skiing there from Jude. New South Wales, get down there and give him a ton of love. Put your hands together there for Jude King. Good skiing.
Just a heads up, folks. Next, we got Jacob and then Cadell to round out the under 12 boys slalom.
Yeah. I'm not sure how these scores work with them both added together, but we'll watch on IWWF them pop up, so we'll let you know as soon as we know where everyone is coming and if. So William Belcher is guaranteed a bronze medal. So everyone put your hands together for William Belcher, guaranteed a bronze medal in this under 12 boys slalom final. So next skier up, Jacob Lucan from Queensland, Brisbane. I believe he skis at Darryl Davies. Coming in at 49k, 18 metres. I know he's been putting in some hard work, Jacob. Been skiing a fair bit to come down in his national titles. I know he's pretty happy with his first round score, but he wants more, like always. Here he comes, Jacob Lucan, 49 Ks. Getting into the swing of things, around 1. Over to 2, nice 2 there. Around 3. Over to 4 there, nothing seemed to phase. Oh, a little bit off his edge into 5 there, but doesn't seem to phase him. We'll have a look on this replay here. Put him off a little bit, but it's 49 Ks, he pulled it back. What do you reckon about that one, Zane?
Yeah, no, not a bad run. I think he'll be happy to get that first one over, as always. Get rid of the nerves, but yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Shake the nerves out. I'm sure he'll be better on the second pass. You're always a little bit nervous for your first pass, so. He'll be returning at 52 here. His first round score was 4.5 at 14. Up, yep, 14.25 at 52 kilometers. So be looking to improve that. I know he can run the 14 meter line normally, but let's see how I can go.
Yeah, I believe he actually set a PB in that first round, upping it to 4.5 at 14. Let's see if he can up that PB again as the Malibu TXI comes up to speed here around the island.
Yeah, it looks like he's skiing on that Connolly C1. Here he goes. Jacob Lucan pulling out nice and wide for his gate. Looking the goods here into 1. Around into 2. Easy as you like it. Over to 3 ball. Around 4 ball. Over to 5. Nice and early for 6 there. Good pass from Jacob. He'll returning on the 16 meter line. Queenslanders get down on the bank and support Jacob Lucan, and also Queenslanders, there's a team photo out the front of the commentary booth after Cadell finishes, under 12 boys slalom finishes. So if all Queenslanders can get down to the front of the commentary booth after Cadell. Thank you. Here he goes, Jacob Lucan coming in 16 meter line, 52 Ks. Zane, take us through this pass. He'll be looking to get down this pass and having a crack at 14.
Yep. So here comes Jacob. Pulls out for the gates. Gets quite a nice gate there. Round boy 1 nicely. Will get to 2. Nice 2. Pulling out to 3. Gets to 3. Nice 4. Gets to 5. Nice looking pass so far. And gets around 6. He'll be happy with that as he finishes the pass through the gates.
Yeah, and unofficially be returning back on the 14 meter line. Looking like a good pass there from Jacob. I ski with him a little bit, and he's been running his 14, so let's hope he can get down this 14 meter line. Here we go, guys. Get down on the banks and support Jacob Lucan. Coming in, 14 meter line. Is that Malibu TXI gets up to speed here. Come on, Jacob. Pulling out nice and wide for his gates. Into one ball there. Snaps one. Over to two. Nice and early for two. Around three ball there. Over to four ball. Oh! And just pops the handle there, Jacob. But Queenslanders, get down there and give him a ton of love. Jacob Lucan. I'm sure it's not that what he wanted, but still a good score there from Jacob. Looked good there out of one ball. It was real early for two. On this replay, coming into three ball, he's a little bit down course. Pulled all the way to four and just dropped that right shoulder in at the ball there. That's alright though. 3.5 at 14. Nice score there from Jacob. But of course we got Cadell Dizelle from South Australia next up on the dock. Had a little bit of confusion here. There's one more skier left, still Cadell on the back. Have to get out of his way. Here we go, Cadell Dizelle. Around one ball, nice one over here. Around two, a little bit down course. Around three ball. Over to four ball, nice four ball there. Around five. And out of his tick. Nice pass there from Cadell Dizelle from South Australia. All Queensland skiers get down to the front of the commentary booth for a Queensland photo. All Queensland skiers down to the commentary booth for a Queensland photo. Thank you. Here we go, Cadell Dizelle, second pass, coming in to course.
Malibu getting up to speed now. Cadell pulls out through the gates. Nice ball one, he'll get across to two nicely. Round two, gets to three. Gets to four, nice four. Gets to five. Looking like a nice run here from Cadell, and he'll finish it nicely.
Yeah, good pass there from Cadell. Was that 16 or 18? I'm not sure. I believe that was 16 metres, so he'll be returning back on the 14. Looks like Cadell will be returning on the 14 metre line. First round score of half at 13. I'm not sure how these scores calculate together to get a winner. So I'm trying to look on IWWF to see the scores, but they don't seem to be coming up.
So the Malibu TXI getting onto speed here. Do you want to run us through this one, Taj?
Here we go. Cadell Dazelle coming in. 14 metres. Looking the goods here around 1 ball. Nice 1 ball there from Cadell. Around 2 ball. Gets a little bit of slack there. Around 3. Doesn't seem to phase him too much. Early for 4. Around 5. He's your champion. And around 6. Everyone put your hands together for the under 12 boys slalom champion, Cadell Dazelle from South Australia.
Yeah, nice run there from Cadell. He ought to be happy with that one.
Yeah, looking good there from Cadell. So I believe I have an unofficial podium of Cadell, Jacob, and William Belcher. So good skiing there from all those boys. Nice wait time down there from Cadell. He'll be returning on the 13 metre line. Everyone get behind Cadell. He's coming in at 13. He'll be looking to improve his first score of half at the 13. I don't know what his PB is, but that should be up there. Here we go, Cadell coming in 13 metres. Pulls out nice and wide. Good cut in there from Cadell. Around 1, hooks up out of 1. Around 2, oh, and just pops the handle there. But awesome start there from Cadell. But everyone put your hands together for your under 12 boys slalom champion. All Queenslanders, can you please get down here for a photo? Thank you. Everyone that's a Queenslander, please get down here for a photo now.
All right, we have had word from the boat that they will be bringing on the first skier, Caitlin Dennis from Victoria. Pin person Sue Crisp, multiple-time Australian team member. I believe she's also a medalist at the over 35 World Championships, so I have to double check that. We've got Gary Pollock behind the wheel of that 2025 Malibu TXI. But anyway, here we have Caitlin Dennis wrapping up for her first pass. Looks like she'll be electing to go with the toes first. All right, here we go. Starting off with a toe 5 back into some nice surface back-to-backs, looking very clean. Slight bobble on that toe 8 back-to-back, but she's in good position as we speak. Here we go, the first wrap-in trick. That is a toe 5 front, toe 0 out. Looks like she's going to go for another toe 0 wrap-in in. Toe Waco. A toe 8 that. That was a lovely first stand-up pass for Caitlin Dennis. Just looking at the replay, that was a very nice, solid first stand-up pass. I did see a little fist bump, fist throw at the end, so she did seem to be pretty happy with that. Just that very nice elevation on that toe Waco. A lot of these girls' trickers, we see this especially with the girls, that they generally, their toe passes are a lot higher scoring than their hand passes. That is because they don't usually do as many flips. But anyway, this is Caitlin Dennis, hand pass number 2.
Looking like starting the pass off with the back-to-back, weight back-to-backs. No bib for Caitlin though. Coming through. Onto the line tricks. Two stand-up passes for Caitlin. Very neat tricking.
Yeah, overall, that was, you know, she seemed to be pretty happy, so I reckon that could be up near PB territory. Obviously, it comes down to what the judges have to say and what they believe has been done correct, but no, just looking at that replay, you know, those wake back-to-backs, everything was very solid about that run. She may have taken a little bit of time to get her foot back in her kicker after those line tricks, but, you know, overall, I think that run was pretty faultless there. Everything had good air on it, so it will really come down to what the judges say, so we'll be looking forward to seeing a big score.
Only a seeding round for these girls right now, so round 1. Then following we got the round 1 of the men's tricks. Then finishing the day off, we have the under 17 girls jump.
Yeah, so there isn't a lot of pressure on any of the open trickers at the moment because, like you said, it is only a seeding round. Everyone does move through to the final. But this is a real good chance for overall skiers to, you know, get a good score on the board, put pressure on the competition. I feel like a lot of the trickers will be going for maybe slightly harder, more difficult runs to try and get a big score on the board to get, you know, that bit of a higher seeding to see what they will have to do in the final. But anyway, here we have Jada Sweeney on the water from Victoria. I know she skis in Geelong. Spends a lot of the time with the Crisp family. Very well known skiers in Australia and in the world. So anyway, this is Jada. Looks like she is starting off with the hand tricks, wrapped up for a wake line-o. All right, here we go. Lovely wake line-o. A lot of air on that. Into the line, back line, front. Wake line, front sequence. Quickly getting that back foot in the kicker into some wake back-to-backs. Lots of height on them. Very smooth, controlled tricking from Jada. Very classic full wake 180 sequence. Very quick tricks that score lots of points. But put your hands together, Stoney Park. It was an awesome first run for Jada Sweeney. Alright, so Jada will be returning for that toe pass. Like we said, a very solid first stand-up pass. Her mum Michelle is pinning for her in the boat. That wind has pretty much died off to nothing now here at Stoney Park. It's going to be looking good for the under-17 girls jump final, which follows the open men's. But anyway, here we have Jada Sweeney toe pass.
Looking like wrapping up for a toe 5 back. Straight into the toe back-to-backs. To the toe wake back-to-back. Oh, nearly takes a spill. Staying calm, collected. Into the back front. And just getting, unfortunately going down there, but just got that wrap in. I believe that wrap out was just split, but we'll leave that up to the judges.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. If we have a look at that replay, I won't show it yet, but her toe 5 front did actually look to be very credit, and you know, some may even argue the toe out may be okay, but it's just whether or not she was in a skiing position when she came out of it. That would determine if she gets it credit or not. Did have a slight bobble on that toe weight back-to-back, but still, I don't think it's going to cost her anything but time. Can have a look at it here. Yeah, lovely toe 5 front. Yeah, I'm going to say that may just be split. So, I don't know. The trick judges do give the skier the benefit of the doubt. So, she will get paid for a back and maybe a front in that. So, yeah, like I said, we'll have to leave it up to the judges. But anyway, next on the water is Lane Moroney from Victoria. Release person Joel O'Toole. We'll be seeing him later on in the Open Men's Trick Round 1. I know Lane just come off a pretty big tournament in the University Worlds where she actually got a bronze medal in the trick event. So medaling at World Championships is no easy task. So sure, Lane Moroney is tricking awesome at the moment.
Yeah, very strong tricker. Our third top seeds will really get into the pointy end. all these girls want to be going last in the final, knowing the score that they have to put out and putting that out. But here we go. Lane Maroney coming in for her first pass.
All right. Lane Maroney starting with the toe pass. Looks like she's going to be wrapped up for a toe 5 back. Very clean toe 5 back into those surface back-to-backs. Already straight into the toe 5 front. Very fast surface run so far for Lane. Into that toe Waco. Very clean. Toe wake line back to the front. Toe wake back-to-back. Toe wake front. Toe slide. Toe slide. Wow. Put your hands together, the banks of Stoney Park. Awesome first run for Lane Maroney. You know, that run is a real, it looks like a solid, consistent run. It's very fast. Lots of those small little tricks, but, you know, those small little tricks are what make up the points. Obviously, the Maroney family is a very good water skiing family. Lane's brother, Will. Awesome trick skier. I believe he won the under 21 men's trick title just in the past couple days. But anyway, Lane just right now at the other end of the lake, swapping over her skis, refocusing herself for her second pass. I'm going to assume it will be a hand pass. I don't know, Bryce. Looks like this wind's turning into a headwind now. It's completely swung the other way. It's looking awesome.
Yeah, I've no doubt the under 17 girls just want to get out there now, but unfortunately we still have the rest of the open women's trick and men's trick to go. But this wind is looking inviting, I can say.
All right, Stoney Park, this is Lane Maroney coming back for pass number 2. I know Lane has got many scores over that 5,000 point mark, so she's a very good, consistent tricker. All right, though, let's see what she can do here. Looks like she is also going to be wrapped up for the wake line. Oh, yes, it is. Wake line back, line front, line back. Wake line front. Wow, extremely fast tricking from Lane Maroney so far. Into those wake back-to-backs. Few surface tricks there to gain some more points. And here we go. Here's the wake 5 into the wrap. And the wake O out of wrap. Looks like it could have been a wake 5 out of wrap. Just electing to go for the slight easier option. But I don't know. I think that's very smart tricking from Lane. She's definitely put some pressure on the other girls to come for Sadie and Erica. And, you know, I think that's good. Sometimes just to get a solid score on the board. Because like we said, you know, maybe losing 150 points from a wake 5 to a wake O is better than, you know, not getting any points at all. So, very smart tricking from Lane Maroney. But I thought she looked great. Both of those runs were, you know, had very good air on all those tricks. Just threw a few slides at the end there just to make up for it. But, you know, overall, I'm gonna say that, you know, it could be a score over 5,000 for Lane Maroney.
A very quick tricker. Although not having any flips, Lane is very quick on the water. We're now joined with Holly Lucive on the mic.
Yeah, hey Bryce, how you going?
Yeah, good. We got Sadie on the water now. about to be pulled into course by the Malibu TXI. Driver
Sadie.
Gary.
Sadie is our second last seed for the Open Women's Tricks, so we're definitely at the pointy end.
Looking like coming on to course on the tow pass. Looking beautiful out there, that water. To toe wake back-to-backs. To your straight back-to-backs. To your wrap in, wrap out, toe wrap in, toe wako. Looking very quick. And that's a strong run for Sadie there. Sadie just changing her skis over now. Looking back on this replay, a very quick, high run, score points run.
Well, she got a couple line tricks in there at the end, so whether they in time or not, but I reckon that looked like that was pretty well in time, so we'll see what score she ends up with. And I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure Sadie has a couple flips in her hand run, I would have thought, but she may have changed it for this tournament or whatever, so we'll soon see what she's got.
Not a breath on the water at the moment. Looking beautiful out there. Sadie now coming on to her hands run, I would say. Yeah, I believe she does have a couple flips in her run, Holly. Looking like she's about to start with a ski line. Ski line back to the wake back-to-backs, to your straight back-to-backs, to the wake 5. The reverse, and then the straight wako. Now onto the flips. The standard, and unfortunately falling on that reverse.
I'm not sure what the points will be there, Bryce, but that actually looked like quite a nice run from the start.
Yeah.
So even with that fall, I think she might have a pretty high score that may put her in top seed with one of those flips. But we do still have our top seed for this round 1 of the Open Women Girls Tricks with Erica Hayes still yet to come, so...
Yeah, Sadie still had a bit of time there, it looked like, at the end. Just unfortunately falling on that reverse. Just a prelim for these women today, so hopefully she can regroup and stand up both tomorrow.
Next up, we have Erica Hayes from New South Wales, our top seed for the Open Women's Tricks. And I haven't watched Erica that much, but I think she's quite a strong, consistent trick skier from what I've seen. But we'll soon find out what she's got to show.
Yeah, under 17 skier skiing the Opens division. So that's always interesting to see. A young gun trying to take down some of the really high point trickers.
Yeah, Erica is an awesome tricker. She sadly missed out on the Junior Worlds from a knee injury, but she's back skiing. She skied Moomba. I think this is going to be a real... Well, she's actually the most recent champion of this Open Women's Trick division. So, Dad Glenn Hayes in the boat pinning for her. So yeah, we'll be excited to see what she has to show.
Looks like Erica's coming up on the rope on toe pass. Starting quick with the toe 5 back. Onto the back-to-back. It's one of the quickest trickers we've seen so far. The toe 5 front. To the toe O, to the toe O, reverse toe O. Now to the ski lines. Nearly sipping up on that first ski line. Yeah, so not the cleanest run at that end, but still a stand-up run for Erica.
Yeah, solid first stand-up pass for Erica. I mean, really, after that toe line back, I don't think she would have had much more. So, yeah, very solid tricking. Just had word from the chief judge that we are looking for Kylie Hayes and Joel Wing. If you guys can hear me, please head up to the judges' tower. So yeah, like I said, that is Joel Wing and Kylie Hayes. You guys are judging open men, so please make your way towards the tower. Just looking at a replay on that toe line back, you know, massive air. Just slightly over her toes, but you know that spot is a safe spot for your release person to hold you. So yeah, great releasing from her dad Glenn. I mean, really, the releases have got just as important job as the trick skiers. Their job is to keep the trick skier safe. So it's a pretty massive job. A lot of pressure, so especially on the skier as well. You've got to have a lot of trust in that person. So yeah, but no, overall great first pass for Erica. Guessing she's coming back on the hand pass. I know she does start with a few flips. You should see a lot of these skiers will warm up with a few wake jumps just to feel out the wake to start those flips. But anyway, eyes on the water, Erica Hayes, pass number 2. Let's see what she can do. All right, she's edging out. Looks like she'll be starting off with the normal back floor. No, another warm-up jump. Starting off with normal back flip. There's the reverse into a side slide. Wake back, front. Into some now wake back-to-backs. Nice wake 5. Now wake 5 to the front, wake O, and there you have it. Put your hands together, everyone. Erica Hayes, pass number 2. Very different run. I've never seen anyone do that style of run before. This is where trick skiing is interesting. There's a lot of creativity that comes into it. I haven't seen anyone open up with a 2 flips and then go into some other different tricks. So, I'm sure that run is calculated to be the maximum scoring run. So, yeah, well done, Erica. 2 solid stand-up passes.
Yeah, I believe her younger sister also starts off with a flip. So, yeah, very interesting. But 2 stand-up runs nonetheless, and we should be getting the scores any time now.
All right, we do have some scores through. So at the moment, Caitlin Dennis sitting on 3,440. Jada Sweeney sitting on 3,550. Lane Moroney just 50 points shy of that 5,000 point barrier on 4,950. And Sadie Ferguson, massive score at 5,610. So we'll wait to see Erica's result, but you know, she is coming back from injury, so I don't think it will be up near, you know, her best just as yet. I know she has done 4 flips in the past, so that's only 2 flips. So I don't know. I feel like it would be anywhere in between the range of 5,600 to about 6,000. So we'll just have to wait and see for that one. But anyway, we will be moving into the Open Men's Trick Round 1. Starting off with Jacob Saddington from Victoria. Bit of a fun fact about Jacob so far is that he's actually left all of his trick gear at home. So he's got his skis, but apart from his skis, he really doesn't have anything else. So he's using a combination of other skiers' equipment. So we'll have to see how Jacob goes during this run. Looks like he has his brother Corey in the boat releasing for him. Jacob choosing to go shirtless for this run. Just remember there are no points for looks or style in trick skiing. It is just most amount of tricks and how well you execute them. We've just had a bit of a crew change as well. We've got Jack now driving. Jack Sutherland. But anyway, here we go. Jacob Saddington, pass number 1. I'll hand it over to you, Bryce.
Yeah, Jacob, sometimes up and down in his tricking, but he's still quite a strong tricker nonetheless. So hopefully he can go do a big score here and really put some pressure on these other boys. Starting off with the ski line, straight into the wake back-to-backs. Strong ski. Oh, unfortunately going down very early on that hands run.
Just catching quite the edge on that wake O.
Not what you want to see, Fletch.
Yeah, no, not what you want to see. I know he had about 4 flips after that. So disappointing stuff from Jacob Saddington. So I'm going to hope that he does do his hand run again, because I know all the crowd wants to see his 4 flips. So I have just heard, it sounds like he might be going for a front flip. Now, front flip is, honestly, in the rest of this Open Men's Division, I think there is only one skier that will be going for the front flips, and that will be Patrick Crisp. So, Jacob Saddington, I mean, he's fallen early, so really, it's all or nothing now. He's got to put out a big second pass to, you know, try and get seated high. But like we said, this isn't going to affect the outcome of their placings. This is literally just a seeding round. So Jacob Saddington, hopefully for next round, can shake off the nerves, and he'll be back better than ever for the final. All right, eyes on the water now. Jacob Saddington. Here he goes. He started off with a wake jump. And here he goes into the flips. Starting off with a regular backflip. Very nice clean opening. Into the reverse. Very nice. Turns backwards. Now for the half cab flip. Can he do a back landing? Yes, he can. He comes to the front. It looks like he's going to do a wake jump now. Here is the big front flip. Eyes on the water. Jacob Saddington. Oh, and that is quite a face slap. That will leave a mark. Jacob Saddington, wow. You know, those first 4 flips, they were good. They were quick. Just looking at that replay, that half cab flip was textbook, perfect. Nice smooth landing. Goes into that back landing flip, slight over rotation, but it was okay. And here's the big front flip. Right, let's break this down. Loads hard on the back foot, throws himself forward and takes that one straight to the chest. Anyway, good on you, Jacob Saddington. Next on the water, we will have Lockie Butland from Albury, New South Wales.
Lockie is a tricker that can trick over 6,000 points. A very strong tricker as well. Not having the best run over at the recent Aussie Kiwi event, but hopefully getting a better one here. Coming into course now, Lockie Butland looks like he's starting on that rope on toe pass. Starting with the toe 5 back. Into the wake back-to-backs. To the wake front. And unfortunately coming undone on that toe 5 front. Lockie, although is a good toe tricker, isn't quite known for his toes, but his hands run.
Yeah, you know, that toe 5 front trick is quite a technical trick. A lot of trickers do seem to struggle with it. Just looking at that replay, he had a decent start. Depends on how nice the judges are feeling though this tournament. Some could say that toe 5 back was a little bit split, but really I don't think it's going to affect Lockie too much because this next pass that he does, his hand pass, is absolutely huge. So he's going to swap that KD over for his KD hand ski. You know, a lot of these trickers do have two skis for each pass. Sort of a newer age trick style to have 2 skis and, you know, 2 different types of ropes. A lot of trickers from, you know, 10, 15 years ago would have only had 1 ski. Still with very similar scores, but it's just, you know, it's been proven that it's, you know, more effective, more efficient to have 2 different skis, especially not having that back kicker on that toe ski allows for, you know, to be able to spin that ski a lot quicker, less risk of an edge catch. Generally, trick skiers' toe ski will be an inch or 2 smaller. Some toe skis even have a rubber edge on them. You know, each to their own, has their own opinion. I personally feel that with rubber edges, you know, they lock in better in positions, less slippery. Lovely conditions here still at Stoney Park. Just had word through from the boat driver, Jack Sutherland. He will be starting with a positional back.
I believe Lockie starts with the back-to-back front flip. No, back flip. Sorry. He starts with both mobs straight away. That's the first. Second. Now on to the normal. Here we go, Lockie Butlin. 6 flips done. Onto the wake back, to the ski line. And unfortunately coming undone there.
Yeah, just going down on that ski line back to back. Very, very physical trick, the ski line back to back. You know, you've got to be very strong, very well balanced over your ski. It's not really a trick that you can sort of throw. You know, do really have to be technically right with it and also have the strength to hold it. So, very nice tricking so far, though, from this open men's division. We'll be going from Aubrey to Wagga Wagga with Callan Ashcroft next on the water. Callan Ashcroft has just come. He's a world champion, however, not in the tournament division. In the show ski division, he's the world champion for freestyle jump skiing. I was speaking to Callan earlier in the week, and you know, he said that his performance at Worlds and, you know, with the freestyle jumping really comes down to his tournament background and his trick skiing ability. He's a very good tricker, you know, and a bit like Lockie's, he's got a massive, massive hand pass, but toe tricks is definitely seems to be where he struggles a bit. Might even get to see 3 front flips from Callan. So you might be able to see that half jack. We saw a half jack earlier in the day with Ethan Roberts from the under-17 division. The first half jack we'd seen of the competition. You know, it's a seriously technical trick. It's when you turn backwards, edge sort of the wrong way round. It's edge on an inverted angle and then do a front flip. So, you know, it's a seriously technical trick. But anyway, here we have Callan Ashcroft, pass number 1. Looks like he'll be starting with that back-to-back mobe. Here he goes. Back-to-back mobe. There's the reverse. Very clean tricking. Turns backwards for that half jack. Absolutely nails it into another front flip. Huge second front flip. Another front flip. That is 3 front flips, people. Finishing off with that reverse back landing. Ski line O. And just hangs onto it. Massive tricking from Callan. Into that ski line back. Wow, what a hand run. You know, that hand run, if that is all in time, that will be over 5,500 points, nearly into that 6,000 point range.
Yeah, Callan's such a strong hands-run tricker. Really putting pressure on these other boys to come. Joel O'Toole, Patrick Chris, Archie Davis, and your top seed, Lucas Cornell, who I believe has a score over 9,000 points.
Yeah, Lucas Cornell at the moment is Australia's best trick skier. All right, we've just had word from the amazing Canteen ladies that there are charcuterie boards for $20. I repeat, that is charcuterie boards for $20. So go and grab your friends, grab a charcuterie board, and yeah. But anyway, here we have, yeah, so going back to Lucas Cornell, here's our top seed for this event. Has got a few scores over 9,000 points. Actually got a massive PB at the last Australian Nationals, so we're going to have to definitely cheer him along to hopefully get him over, you know, over that 9,500 point barrier to that 10. But anyway, on the water now, Callan Ashcroft, pass number 2, wrapped up for what seems to be a toe 5 to the back. Here we go, Callan Ashcroft, toe 5 into those surface back-to-backs, into that toe 5 front, very smooth tricking from Callan so far, into that toe 0 wrap in, toe Waco, nearly going down. There's a toe 8 back, toe 8 front, just bobbles up there a bit. Looks like he could and was meant to be doing a toe wake line back, so missing out on quite a lot of points there. But, you know, overall, solid tricking from Callan. I'm sure that pass, those two passes combined will be a bit over 7,500. Maybe even pushing up near 8. Like I said, it will all come up to the judges of what they have to say. So looking at that replay. Very nice toe surface tricks from Callan. This is where he just messed up. Went massive on the toe Waco, got on a little bit of an edge. So yeah, right there was where he was wanting to do that toe wake line back. Instead does a toe wake back and a toe wake to the front. So yeah, slight disappointment from Callan. But you know, overall he's in it for the overall, Callan. I know he had a good slalom score. That's going to be a decent trick score. And he jumped pretty good yesterday as well. So, you know, he will be right up there for that overall race.
Yeah, and it'll still be an alright score for Callum with that massive hand run he did. On to the next skier, Joel O'Toole from... Here we go, Joel O'Toole on the toes pass. Looking strong. A very quick tricker, Joel is. Onto the toe 5 front. Straight to the toe O. Reverse toe O. To the toe Waco. Now onto the ski lines. Toe ski line O. And then just toe back, toe front. Although it got a bit messy to the end, still quite a strong run for Joel.
Yeah, similar to Callan on that toe pass, just had a bit of a bobble after his toe lino. Yeah, toe lino, very technical trick. So, and you know, when you're going fast and you're trying to get as many tricks as you can in that 20 seconds, it's very common to sometimes get slightly ahead of yourself. So yeah, overall, good from Joel. Another skier also in for the overall race. You know, I think going through Joel's mind right now on the back of the boat, you know, he'd be slightly bummed, but you know, I think at the end of the day you can't be too harsh on yourself, Joel, because you know that is a good solid first pass. I know he does have a few flips coming up. And I was speaking to Joel earlier. You know, flipping hasn't been his strong point over the years, but you know, in the last sort of 2 seasons, he's really picked it up. He's doing, I think, now 5 flips in his run. So once he gets, you know, some more flips, that will really take him from what he's tricking now around that 7,500 point range to over 8,000. But said word from the driver, Jack Sutherland, he will be doing a positional wake back. So I'm quite interested to see how he starts this run, because there's not many times where we see a positional wake back. I can only assume he may be going into a half cab flip if he's doing a big wake back and then into a flip. So We'll have to see. All right. Anyway, Joel O'Toole pass number 2. Here we go. There's that positional weight back. Here we go into the ski line back to back. Ski line back going out over from into out. Now here we go, starts with the flips. Back landing just goes down on that back landing flip. Disappointing for Joel. Usually a very consistent flipper.
Yeah, with a stand-up toes run, starting off the ski lines and just falling down that first flip. Very disappointing for Joel, but it's only a seeding round. He'll get to go again tomorrow in the final.
Yeah, like we said before, you know, these seeding rounds really are just to sort of shake the nerves out. You know, if you're lucky to try and get a good score on the board, but you know, I don't think Joel's seeding will change too much because that first pass was pretty big. I'm sure he would have liked a bit more.
Up next, we have Patrick Crisp. Slalomed well in the prelim, unfortunately just coming undone in the final, but still a very strong all-around skier.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time with Paddy over the past few years, especially up in Darwin. He's a awesome, I'm going to say 2-event skier, but, you know, a lot of you may not know, he did used to jump, and he was a very solid jumper. He was a very solid 3-event skier. But I think just sort of, you know, pushing aside jump to really focus on his main 2 events. He's a very tool trick skier. Pat recently just got engaged. So I was asking him today. I know his wedding is going to be at the end of this year. He's just bought a house in Geelong. But anyway, here we have Paddy Crisp on the water, owner of Crisp Water Sports. Looks like he will be starting off with the toe pass, wrapping up for what looks like to be a toe 5 back. Now Paddy, for how tall he is an awesome toe tricker, so let's see what he can do. Starting off with the toe 5 back, very quick tricking from Pat Crisp. 2 awesome toe 8 back-to-backs. He does the nicest toe 8 back-to-backs I've ever seen. Into that toe 5 front, toe Waco, into that toe line back, toe 8 line back-to-back, very clean from Pat Crisp. Now into that toe line O. Oh, just going down on that toe wake line O. Very technical trick. Up until that point, it was faultless. He had an awesome start. Was looking very relaxed, very composed. Yeah, look at those replay. Those 2 toe 8 back-to-backs that he does. He does the nicest toe 8 back-to-backs from any skier. They are elite toe 8 back-to-backs. Very smooth toe tricker. I love this sequence here. That toe line back, then into the toe line back-to-back. Now, a lot of you may not know, but doing ski line tricks from the middle of the wake to out makes it a whole lot harder to pull and turn. So great effort from Pat that run, but he'll be looking for a bit more out of this hand pass.
Yeah, just missing out on a bit of tricks at the end there, but still at the back end of that 20 seconds, which is always good to see. Our next skier will be Archie Davis.
Yeah, Archie is he's a back-to-back overall champion for the last few years. He had an awesome slalom score this morning of 2 on the 10.75 meter line. I don't know the score off the top of my head of how he jumped yesterday, but
57.
I know Archie's got many scores over that 200-foot mark. So I believe he will be looking for a 200-foot jump to come. But anyway, Pat Crisp will be now heading to the end of the lake to spin around and come back for his hand pass.
Here we go, Patrick Chris coming in for the hands pass. Looking like starting off with one of the flips, starting at the back, straight into your mobs. The first one smooth, second one's done. Onto the back landing, and the reverse. Straight onto the front flips. To the normal, now onto your ski lines. Your ski line back, to the back-to-back. And unfortunately going down on just a straight back-to-back.
Yeah, very nice opening, second pass from Pat Crisp. Awesome flip sequence. You know, he nearly went down a few times, but he kept pushing through. Got through it. A little bit scrappier than I'm sure he would have liked. It's like he was just struggling for a little bit of air off those wakes, which is funny because maybe you might need to add a little bit of ballast into that boat next time.
All of our other skiers have been seeming to get too much air. So
yeah, this front flip, beautiful front flip, feet to feet landing. Dropping his second front flip. I know he hasn't had a lot of time to work on that recently. Nice big ski line back to back to end into that back to back reverse and just goes down that last back to back. But honestly, that would have been pushing for time. So, you know, two very solid passes for Paddy. Next, we'll be moving on to Archie Davis from the ACT.
I believe you spent a bit of time with Archie Fletcher.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, Archie's come over to WA a few times. He's, yeah, I love Archie. He's an awesome guy. He's a great training partner. Archie's, yeah, he's got two very solid trick passes. Previous years, I know he has gone over 9,000 points. I know he hasn't been skiing a lot in the most recent years. He's got his pin person Ryan Green in the boat. Alright, so anyway, I'll be starting off with that toe 7 front to front. Here he goes, Archie Davis, very slow and smooth. Into those toe 8 back to backs, or a little bit of a bobble there. Here he goes, he's motoring through right now. Some surface back to backs into that toe 5 front. Toe O, toe wake O. We're going to see a toe wake line O. Very nice tricking from Archie. Toe wake line back. Comes to the front. Put your hands together, Stoney Park. Awesome first stand-up pass from Archie Davis.
Quick, controlled, and just a beautiful pass from Archie.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much like that's my run with that, toe 7.
Hello, hello.
have got word from the boat. Archie will be starting with the positional back wrap.
Coming to the end of this men's trick round 1, will be followed by the under 17 girls jump.
Yeah,
Quite a
massive
big
division,
division
that
of
one.
9 skiers. Starting off with Laura Hayes.
All right, that Malibu TXI heading back towards the start dock with Archie Davis on the back. Now with his hand pass. Should be seeing a pretty big run from Archie. Starts off with he will be starting off with the very common flip sequence, starting with the 2 back-to-back mobs. Very popular just because it's, very quick 1,600 points. Anyway, here we go. Archie Davis turns into that back wrap. There's his first back-to-back mob. Into the second one. Very quick tricking so far. Into that regular standard flip. Into that reverse back landing. Now with a regular back landing. Back to front flip. Ski line O. Very nice height. Into that ski line back-to-back. What else can he do? Wake 5 to the back. Put your hands together, Stoney Park. 2 very nice passes from Archie Davis. So far, he's, going for a solid, big overall score. Just look at that replay. He had, 2 at an awesome start.
Such a strong tricker. Our next trick will be Lucas Cornell from Queensland. Skis up in Brisbane. PB over 9,000 points. Our top seed. Lucas Cornell just earlier this morning taking up the Open Men's Slalom division. Unfortunately not having the jump he would have liked yesterday, but hopefully we can get him to get a pretty good overall score. The wind just coming up now, looking like it's a bit of a crosswind. This under 17 girls jump coming up after Lucas.
All right, here we have Lucas Cornell being given the all clear to come into course. Looks like he'll be starting with his toe pass. Lots of skiers generally starting with their toe pass. Save all their energy for the big flip run. Anyway, here we have Lucas Cornell, pass number 1, starting off with that toe 5 to the back. Toe 8 back to back into that toe 8 back to back reverse. Very clean tricking so far from Lucas. Toe 5 to the front. Toe 8 back in. Nice big toe wake O into that toe line back. Coming to the front. Toe wake back. Toe wake front. Very solid opening pass for Lucas. Not deciding to go for the toe line back to back, as we usually would see him do. Just going for a slightly safer option, get a big score on the board. He wants to be the top seed going into the trick final.
Yeah, Lucas is a very strong slalomer and trick skier. Only 19 years of age. Quite up there in the Australia's future of water skiing. Let's see what he can produce in the hands run coming up soon.
Lucas Cornell does have a very big hand pass, consisting of 6 flips and anywhere between 2 and sort of 4 tricks to sort of end his flips. Lucas is very fast, so he will be up near that sort of 3 to 4 range. I know Lucas can do a front flip, but I haven't seen him. I haven't ever actually seen him do it in a run. I've seen him do it out of course a few times.
I believe he does have it in his run.
Alright, so anyway, Queensland, keep your eyes glued to the water. Lucas Cornell pass number 2, hoping to see this front flip. Alright, starting off with a positional back to do that mode back to back. Here he goes. That is a backflip to the land back to back and the reverse. Now into some regular flips, into the reverse back landing, regular back landing, and now that backflip to the front. Here we go. Ski line O, slight little bobble. That's he's still on time. Oh, and just catches an edge coming to the front of ski line back to back. So won't be Lucas's best score. But you know, it's still, like I said, a very solid opening 2 passes. We'll have to wait for what the judges have to say about his run, but I believe Archie Davis will be going into the final with that top seed spot. Just doing some rough calculations in my head.
I believe it's going to be very, very close.
Pat Crisp tricking 8.350. It's a very, very solid score for him.
Now we will be on to the under-17 girls jump, as the men's have now concluded.
Alright, our commentary team will just be taking a break for about 5 minutes, and then we'll be moving straight into under-17 girls jump.
Righty. Next event, under 17 girls jump. Beware, this is the final, so these girls will be battling it out for the title. So stay prepared, everyone. Righty. We are about to get underway with this under 17 girls jump final. So, first off the dock is Laura Hayes from New South Wales. Does she have Laura is from New South Wales and had a first round jump score of 15.2 metres, so she'd be looking to improve this 15.2 dramatically. I'm not sure what her PB is, but I reckon maybe up over 17 metres, so let's hopefully we can get her to that today.
Yeah, let's hope we can get her over 15.2, improve our first round score. Looks nice conditions out there, Will.
Yeah, lovely conditions. I think it might even be a little bit of a head/cross breeze, so...
Yeah, crossing straight into here, but there's nothing at the ramp, so the skis shouldn't feel anything off the top, which is good.
Righty. I believe Laura Hayes does do double cuts, but I'm not sure. Taj, what do you reckon she'll be coming off the dock with?
Yeah, I think she was double cutting yesterday. I'm not sure why, but yeah, she seemed to worked well for her. I'm not sure if that was a PB yesterday, but we'll see. We'll find out.
Let's see if she can kick a big one.
Yeah, let's hope we could get big scores from all these under 17 girls in this jump final. So after Laura Hayes, we got Hannah Pollock, Poppy Blessington, Georgia Richards, Bridget Maloney, Emma Kilby, Selena Appleton, Zali Reeves, and Christy Appleton, our top seed, leading into this final round. And this final round, it doesn't matter about the round before because it's only seeded and it's the final, so only one score counts, and it's this round.
I am sure that has lit the fire in these girls' bellies. So, Laura Hayes, just on the dock right now.
Looks like she's pulling her skis off for some reason. I don't know why, so we're just having a hold for a minute.
Might. It looks like on the boat we have a bit of a technical difficulty with the display board in the boat. So I think the boat crew's just checking if that's alright. So I'm sure we'll be underway soon with this under 17 girls jump final. Alrighty, so Laura Hayes about to come into the course, I believe. Alrighty, we have John Weeks driving for the under 17 girls jump final today. And I believe
Here we go.
and Pete Cornell, I believe, in the passenger. So as Laura Hayes stamping on those big jump skis, coming around the island, about to come into course. Alrighty, she's coming in for the double cut right off the dock. Nice form through the wake. She's getting really wide up on that Malibu TXI. She's left this cut a little bit earlier, but nice strong cut onto the ramp. Crashes a little bit, but skis away her first jump, and a very nice jump. First jump by Laura Hayes. All right, just on this replay, she's letting go with that right hand. She's a bit early, but nice motion through the wakes. Continuous cut onto the ramp, just a little bit of a body crush, but she skis it away. All right, jump number 1 coming through, 15.5 meters.
Yeah, so an improvement from that first round score by 0.3.
Yep, so she'll be looking to boost herself even further from these double cuts. All right, Laura Hayes coming in for jump number 2. She should be. I believe she'll come in for another double cut. So Laura Hayes coming into course.
Yeah, conditions are looking good out here. Let's see if Laura can improve to up around that 16 meter mark.
Nice and wide on these double cuts. She's left this cut a little bit later. She's left it a little bit later to the ramp.
Yeah,
Nice
looking good
through
here,
the
Laura.
wakes.
Cutting all the way in. Good pop off the top, and overall a nice jump there.
I believe that jump would be a little bit longer, Taj. What do you think?
Yeah, I reckon that's up around that 16 meter mark. We'll have to see.
On this replay, she's got nice and wide. Nice wake work. No movement at all. Nice continuous cut. Just crushes a little bit again, but I reckon that's a bigger score from Laura Hayes, jump number 2. And the score has come in again. She's improved. It's 15.8 meters, Laura. Very good jumping out there. What do you think, Taj?
Yeah, let's see if we can get her up over 16 meters. Maybe she can bring it down a little bit. And yeah, it looks good out there.
Come on, Team New South Wales. Get down to the bank and cheer on your first under-17 girls jumper in this final. So get down to the bank, cheer on. Let's get her over the 16 meter mark. All right, Laura Hayes coming to course. Going for another double cut, as she did for her first 2 jumps. She's brung it down a little bit already.
Yeah, brung it down off the 6. Let's see if she can bring it into the course a bit more and get more pop off the ramp.
She's left this one
a little bit later.
Nice continuous cut onto the ramp. And that's,
yeah,
I reckon, a 16 meter jump. What do you think, Taj?
Yeah, nice solid third jump there from Laura. Very consistent. Consistency is key, so that's good.
Just matching her second jump score of 15.8. I believe that is around PB territory, but she's definitely improved her score from round 1s. So, and it's really good to do that in the finals. She should be really happy with herself. Good jumping, Laura.
Yeah, good consistency jumping there from Laura. But next up on the dock, we got Hannah Pollock, from Queensland. So we'll see if she can get up over that 16 meter mark.
All right, we have a skiers buyer for Hannah Pollock. Her jump PB is 15.6. So that in the first round she got 15.4. So she's up around that PB territory, but she'll be looking to push this score a little bit further. Her favourite movie is Surf's Up. Favourite colour's pink. Her favourite food is Mum's curry. Sounds beautiful. If you were a dog, which dog would you be? She answered a boxer. So hopefully she can push a big jump out here today.
Here we go, Hannah Pollock. It looks like she's going for that single cut.
Also has a hometown of Townsville, so I believe she skis in Townsville too.
Yeah, she skis up on the river in Townsville, so yeah. It's good. Here we go, Hannah Pollock, jump one.
Coming in for a single cut.
Yeah, nice and late. Good pop off the top. Nice solid jump there. Good starter.
Yeah, Taj. Her landings look very good. She getting those big, I believe, D3 jump skis up in the air.
Yeah, up and over the ramp.
Up and over the ramp, and very nice landing from Hannah Pollock, jump number 1.
Yeah, nice safe jump there from Hannah. It's a good jump to build.
Hello? Testing?
Yeah. Testing. Alrighty. Under 17 girls jump final. Here we go. We've already had our first skier, Laura Hayes. We now have Hannah Pollock on the water, jump number 2. She has made a wider approach. This is definitely a lot later from Hannah Pollock. Launching off the top of that ramp. Lovely second jump from Hannah Pollock.
Team Queensland get down to the bank. Hannah Pollock has just come in.
Still waiting for a score from Hannah Pollock. It is 15.9 metres, her longest for the day.
I believe that's around her PB.
15.6 is her PB, so...
New PB in the under-17 girls final. Perfect place to do it as Team Queensland comes around her.
Yeah, massive division this one. The under-17 girls will be next heading to New South Wales to watch Poppy Bressington from Jindabyne. She is only jumping at this Nationals. I spent a lot of time with Poppy training. Yeah, jump is definitely her specialty. Then we'll move to Georgie Richards, Bridget Maloney, Emma Kilby, and then our top three, Selena Appleton, Zali Reeves, and Christy Appleton. All very good jumpers, but especially Christy Appleton with a massive score of 44.2 in that first round. You know, what do you reckon, Bryce? I think she would have a fair bit of confidence going into this final.
Yeah, the top two are quite literally a step ahead of the rest. Over 10 metres difference between Zali and Selena. So what it looks like is a battle for first, second, and Selena looks clear for third at the moment. But as we all know, it's a final and anything can happen. So all you got to do is watch and see. But here we go, Poppy Bressington coming in for a single.
All right. Taking a nice, safe approach for jump number one. Electing to go with that single cut. She edges towards the base of the jump, kicks off the top. There's a lovely first jump from Poppy Bressington.
She had a first round score of 20 metres flat. So hoping to get up around there and over there for this round.
Very solid, you know, very, very confident opening jump for Poppy. I feel like she's, you know, she's got her eye in now. She's felt out the conditions. So I think from now on for these next two jumps, just to build on each jump. First jump score of 19.2. Steve Bickerton giving her a few pointers.
I mean, Poppy takes the lead right now. Snatches it off Hannah and Laura.
I believe Poppy hasn't actually been jumping for that long. I'm only going to say the past sort of 2 seasons, but this season she's, you know, really taken it to the next level. She, up until sort of, you know, winter last year, she may have only been plopping over, but now, you know, she's having a real good cut at the ramp. She's having great extension off the top. Alrighty, here we go. Poppy Bressington, jump number 2. This is definitely a later approach, Bryce. She edges even harder into the jump, extending off the top. Lovely second jump from Poppy Bressington. Not sure if it'll be any further. Looks like she just seemed to miss a tiny bit of her legs on that one.
I don't know about you, but I felt like she nearly dropped that right ski just in the air, but just managing to keep it level and trying to get everything out of this very little headwind.
Yeah, I agree, but you know, Poppy, she gets a very nice pull off the top of the ramp. Like, she really uses the boat to its advantage. Very consistent jumping though, a little bit further, 19.5. Yeah, you can really see that, you know, she increases her cut the whole way, all the way to that top left corner of the jump, and you know, that really gives her a nice pull off the top. See our boat crew there, John Weeks and Pete Cornell.
All these skiers will be loving these conditions at the moment. Sun's just setting, the water not a spit on the wind, and here we go. Poppy Bressington, third and final jump for the Australian Nationals of 2025. Let's see what she can do.
All right, she makes a very strong approach into the base of the jump. Extension off the top. I reckon that's further. I reckon that could be over that 20-metre mark.
I reckon you're right there, Fletch.
Just see that replay. She really, really drove hard into the base of that ramp. Very near that bottom right-hand corner. But I don't know, I'm very, very keen on seeing the score.
Official score come through 20.3.
20.3 metres for Poppy Bressington. Team New South Wales, get down there to support her. Awesome, awesome, awesome set from Poppy Bressington, her longest of the national titles.
We'll now go on to Georgie Richards. A skier in the first round, they got 20.4, only 0.1 more than what Poppy just got.
You know, just going back to sort of Poppy's jump style, she was only doing single cuts for that set, and you know, for her to prove that she can jump, you know, over 20 meters on a single cut, when she, you know, starts getting to those 3/4, having a wider, stronger cut, you know, Poppy Bressington is going to be up there with, you know, some of the best jumpers in Australia. So it shows, yeah, real potential for women's jump in Australia.
Team New South Wales, you have 3 jumpers in a row, starting off with Poppy just then. Then we move on to Georgie and then Bridget.
We'll see some of our open men's jumpers spotting for a lot of these competitors. We'll see Scott Reeves down there, especially in the last few seeds for Selena Zali and Christie. We'll also see Callan Ashcroft down there spotting. Anyway, our next skier being brought into the course is Georgie Richards. Like Bryce said, from New South Wales. Looks like she will be starting with the 3/4 cut. So let's see what Georgie Richards can do. She gets wide on that Malibu TXI. She's out there, makes a very nice slow turn into the jump. She has got great load on, just passes up. I think she's just a little bit too early on that one.
Yeah, just getting her eye in for her next 2 jumps. Hopefully we can see her go over on the next one. But it's always good to see our skiers pass. We don't want anyone hurting themselves, crashing or anything.
You know, it is difficult to go off the dock and do anything more than a single cut because, you know, every time you go out on jump skis, you may feel a little bit different. It might take you a setup or 2 to get your eye in. So electing to go with the 3/4 cut first is definitely more technically difficult, but hopefully Georgie on these next 2 jumps can sort out her timing and yeah, get some nice jumps.
You have Archie Davis spotting for Georgie over there. Currently the top seed in the open men's jump.
Yeah, Archie looked really good yesterday jumping. He's a very safe jumper. Gets very, very nice lift.
Currently a step above the rest, but anything can happen in a final. Here we go, Georgie Richards coming into course, electing to do a 3/4 cut again. Let's see how she goes. She looks quite a bit later this time. Let's see if she can really push into the jump. She does, up over the top, and overall a beautiful jump there.
Yeah, that was a very nice, safe second jump from Georgie. Glad to see that she's got her timing right. I don't know, I reckon we could be seeing that jump being over that 20-meter mark.
Yeah, just getting that bit more speed than you would do in a single and being able to push harder into that jump really helps these skiers get over their 20-meter buoy.
All right, just waiting for a score from the judges. Let's see. Oh, 22 meters flat. Massive jump from Georgie Richards, increasing her first round score by 0.4 meters. Awesome, awesome effort from Georgie out there. And you know, the best part about it, she's still got one jump to go. So, Team New South Wales, get on the bank, get cheering. Let's try get Georgie Richards past that 21 meter mark.
Here we go. Third and final jump. Georgie Richards, Team New South Wales, watching on. Let's see what she can produce here. This is quite a bit later. See if she can drive in over the top. And again, a beautiful jump for Georgie Richards.
You know, I thought that extension off the top was great that time. I definitely thought, yeah, she definitely got a bit higher off the top of the jump. But no, we like to see... That's a good set. Same thing, sort of, you know, built every set, didn't do anything dangerous. She chose to pass up on that first one. Safest option. So yeah, great to see from Georgie Richards.
I believe that's a score of 21.5 for her final jump. So not as big as her middle, but still an amazing set for Georgie. On to the next jumper, again from New South Wales, Bridget Maloney.
Bridget Maloney, we're just searching through the skier's bio binder. See if we can find out anything more about Bridget. I know yesterday she had a big score of 21.6 meters. All these first girls off the dot, you know, within 0.3 of a meter of each other.
Yeah, it's always good to see close competition, especially around these under 17 age groups. But Georgie Richards will just be putting in that slightest pressure for the rest of the group, upping her score by 1.6 meters.
Like we said though, Bryce, we are excited to see these top two skiers battle it out for that gold medal position. Zali Reeves and Christy Appleton, both second and third actually at the most recent Junior Worlds. So anyway, here we have Bridget Maloney, jump number 1. Also looking like she'll be electing for the 3/4 cut. Here we go, Bridget Maloney. She is very nice and wide on that Malibu TXI. Slows her turn down, driving into the base of that jump. Lovely extension off the top. I don't know, Bryce. I reckon that may take our lead.
I reckon it'll be close, but I reckon she's just got it. Around that, unofficially around that 23 meter mark.
Well, that was a very, very solid jump. Just looking at that replay, she really sort of slowed her turn down.
My eye is officially out. It was 19.0 for that first jump for Bridget.
Yeah, it was funny. You know, I think everything about that first jump of Bridget was technically right, but they would just bring it down a little bit further, increase that cut. We've got Callan Ashcroft, her spotter, giving her those tips. We've seen him in all 3 events. He's a big overall contender for the open men's division. Slalom 2 at 11 yesterday, jumped into that mid to high 50s range and tricked over 7,000 points today. So, you know, he's had a solid overall score so far. And yeah, he's sharing his advice with some of these under 17 girls. So, Bridget Maloney, jump number 2. Let's see, can she improve on her first jump score of 19.2?
She cuts out strong. Just dropping that right ski maybe just the slightest bit early, but this looks like quite a later cut. Can she get on? She does. Drives over the top, and I gotta say, Fletch, I reckon that's over the 20s for sure.
Yeah, I reckon that is definitely right there, Bryce. That is over that 20-metre mark. Could even be into the 21 to 22-metre range.
I just don't think she has enough to get over Georgie Richards as of yet.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if she sort of builds on this second jump, we might be able to see, you know, another build on the third jump. So we'll just have to wait and see. Getting a score through 20.2 meters. So that is an increase on jump number 1. So I don't know. I feel like that first jump she really got to feel out the conditions. That second jump was a very nice, safe jump. But I now think it is time, you know, for her to step outside of her comfort zone, really bring it down a little bit further, turn her skis harder, and really drive into that base.
Here we go. Jump number 3. Bridget Maloney. Let's see if she can get up over that 22-metre mark. Definitely looks a little bit wider here. Quite a lot later. Will she get on? She does, up over. And that's the biggest we've seen.
Yeah, that is definitely an improvement on jump number 2. That is the jump I believe she was looking for. Team New South Wales swarming the bank. Awesome jump from Bridget Maloney. I feel like that was the jump she was after. She, you know, like I said, she had a solid first jump, solid second jump, but I feel like she just wanted a little bit more out there, and she really did at that time. And Team New South Wales, cheer her in. She looked happy with that last one. And let's just see what it was.
Official score of 23.1. Bridget Maloney takes your lead, ladies and gentlemen.
Awesome jump set from Bridget Maloney. That is a textbook jump set. She improved on every jump. Team New South Wales, get down there, cheer her along. Awesome, awesome jump set.
Our next skier will be the only skier from Victoria in this under-17 girls division, Emma Kilby. So let's see the Victorians get down the bank, cheer your girl on, and see how far she can go.
All right, Emma Kilby also electing to go with the 3/4 cut for her jump number 1. Let's see what Emma Kilby can do. This is a nice early approach for jump number 1. Nice extension off the top. I reckon that first jump will be over the 20-metre mark.
Yeah, it was quite a good opener. Let's hope she can build off that. Team Victoria just coming down to watch Emma jump, which is always good to see. She's got a little bit of slack in that turn, but is just able to really, off that second wake, drive into that base.
Yeah, solid opening from Emma Kilby.
.22.1. That currently slots her in the second place at the moment off the first jump.
Team Victoria cheering her along down there. We want all the Victorians down there at the base of the ramp cheering Emma along. Let's try and get her into the leading position. You know, Emma Kilby really isn't, like, her first round score of 21.7 is a bit behind Selena Appleton, But if Emma Kilby can, jump a solid 24-25, she will put the pressure on the last 3 remaining girls.
Yeah, and what we want to see is a close competition always. So here we go. Second jump for Emma Kilby. Still gets a little bit of slack out of turn, but still able to drive into her base, up over the skis. And I reckon that could almost be about the same, if not further, Fletch.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice second jump from Emma Kilby. Not exactly sure if it will be any further.
She currently has the tendency of just turning on a bit of slack. But hopefully she can just let that slack go and really turn under the line this time. But a 21.5, I believe, for Emma Kilby for her second jump, so just a little bit less. Hopefully she can get up over that 23 mark and really put some pressure on these next couple of jumpers.
Not as far as the first one, but I think this third one, she's now really worked out her spot. I think this third one is going to be a great jump. All right, here we go, Stoney Park. Emma Kilby, jump number 3. This is the under-17 girls final. Emma wants to be walking home with a medal position, or she turns in with a lot of slack. She is very late for this jump. Massive extension off the top. I reckon that is going to be her furthest of the day.
She's still stuck in that about early 20 meters hole, but still a very good set for Emma. Good, safe set, and hope to see her back next year.
Yeah, like I said about Poppy Bressington, I mean, all these girls, this is the future of Australian jump skiing. All looking up to, I'm sure most of these girls' idols, Jacinta Carroll. Sadly can't be at the Nationals with us this year round, but, we hope to see her in the near future. 21.6 metres. Very nice last jump for Emma Kilby, with her furthest of the day being jump number 1 at 22.1.
We are now on to the third seed, and we should now start to see what the podium is going to be for these girls. Selena Appleton up next.
All right, Selena Appleton next on the water. The Victorians chanting their famous chant for Emma Kilby. Haven't actually heard it a lot this Nationals.
Selena Appleton has that PB around that 29 to 30 metre mark, so let's hope to see her up over that 30 here today.
She will have coach Scott Reeves spotting for her. One of Australia's jumping legends.
Just as a bit of smoke covers the lake, we'll see Selena Appleton cutting through it.
Yeah, very magical scenes here at Stoney Park this afternoon. I'm sure many events, or I know I am. I don't know about you, Bryce, but I'm very eager to get out there tomorrow and have a good jump set. This is perfect conditions. Stoney Park has brought it on for us. The 2025 Australian Nationals. All right, Selena Appleton. She pulls out wide on that Malibu TXI. She is definitely a lot later than any girl we have seen. She makes a massive turn, driving into the base of that jump, extends off to the top. Oh, I reckon that's going to jump herself into the lead, Bryce.
I reckon that will, and if she does jump herself into the lead, that will guarantee her a third place at least in this 2025 Australian Malibu Nationals.
Yeah, just looking at that replay, we'll see she, makes a nice big turn. Really drives across those wakes. Great into the base. I feel like she just slipped out the back a little bit.
Yeah,
we'll see what our coach Scott says. He likes the turn. he just feels that her left shoulder was dropping a bit. So his advice to her is to aim for that top left-hand corner and keep moving through the ramp.
A score of 27.2. That throws her into the lead and guarantees her a 3rd place at these nationals.
You know, I'm sure Selena will be happy with that, but at the end of the day, I feel like Selena, she will want a little bit more. She wants a big overall score. She wants to improve her overall score to try and slip into that 2nd spot.
She'll want to score over 30 for sure.
Yeah, I agree. Queensland, the only way to get Selena over that 30-metre mark is if we all cheer from the bank. So, Selena Appleton, she pulls out once again on that Malibu TXI. This is definitely wider, and she will be in a later spot turning. She turns, makes a turn for the ramp, digs hard into the basin, or she definitely gets more lift on that one. I reckon that's going to be further.
I do, but I don't quite think it's over that 30 metre as of yet. Still look like she slipped a little bit on that jump. But she still has one more to go, and hopefully we can see her get up over that 30 metre.
Yeah, I agree. It would be awesome to get her over that 30-metre mark. Roughly around that 100-foot. We're reading a bit of Selena's bio. She is a big fan of frozen green grapes. She believes she'd be a golden retriever if she was a dog. About to see a 2nd jump score come through. Reckon it'll be a little bit further.
Unfortunately not. It's just below 26.6.
You know, great work from Selena though. I mean, she has really, you know, stepped it up this set. We have seen about a 5-metre difference between her and Emma Kilby.
Yeah, so at the very least, it guarantees her a 3rd place. So whatever she comes in, she'll still be happy. Still have a smile on her face, but come on, Queensland, let's get up over that 30 metre.
All right, Selena Appleton. She makes a delayed pull-out from that 500-foot buoy. She has definitely brought it down from jump number 1 and 2. Swings her skis to the ramp. She has definitely got more speed. Kicks off through the top, slightly back on her heels. I feel like she lost a little bit of lift, but I don't know. I reckon that will be her furthest for the day.
Yeah, it definitely looked further. Not quite going to be that 30, I don't believe, but still an awesome set for Selena.
Awesome jumping from Selena Appleton. She should be very happy with that. 28.4 will be the score, so her longest of the day. That is just under her 1st round score. But, you know, overall, I feel Selena should be happy with that. That was great jumping. And now we move on to the two biggest jumpers in this division. Zali Reeves and Christy Appleton. Both having their coach, Scott Reeves. Obviously, Scott Reeves is Zali's dad. And, you know, these 2 girls are great competitors. Good competitors across all 3 events. They're very close in slalom. Quite close in jump. I'd probably going to say Christy definitely has the higher score in tricks. But, you know, Zali is younger and she's one of the upper comers.
She still has 2 more years in the under-17 division, so quite the extended amount of time. So we could definitely see her in the next couple of years get up close to that Jacinta record, hopefully.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome to think that at the past Junior Worlds, she won a silver medal, and she actually has another Junior Worlds next year. I believe those Junior Worlds are held in Argentina. So that will definitely be an event she'll be looking forward to.
She'll also be heading over to the Under-21 Worlds this year over in Calgary, which I believe you're heading over to as well, Fletcher.
Yep, I'm going to the Under-21 Worlds, so I'm very excited for that trip. But anyway, here we go, Zali Reeves. Now we're really going to see her up the cuts, up the width on that Malibu TXI. Here she goes. She pulls out for that 600-foot buoy. She's very nice and wide, makes a long turn around it, really drives through those wakes to get as max width as she can on that Malibu TXI. Oh, she is late. She cranks her skis out that jump. She drives in so hard, kicks off the top, Lovely opening jump for Zali Reeves. She's definitely jumped herself into that #1 spot.
Yeah, unfortunately pushing Selena to the second, but still an awesome jump. Just looking at this replay, she definitely got really high, and she was quite late, but I just felt like she missed her kick just the littlest bit.
All right, we'll wait to see what her dad and coach, Scott Reeves, has to say about that jump #1. He's saying to just relax in the turn a little bit more to get her lift. I thought she was in a very good spot. I don't think she'd want to be any earlier, maybe a little bit later. 38.9 meters though, very solid opening jump.
Yeah, she's just recently coming off a bit of a jump crash, so it's always good to see our skiers jump back from that, especially coming up to the Nationals, but let's see what she can produce here. 2 more jumps to come.
Yeah, nothing but excitement on the water now for these last 2 skiers. Both going for that #1 spot. All right, let's see Zali Reeves from Queensland. She pulls out roughly the same spot. Definitely brings it down a little bit on that 600-foot buoy. And oh, she is high on the boat. Lots of glide, lots of speed. She makes a nice move away. Definitely slows her turn down. She's edging hard into the base of the ramp. Gets her lift. Wow, Zali Reeves, awesome jump #2.
I believe that might be up over that 40 meter, but let's just quickly have a look at this replay. Definitely gets wide up around that 600 bull and really brings it back down that 1 meter. So we see her gliding through. Definitely felt like she was a lot later, Fletch, and just was able to turn, drive through, and really get her lift off that jump.
Yeah, I agree. 39.9 meters. Just not cracking that 40 meter mark. She has improved her yesterday's score. She doesn't look too happy with that jump, but I don't know. She's still got 1 more jump, and she's still got a lot to improve on. So I think she should definitely be thinking to herself that that's a positive, because you know it shows that she really can up that previous score to put some pressure on Christy Appleton.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. We really just want to see a close competition here at these Nationals. And for Zali, it'll be a spot where she can really push to try and put some pressure on Christy. I believe this is one of Christy's last competitions as under-17s.
Yeah, I agree, Bryce. I'm pretty sure this is Christy's last year in under-17s. But anyway, we have Zali Reeves. She's roughly gone from the same spot around that 600-foot buoy. She has slowed her turn down into the base of that jump. She's got a lot more speed and a lot more load. Kicks off the top. Wow, that is an awesome 3rd and final jump. That will definitely be cracking the 40 meter mark. I don't know. I think that could even be up near a PB.
I reckon that's up near that 42, Fletch. Really just looked well off that 600.
Her PB is 40.6, but I am very sure that will be up near that 42 meter mark.
I believe she recently got a PB over at the Moomba Masters, though.
Let's see what that score is. It is 42.9 meters. Zali Reeves, put your hands together, Queensland. Wow, that is a massive jump. She is stoked.
It's an amazing jump, Fletch.
That is an awesome jump, and wow, that has put the pressure on Christy Appleton. That is a massive score to chase. The scores show that Christy Appleton can do it, but you know it's all about how you are on the day, and that is a massive score to chase. But congratulations, Zali Reeves. Queensland, put your hands together one more time. Awesome skiing.
Queensland, don't go far, because currently on the water is Christy Appleton.
You know, Christy is an elite jumper. She is one of the world's best. But Zali has definitely not made this easy for her.
No, this will not be a walk in the park for Christy Appleton. She will have to push into that base, and a little bit of pressure does a lot of things.
You know, it's one of those things. A lot of top seeds, they can sometimes go out there and know that they don't have to, you know, push to their limits. But this is really going to have to, Christy is going to have to work hard to get this 42.9 plus.
Here we go. She elects to do the double cup.
She is very wide on that Malibu TXI. Take it from here, Bryce.
She chooses to go a little bit earlier than Zali, but just being able to drive up on that bow a little bit more. She is very late. Just able to drive in, and unfortunately, I don't think she's done enough on jump one.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's enough on jump number one. She has so much speed on that countercut. She did have to make a massive slow snowplow before she turned in.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Christy have to snowplow. So just adjusting to these conditions, there's no wind out here. So all these skiers have to just put that into the back of their mind.
All right, we'll have to see the score. I believe it is over that 40-meter mark, 41.1. So she has not done it on jump number one. But she's still got time. She's still got 2 more jumps. And I mean, for how she was jumping yesterday, she is in very good form. So we'll have to wait and see.
This now actually guarantees that the podium will start off with Selena Appleton, 3rd place.
Yeah, we're just waiting to see the placings for Christian Zali. Will it be 1st or 2nd? We don't know. But these next 2 jumps can decide who the under-17 girls Australian national champion is. This is a big moment for Queensland. Having an all-Queenslander girls podium really shows what, you know, the Queensland coaching squad is doing there. But anyway, here we have Christy Appleton, jump number 2. She goes a bit earlier off that 600-foot buoy. She was very late on the first one, but she seems to be in a much better spot. Here she goes. She makes a nice turn in for the ramp. She is driving very hard. Nice kick off the top. I don't know. I think that could have done it.
I think it's going to be very, very close, Fletch, but I think she's just pipped her.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm in agreement with you, Bryce. I feel like that will be over the 43-meter mark.
We'll just wait for that official score, though. There it is, 43.3. Your under-17 girls water ski jump champion, Christy Appleton.
Queensland, put your hands together. She is your winner.
She still has 1 more jump, though, folks. She'll be wanting to really push up over that PB of 46 meters. Let's see what she can do here.
Yeah, awesome jumping from Christy. Same with Zali, though. Massive PB.
Here we go. Last jump of these under-17 girls jump tournament. Let's see what Christy can do here. She's already got the win, but let's see how much further she can go. Take it through for us, Fletch.
All right, Christy Appleton turns from roughly the same spot, maybe a little bit later, just before that 600-foot buoy. She has a lot of speed. Turns in with a lot more speed than jump number 1. She's definitely later. She drives hard into the base, extends off the top. Lovely lift. I think that's going to be further.
I don't know, Fletch. It just seems to be in that same little hole, but still an amazing set for Christy. Your under-17 girls jump champion. Zali Reeves in a close second, and Selena Appleton in third.
Alrighty, we'll just wait and see what that score is for Christy Appleton. .1, not as far as jump number 2. Christy Appleton, your under 17 girls jump champion.
And that concludes our day for today.
What an awesome day. We've had a bunch of finals. It's been a great day. We've seen many more people get claimed their national championships. But anyway, I'm with Bryce Smith. My name's Fletcher Green, and I'm going to say ciao for now.
We'll see you back here at 6:30 tomorrow morning.